Hello, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of the Roach Crossing April Bugapalooza. Welcome. I'm going to catch up on the comments here, see who's around. I'm going to give everyone the update in the bidding chat. Bidding begins. 1 minute late, 2 now. Thanks for counting Exotic Wilderness. I got Ferocious here, LC, Hyperbeam, Altered Pants, Alan's here, Exotic Wilderness, Luch, Title. Who else is going to pop up? My friend told me that if he's 15 minutes late, the roaches are free. Kyle's the only streamer that I know that pulls 12-hour shifts 3 days in a row. Thank you. Toot my horn a little more. McCheeseburger. Kyle should look into getting a sponsorship from a finance office. For what? For what purpose? Screaming. A reminder to like the video, everybody. Let's get some gears turning on that algorithm. Joseph Tavir, welcome. Chris has already placed a $10 bid for I am unsure as to what. I'm going to just bring everybody up to speed with my existence right now, what's going on. Throat feels better. That will probably be different by the end of the day. Did not sleep very well. I realized that yesterday I ate half rack of ribs and a salad, and that was it. And but the thing is, I'm not very hungry. I mean, I drank all that cranberry juice, so that's got calories in it. But we have somebody noticing the Roach shirt. Yes, it's especially for today. We got the one of a couple Roach shirts. Devin's here. Anthony Green, you need a Liquid IV sponsorship. I think I have that in the other room from Costco. Got a snack during the day. The problem is I'm not really hungry is the issue. I'm like in a weird survival mode. Hello, Elliot Hunsinger. Any cheap beginner roaches today than an isopod keeper may enjoy? Oh boy, do we have plenty of things for everybody to enjoy today. We got everything in the kitchen sink here. I'm just going to bring everybody up to speed on something. So since the last stream, let's see what's happened. I slept. That was nice. I watched a couple of that YouTube Kurzagast videos. I like them. Nice neutral takes on stuff. I appreciate the neutrality with that sort of sciencey content. We got and also I have to go and check them at 1:30. We're going to do a break, 1:30 Eastern. I gotta go check I gotta go take care of all the farm animals, and we have baby bunnies as of last night. We had a litter of I think 6 more Flemish giants born last night. They all looked good. How can I peep the shirt? I missed it. Oh yeah, get a good eyeful. This is also it's textured. This is my grandpa's girlfriend's niece got me this shirt a long time ago. I have no idea where to get another one. I don't even know if they manufacture them. It's very well made and holding up after all this time. So, my bid on for I will not eat a roach. I am not subjecting myself to that again. It was bad enough the first time I tried it. Also, welcome Kevin Santiago. So I'm stalling for a bit of time here while we accrue some viewers. Obviously, that's better for the auctioning. 1,000 B Germanica, starting bid $100. Says Morbid in the Discord. I gotta not read that. Tennyson's here early. Tennyson, did you even sleep last night? Oh, I forgot one other thing that's up. I got a bunch of videos of the goats, the baby goats. Supposedly, the dealership has a car available for me, but they can't hold it forever. And I'm telling my parents who are trying to get me to go pick it up, I'm like, I literally cannot. I'm stuck here for 2 more days at least. And then Monday I'm going to see the eclipse, and I don't know how long that's going to take. And then my neighbor down the street texted me and said that one of our other neighbors is having some trees removed and they got a wood chipper in front of their place. So now I'm like, okay, well, I got to clear. I had to have my driveway cleared. Make sure Angela parks on the street when she comes over today, so they can drop off a load of wood chips on the driveway. So it's surprising how many things can happen in such a short period of time. The stick bug in the back is partying. Yes, getting ready for Sunday. That's Sunday stuff back there. Time to saddle up Victor or Nazi. Honestly, Nazi is probably the better riding candidate. So I guess we'll start some bidding. We'll get to a giveaway soonish. I got to think of another giveaway question. So let's start with something that everybody loves. We got a group of 50 Thuria pediveriana domino roaches with a starting bid of $40. I gotta pop open my Excel sheet. So just your regular old domino roach, a group of 50. Lovable little dudes. I don't know why I just had a wave of existential dread pass over me, realizing that I have to sit here and talk for the next 12 hours and try not to say the same thing over again as good as I can. Happy Bladder Day, everyone. From Morbid Arachnid. I like that. Bid on for Victor's fur. We will probably have some of that. It is the time of year. Dompers are supposed to have one blowout shed a year in the spring. I disagree. It's more like blowout shedding year-round constantly with no stopping, and then even more in the spring. So we will have a baggie of Victor fur along with some other goodies available at some point. Oh, we're going to have lots of fun tomorrow. All the stuff we got to get through. Again, we do have some fun things. And if I recall, I think Kim's coming by tonight to drop off the snakes. So, gotta be present-ish for that, I guess. I thought the Latin for Thuria changed according to Martin. We are in the United States, and there is some discrepancy about that. Cockroach species file also uses a picture of the same stock that we have in the U.S. for their Thuria pediveriana imagery. And we'll get into that debauchery. Well, I would say I'd get into it some other time, but basically, the hind wings are supposed to be different between the supposed pediveriana and Bernhardti. However, the person from whom the Bernhardti stock was acquired for the description actually mixed two different strains of different hind wing lengths for their colony, deciding that there was not a difference on them between the two of them. So it's an interesting situation from that perspective. And within the United States, our stock, at least the stock that I have, and I assume everybody else, I don't think anybody bothered to try and import another group of Thuria, comes from, I think it's from Bugs in Cyberspace originally. My stuff comes from Matt K on Roach Forum in 2010, I think. First lozenge, everybody. Aquarimax Pets, good morning, everyone. Best of luck with your bids. Thank you for the well wishes. Don't forget to like the live stream. Let's pump up the jam. And let's put an X for our first roach bid today for the domino roaches. I heard a joke once at my first botanical foray, and that was that many botanists prefer to use common names because they're more consistent than the Latin names, which is very sad but very funny. So I see the validity to their point with that. There's a sort of rationality to it too, where it's like, this is a thing that I see in front of me. I call it this. Everybody call it this. and then somebody else saying, "Oh no, it's actually different from, you called it this, we called it this, but it's actually different from that." There's a certain perspective you can look at it with. All right, going once for the Domino Roach group. Going twice. Sold. To looks like Predator. I'm doing the Control R, but I think Predator got in there. Predator with a winning bid of 66 over Beetle Pixel. Congrats on the first win of today and the last winning bid of yesterday. How long does it take for dominoes to mature? A year or a bit less, I heard. Anywhere from 1 to 3 years. I'm working on figuring that out. I think that there's a cheap fix for that. But I'm working on it. Okay? All right. Let's do something fresh and new. I got to look this up really quick. Got to find the Latin name for this. Next up, we have a group of something new. We have 30. Let me make sure I spelled the genus right. I haven't had these for that long to internalize it. Tabulated Casacean. What's the locality for this? Check my Big Roach document. Takatomi Island, Japan. Starting bid of $20. This is another roach that will probably gain some popularity as a micro feeder. They're pretty fast breeding. I'm looking at my stats right here. Under 8 millimeters for the adults. Babies about 2 millimeters. Birth to adult about 3 months. Adult lifespan 1 to 6 months. Gestation incubation 1 to 2 months. Does not climb smooth surfaces. All life stages cannot climb. Adults of both sexes cannot fly. We suspect the weird case with this species is, I'm going to have to borrow from TJ. I'm sure he's got pictures. They seem to exhibit the most dramatic wing variation of any roach yet cultured. There are fully winged adults and there are micropterous adults of both sexes, it seems. TJ's got some pictures of these guys. TJ, I'm bumming your pictures. So TJ initially suspected that Tabulated, that we may have a mix of two species here, but he separated some wingless females, I think, and then matured up the babies, and they ended up producing short-winged individuals, or long-winged individuals, sorry. So if you're looking for a microfeeder, here's your options. Again, both sexes can be fully winged or micropterous. Actually, are they even apterous in that picture? No, they're micropterous. I can see the little wing fold on the wing nubby. So a very cool tiny roach with exact locality information from Takatomi Island in Japan. Exotic Wilderness says, that roach reminds me I want to start a little collection of Japanese roaches and isopods. A good endeavor. Fresh and new, straight from the genetic splicing lab. Good to have you, Chris. Lord Orion says, good morning, everyone. I'm still learning all the roach scientific names. There's no common name for this. I don't know if there'll ever be a common name. Care, I just tossed them in with some hissers. I just tossed them in with a hisser project, and they're doing well. They don't seem to mind if it's too dry, if it's drier or moister. Just kind of just a standard roach care, standard invertebrate care. Farouche says, I'm printing on the auctions and live streams to learn the names. My hipsters are watching this auction with me, says McCheeseburger. There's a lot of eyes always watching me in this room, I'm sure. Here's an X for the Tagalblada. Kasei-sayan. Again, it's a bit of a weird name. I think it has a meaning in its native range. I would not assume the species. Did we not conclude that it was that since they matched the holotypes that they were Kasei-sayan? I will edit it to a CF if you insist, TJ. I thought we'd settled this. I'm actually keeping them with Van Weerbeck right now, Tennyson, actually. The stream makes me want to take out my favorite hipster so he can watch too. Kenyans I got from you are doing well with my Leptron, and I'm even finding some that have escaped and got in my Panda King enclosure. They are matched for the genus, but they are likely undescribed. I will put a CF here and edit that. CF Kasei-sayan. Edited to CF because TJ said so. All right. There we are. Okay, going once on the Tagalblada. Going twice. Sold to Ice Beam with a winning bid of 49. Very good show. Thank goodness TJ's here so Kyle doesn't spew disinformation. Didn't you owe me? Okay, Loki, are you the person who won the Princessia Van Weerbeck Andromana first dibs rights? Are you that person, Loki? Are you that person? Because if you are, you do have those dibs, and I have been looking for you. I thought it was Brent that won it, but if it's you, then I don't know if you've been keeping up in the live streams, but we have some Princessia that are at least half Andromana. Hyperbean says, I need these for micro geckos. That would be a great thing to use them for, actually. I said micro feeders, but TJ says the holotype species from the Philippines. These are from Japan, a considerable range difference. It's also possible they could have been brought to Japan from the Philippines via trade, but anyways, it is better to assume that they are at least different in some capacity than the exact same thing. So the CF shall remain. But yes, Loki, so you won first right of refusal. So here's what I will do for you, Loki, is again, I think it was, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was just for the first yay or nay to purchasing some, but because I forgot who I owed them to, and I have some of these half ones available, what I will do is we have some of them planned for auction. I will auction a group, and whatever the price they go for at the auction is, I can then offer them to you too. So if you decide you don't want them, that's fine. If it ends up being too high of a bid, that's fine. But you for sure get the opportunity to get a group as promised. Things are prolific AF, says TJ. Haha, love your Roach shirt, says Lord Orion. It was the only choice for today, really. All right, Tagalblada. Okay, next we have a group of 20 Diploptera punctata, University of California, Riverside, starting bid of $20. The Pacific beetle roach, Pacific beetle mimic. Usually with mimics, we just reduce the name to just mimic instead of being redundant and saying roach. This is the maybe slightly larger of the two strains of Diploptera that I have. How about I get them for the starting bid? I like that idea more, says Loki. What if the starting bid's outrageous, though? You never know. We need to put Kyle and TJ in a room together and have them do a live stream. I love that idea. That sounds like a great thing to do after the bug building is built. That sounds like a great thing to do a fundraiser auction to pay for TJ's expenses, then get TJ here and do a combo live stream at the future bug room. I love that idea, and we will most likely do that. Hyperbeam says, Compsody Short said the males climb, so with these I can try to keep them in a small terrarium without having males escape. We need a TJ and Kyle collab stream. What is their care for the Diploptera? Wow, Depunctada got roach milk. Yes, this is the roach milk roach. They like it dry with a moist corner and high ventilation. That is the most successful setup for these guys. Where is my colony of... Are these they? Same species, but different. This is a Clemson insectary strain, but it's just, you can see it's just dry, except for the back here, where it's moist. This is the ideal way to keep Diploptera, is just dry. They love pine cones. They love them so much. It's just the perfect multi-surface. They can kind of hunker together and raise the local micro humidity. Roaches will do that, where basically they conserve water by huddling together, and every time they exhale, it kind of adds to the local microclimate, makes it more humid. So, but yes, this is ideal Diploptera care here. The Clemsons aren't really popping as much as the UCRs are, and that's, I think, just because I had fewer of them. I think Kai gave me like 5, and then I tossed them in with another species just to keep them alive, and then I finally put them into here, and now they're just sort of gaining a footing. Probably by the fall auction there'll be a bunch in here. They're on the cusp. There's a lot of females maturing, but the UCRs have been doing very well. A lot of that old UCR stock is now lost at UCR. Winner gets the entire collection from the other. All right, here's an X for the Diploptera. TJ's dipping. TJ, I thank you in advance for letting me borrow your photos where needed. Rhombifolia do not want to be dry. They want to be moist, almost to the point of being wet. Dewey says, I want to stream where Kyle dressed up as a roach and fights other keepers dressed as other roaches and inverts. Yeah, I dress up as like a hisser and just I have a MTV slugfest punching somebody in the face while they're on the ground. That would be a good Japanese-style commercial for roach crossing in the future. I will consider that. How long do you age the pine cone before using them in the enclosure, says Inverterrarium. Let me wrap up the Diploptera bidding and I will answer that. All right, Punctada, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Predator, again, beating Beetle Pixel with a winning bid of 38. Beetle Pixel, I never thought I'd see this. This is a classic. There's always a bigger fish moment. Natureman 494. Hey, I'll gladly dress up as a pseudo scorpion and fight Kyle. Love the bidding today. I called dibs on Isopod suit. That's funny. Today is going to be a bloodbath. I feel that too. I feel like we're going to have some. It's going to be a little cray-cray as things go on. Depunctada. Let's do these. 30 Ergala Cappuccina, starting bid of $30. I thought that my Titanic colony of Ergala Cappuccina was unsinkable, and then I screwed up. I don't think I fed them enough or something, and they collapsed. I think this was last spring auction, and only just now they're starting to really get their footing again. Got a lot of hatches, and obviously I have enough to make available. Oh, that's right. Inverterrarium. How long do you age the pine cones? So I'll get fresh pine cones, like freshly fallen to the ground. I will rinse them with hot water, and usually, do I always bake them? I think a good portion of the time I bake them in the oven at like 200 or 250 for, I don't know, a half an hour or something. And the temperature and humidity fluctuations really seem to degrade the resin. And so usually after all this, they're good to go. They're good for use, and they don't. The gumminess is gone. So I'm sure that a good couple rinses with hot water would probably be fine too, and then let them air dry until they reopen up. But they're definitely not with these high ventilation setups. I don't really have to worry about like volatile stuff building up and killing stuff other than the substrate, because there's so much substrate. But like one pine cone, it's like they're gonna chew on it, they're gonna poop on it. Once it's been rinsed off and stuff, it's gonna lose a lot of that volatile compounds. So, but they really like it. Maybe I should have shown the UCRs, but they're all the way up there. I don't want to get those right now. All right, thank you, Photo Gallery, for the Orgala Cappuccina. The Burmese beetle mimic. I'm really hoping that we get some more Orgala species in culture. I'm aware that there's one or two other species that are being propagated, and I'm longing for the day that they show up in the U.S. That will be a happy day for me. I love these Orgala. There's an X for them. Luch says, I'm happy I can make my own bug merch. I make some bug t-shirts, and my wife looks at me and says, you're such a kid. Sylphoides is one, right? Yes, that sounds about right. And I think true Orgala pilosa have also been propagated, if I'm not mistaken. All right, going once on the Orgala Cappuccina. Going twice. Sold to could be Bob. Could be Bob. I'm control R-ing right now. Let's see what happens. To Predator with a winning bid of 58. Geez, these are really close today. Predator, you are unstoppable in the last 12 hours. We'll see. Yeah, I appreciate the GIF. Really do. Real quick aside, supposedly the filming for that movie was like a living hell for the actors. Like Arnold Schwarzenegger had to like sleep or lay in mud, like just up to his neck in mud for like several hours for the shoots, and it was just nuts from what I had gleamed off of it. And also, I think most of the cast either hated each other or had like personality issues. Like one of the guys, they had to like drag him home from the bar every night just to get him to do the shoot the next day. Fascinating stuff when you learn about that, especially behind like pop culture things like blockbuster movies. All right, let's do a group of. Let's do some Parkablata. Kyle likes Parkablata. We have a group of 50 Parkablata, Blata, Tuskegee, Alabama, starting bid of $30. A good native feeder roach. Perhaps tied for largest Parkablata with Northern Pennsylvanica. An easy keeper, no diapause requirements, none of that. One of the prettier Parkablata. You know, it'd be hard pressed to find an ugly Parkablata. Some of the browner or blacker Virginica, like the ones from the Appalachians, are kind of ugly for Virginica. I appreciate the Alabama's Virginica are more vibrant colored with orange markings and whatnot. Desertes really cool looking. Fulvescens females are very pretty because they look like tiny Lata. Zebras obviously very pretty. Although I'm missing the old strain of zebras that I used to have that had the best colors. I think that was from Wetumpka. So I should probably acquire those again. Alan, correct me if I'm wrong. There's been 3 strains of zebra in culture: Montgomery, Buell and Wetumpka, and the Wetumpkas were the best ones in terms of color consistency. Correct me if I'm wrong. Dewey says, I bet the makeup alone had to be gruelingly insane. Oh, yeah, for the Predator movie. Elliot says, that would be me at what? I can't remember what I said. Drag him home from the bar. I suspect that isn't uncommon in Hollywood. It's fairly common in IT. Exotic Wilderness says, how are your rhino roaches doing? Very well, and I'm expecting litters any day now for 2024. I've begun to hoard rhino roaches too. I 2 years from now I should have even more available, but it obviously takes a lot of foresight to get into the position. Wetumpka was better, but it's a place that basically has national park protection status. Okay. Well, maybe somebody who can find them in their private property backyard in Wetumpka, because it is a place that people live, will be happy to send us some in the future. Here's an X for the Latta Tuskegee. Again, good guys. Maybe one of the best beginner parka blattas. If you tend to keep your setups more humid, go with Latta as a starter. If you tend to keep your setups drier, go with Fulvescens as a starter, I would say. Also, a very good candidate for a roach that you can just throw in a low ventilated bin with a bunch of red or brown rot wood, and they can live and reproduce just on that. Like, that's usually what you find them on the wild. It's like rotten pine, and they're just eating that. Going once, going twice, sold to Chris Sniper with a winning bid of 45. Chris, I think you're really going to like these. I think they mesh with your style of keeping things, I think. Okay, let's do a group of 40 Darapeltis Polinoi, starting bid of $30. The ornate velvet roach, as it has sometimes been called. I used to have inconsistent results with these, and they're doing well for me for the last 2-3 years. And to be honest, I can't really tell you why, because I have one container of them behind Kyle Jr. there that has full top ventilation and is in the office and is doing phenomenal and continues to produce, and I haven't changed the bedding out, and it's infested with pyralis moths and blah, blah, blah. They're doing fine. Then I have a bin in the basement, a 10-gallon tank with a partial covered polycarb and lots of bark and horizontal and vertical this and blah, 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 and I almost never feed it, and I feel like the roaches don't really eat that much in that bin, and they're doing fine in there too. So I don't really know what to tell you on how to keep Darapeltis, because both setups are working just fine. I think in general, if it's too dry, too much airflow, and the roaches are desiccating and they can't drink enough, and the air humidity is just drying them out, the colonies will crash. Blattids usually don't dry out well. Blattids usually do not have the best dryness tolerance. Even Shelfordella, even Paraplaneta lateralis, even American roach. American roaches might be the most dry hardy of all the blatted roaches. So, Duke and Enzo is hunting for wild Porcella leavis on your birthday. Found several monkeys so far. Congratulations. Is it a wild hunt? Is it a captive hunt? Here's an X for the Darapeltis Polinoi, a good display roach. They are relatively day active. I wouldn't go so far as to say fully day active. I'll check INAT though. They might be more crepuscular. Darapeltis Polinoi. One species. It seems like there are observations during the day and at night. So it seems like they may be a early morning and dusk to nighttime active species. Maybe not strictly diurnal, but very pretty roaches. And we've had them in culture for a while. You'll love to see it. It's the fact that we haven't screwed up and completely lost them is very nice. All right, going once for the Derapeltis polinoi. Going twice. Sold to Predator with a winning bid of 43. Predator is really bulking out their everything collections, apparently, and I'm not gonna say anything. All right, we have some locality Pycnoscelis, locality non-Suriname Pycnoscelis, 50 Pycnoscelis indicus, Aiea, Hawaii, starting bid of $30. This is a locality. The indicus stock that we've had in captivity for over a decade is of unknown origin. It's from the European hobby, as many things that pop up in the U.S. are, but we don't know where they were originally wild collected. But these were sent to me by Alan. Wild collected Hawaii stock Pycnoscelis indicus. Mad Dog shows some interest in the Aiea. I think I'm saying it right. It's all the subsequent vowels. Have you ever kept Archiblatta hoveni? Yes, I have. I had excessive success with hatching them too, but it was that all happened during my stressy, depressy, lemon zesty, horrible 2018. And I neglected them, and they all dried out and died. They also did not have good dryness tolerance. So I have kept and bred Archiblatta, and I would like to get them again. Quermax asking a good question. I will let the Pycnoscelis bid. We'll put an X here and wrap up the Pycnoscelis bid. These remind me of Archiblatta hoveni. Is there any reason why we don't have these available yet? Again, had really good luck with them in 2018, which I feel like was generalized bug smuggling heaven, because there were at least one notorious character who was still around at that time, and a lot of other people were bringing things in like crazy, especially all the isopods. At that time, somebody had brought in Archiblatta hoveni, and I won a Facebook auction for them. I have not seen them available in the U.S. really since, and anytime they are, they have way too stupid price tags on them, like an ooth for. Have to ask TJ for it. I think it was like $1,000 or something. Where it's like, there's no guarantee that this is going to hatch. There's no guarantee that this is even a fresh ooth or anything. So it's like, if somebody is able to get living specimens available in the U.S., I would be like, all right, guarantee that they will reach my doorstep in healthy fashion, and I will get some from you. All right, wrapping up the Pycnoscelis, going once, going twice, sold to Mad Dog 4621 with a winning bid of 32. $4,621. All right. I'll get another thing posted, then ramble on a bit more. Let's do a group of 20 Pseudoglomerus tarsalis. Starting bid of $50. This is training wheels for keeping Magnifica. If you are hesitant they have basically identical care, but tarsalis is just a bit easier. To finish up my thoughts on Archiblatta, when I received them, it was clear that they had been brought in very recently and that the person who had acquired them had absolutely no idea how to take care of them because they were in very rough shape. And it was a miracle that I was able to get them to adulthood given how they arrived. So that's another factor in things. If you do get them, are they going to be in a shape that you can do anything with them? So, Aquarimax asking, could you demonstrate that your Andromana-esque hissers are pure stock if the non-Andromana females you housed with the last pure female are kept away from males and never reproduce again? Yes, that could be part of it, but also I could. Princessia are known for being finicky. Even the hobby stock that we have is known for being a bit finicky. So moving them, they could still decide not to have babies even if they were fertilized. The thing that I'm going to look for is Andromana have a much different color palette than the strain that I crossed them with. So when these babies grow up and I look at the general distribution of colors, if there's any that are darker than the average Andromana, if there's a wide range of coloration beyond what is seen in the pictures that TJ has of the original stock, then I will immediately suspect that it was an outcross, which is fine. We'll still have those genetics. It's just I will separate once they get to about subadult-ish. I will pull all the male nymphs, all the female nymphs to separate enclosures, mature them separately, hand pick for the Andromana phenotype, and then pair probably the best 3 to 5, put the best 3 to 5 pairs back into the enclosure together to create another generation of more Andromana-like individuals. That's the game plan. All right, here's an X for the Pseudoglomerus tarsalis. Again, training wheels for Magnifica. But yes, I have already separated the female, the female, all the females that were in the enclosure from the Andromana crossing project. They've already been separated, and now it's just the nymphs that are in there and growing quickly and steadily. And it's going to be. I'm excited. We saved them in part. Will you auction off another 1.5 hour stream today? I can. Cobra also welcome. I could probably do that. It's not like I have a finite. I mean, technically, I have a finite quantity of 1.5 hour streams that I can do, but that technically being the end of my life. But sure, I could auction off another one in a bit. All right. Wrapping up Pseudoglomerus tarsalis, the little gold butt-faced roaches. I forgot to mention they have cute little golden tarsi, cute little golden neuropods, adorable little dudes. I don't know why Monk Sloth posted a Levis photo. Monk Sloth, please keep that to general. I'm going to delete it because it's not pertinent. Please put it into general. Going once, going twice. Sold to Bob Harrison with a winning bid of 65. Bob, I have a feeling that you really wanted these, so I'm glad that you're getting them. Will there be Ember Roaches? Yes. It's a throwdown. Let's bid on Kyle's topics. I like that. It's easier for me to do than packing stuff up to ship. All right, we have a group of 50 Aileropida Insignis, starting bid of $30. The Pancake Hisser, also called the Flathorn Hisser, but let's just call them Aileropida Insignis. And don't confuse them with the similar genre Aileropida, which is Aileropida, which is the giant pandas. Aileropida in the subfamily Aileropodini. 1 living and 3 fossil species of pandas. It's what there's what three subspecies of pandas, or debatably three. I really like the Quinling panda. That I like the brown pandas, more than the regular giant pandas. I think I like them a lot. I like they just sort of look like they're made of chocolate milk. Found in the Quinling Mountains. I'm talking about pandas, by the way, not the roaches now. Uh, Estimated 200 to 300 Quinling pandas living in the wild as of 2023, up from 100 in 2001. Cool. Nifty. Yeah, interesting. I'm curious if there will ever be a push for more more appreciation of this other subspecies of panda. I really like them. Very interesting. Very interesting. And out of the Westerners' view until, I don't know, like 10 years ago or something. All right, here's an X for the Aileropodon cygnus, the roaches. I'm not auctioning the giant pandas. That would be very interesting if I was. The Aquarium X says, the zealous lunge piece I got from you are doing well. Not only do I have results, I have at least 4 egg masses. Any tips on optimal hatching conditions, specifically regarding humidity? I have them. The room humidity is anywhere from 40 to 75. They're in a mesh cage like this, but smaller. They get sprayed once a day, and that seems to do it for keeping the eggs happy and healthy and hatching at a good rate. So very easy. Zen Monkey would like to buy a panda because he bets they're delicious. I've heard bear does not taste very good, is what I have heard. Could be wrong. All right, going once for the Aileropodon cygnus. Going twice. Sold. To Love with Scales with a winning bid of 49. Love with Scales making a triumphant return today. Okay. Let's do what is probably... Oh, hi, Dilopha Raptor. Good to see you again. I guess it did not. Quermax is... I'll catch up on the live stream in a second here. Also, like the stream, everybody. Thank you. We're going to do what might be the rarest roach in culture. Might be. I'm not sure how TJ is doing with the ones that I sent. I think I sent him some. I think I sent TJ some. But the rarest roach in culture. 15 Euthlastoblata species, Everglades, Florida, starting bid of $40. This species, it's a miracle we even have them in the first place. This was a find by one of our beloved people who finds a lot of the cool bugs that we all know and love. And let's see if I can find it on TJ's site. Yeah, he's got some pictures of the adults and the nymphs. So if these are, there's a good possibility that these are an undescribed species of Euthlastoblata. There we go. Find some pictures on TJ's thing, which TJ stock comes from me. Obviously. Here's a cute little picture. Thank you, TJ, in advance. Oh, Photo Gallery already found them. Thank you. So I've tried a couple different setups for these. This may be one of the rare instances of inbreeding affecting the strain, because this colony was started with 2 males and 1 female, I think. Or it could be that they're just not very fecund in the first place. They could also... I could also have their husbandry wrong, but they've been reproducing steadily, so it might not be that. But definitely one of, if not the rarest roach in culture. Whether that means people really want them or not is a different story. Thank you, Jojo, for that beautiful picture. So if you desire them, here's the X. I'm going to just catch up on the live stream comments. Will there be glow spot and horseshoe crab roaches? Yes, for sure. Elliot Hunsinger says, I think your stock of this species, what my only first authored papers on from like a decade ago on Insignis, Elliot. Zen says, you've been lied to. Bear's Delicious needs to be cooked right. I think the something about like the nematodes crawling out of their like muscle tissue is very discouraging to me, but if I'm open to try it. You cook it and guarantee I'm not going to get brainworms. I'll try it. Royal Dillo, I wonder who that is, says, heyo, welcome. Patiently waiting for histories. If only there were some rhinos popping out. Perhaps there will be love with scales. I'm describing their hissing behavior. Ability to produce two sounds at once. Pretty dope. Elliot, send me an email or something with that paper. I would love to give it a read. Predator coming in for the Euthalastoblata. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Predator with the first steal today of $42 winning bid on the Euthalastoblata species Everglades. Again, the first steal of today. The Roach Crossing listing price for these is, I think, going to be like 12 for 200 or 12 for 300. I got to double check. So congratulations on your steal. Bear bacon, says John Doe. Now that's an interesting concept that I'd be open to. All right. Let's do a group of... what's something super fun? Let's do a group of 60 Panchlora species, Costa Rica, starting bid of $30, not yellow. So this is just the wild type unaltered coloration of species Costa Rica, not yellow individuals, just the green. The original colony no longer throws yellows. Exotic willingness, I'll do a giveaway. I just got to think of something to ask. I don't know. I try not to repeat what I've done before. Trying to think some little trivia. Something I can ask. That has, like I said yesterday, you can choose some genres and have us vote on one. It's not the question of like the genre. It's just I'm kind of on the spot for asking things of people. I just got to think back to the last couple of years and see if there's anything I can extrapolate from to ask some questions on. I've asked some anatomy questions before. All right. I got a good one. For the next giveaway. I got it. I got to remember not to lose it. This is a good one. Here's an X for the Panchlora species Costa Rica. Wrap up bids. I got a good one. And it's bug related too. It's good. It's very amusing. I found it amusing ever since I read about it. All right, going once for the Panchlora species Costa Rica. Going twice. Sold. To McCheeseburger with a winning bid of 32. I feel like you got that pretty unchallenged. I feel that was kind of handed to you there. All right, I'm gonna throw up another auction while we do the giveaway. We're going to leave a group of 30 Pseudomops septentrionalis, Tulsa, Oklahoma, starting bid of $30. We're just going to leave that there while we do the giveaway. Get this written down in my records. All right. It is giveaway time. Thank you, Elliot, for setting the paper. What are we going to do for giveaway? All right, for the giveaway, this is for 12 Paraspherus punctatus Macau. And the question is, what is the name of this insect reproductive structure that translates to sex bag? This is a good one. This is a good trivia here. It's a good one. Nope, not spermatophore. This is again. This is it's not spermatophore. Not spermatophore. Somebody will get it eventually. It's not spermathecae. It's not simultaneous hermaphrodites. We'll see if anybody gets it. Anybody out there? Somebody's got to be not scrotum. No. I hope somebody gets this. This might be. We might even leave this this bounty up for. We might even leave this up for a bit. Somebody's got to get it. Somebody's got to go pour over Aegis. No, it's not Aegis. Spotlight PZ. Good guess though. Somebody will find it. Somebody will find this. Hopefully, there's insect reproductive systems are surprisingly complicated. Like out of everything in their bodies, there's so much going on there. So many different parts. Nobody's gotten it yet. There we go. Duke and Enzo the Iggies. Bursa copulatrix. You got it. Bursa copulatrix is the answer. Congratulations. You win the Paraspherus punctatus group. Literally translates to a sex bag or sex sac. And it is used for the digestion of the spermatophore in some species. Do I email you? Yes. Email me with your Discord and or your YouTube name. So congratulations. Thank you for getting it. You got it. Bursa copulatrix. I've had that one in my back pocket for a while. I just have to remember it sometimes. All right. Here's an X for the Pseudomops auction. Again, congratulations to Duke and Enzo the Iggies. Good job. This is why I got to choose some quality giveaway questions, and that's one of them, I feel. And it's bug related. How could it get any better than that? I have another fun meme one for later. A fun meme one for later. We got plenty of giveaways still coming up. We got probably at least another 3 today at least. So, all right, Pseudomops group going once, going twice, sold. 2 looks like Beetle Pixel. I'm refreshing. And here I thought you'd be whipping out ovipositor. Something, says Royal Dillon. No, we had to go a little deeper for that. Beetle Pixel with the win. $37 winning bid from Beetle Pixel on the Pseudomops group. All right. Let us not waste much time. Let's do a group of 100 Paraplaneta Americana White Eye, starting bid of $30. It's the classic strain of Americana with white eyes that I don't think Oren keeps these anymore, but mine originally came from Oren long time ago, like 2009-ish or something. So they're neat. Love them. Here I thought you'd be whipping out ovipositor or something. Yeah. Friendly reminder, now we're into like the stream, everybody. Mucho apreciado. Photo gallery showing a good picture of the white eyes. I'm wondering if we'll ever get in Drosophila. There's a lot of different eye mutations. There's like sepia, amber, white, blah blah blah. I really hope that one day somebody will spot one of those mutations in Americana, and we'll get those going. They have them in German roaches too. I am working on some German roach lines with morphological characteristics. Working on it. It's going to be a slow burn, I think. Thanks for reminding me to like. Sometimes forget just now. Thank you again, everybody, for the likes, for the views, etc. Here's an X. I think I'm going to go check on the dogs and grab another one of these bad boys. After I'll put something up for while I'm gone. Hopefully something I'll put something tasty up while I'm gone. But let it cook. Let it cook. There I go, using that term again. All right. Going once for the Paraplaneta Americana White Eye. Going twice. Sold to JoJo with a winning bid of 36. JoJo, again, proving to be one of Paraplaneta's biggest fanatics, other than that person who I haven't seen in the chat in a while, whose name was Paraplaneta Missionary. Love that. Love that for him. Any more micros today? Oh, yeah, plenty of micros, Dewey. Plenty of stuff. All kinds. All right, I'm going to go grab another drink, check on the dogs, get some water too. And while I'm gone, I'm going to leave up a group of 12 mixed Eucharidia Yasumatsui. Starting bid of $1 for a group of 12 Eucharidia Yasumatsui. And I will be right back. Howdy. I apologize in advance for any snipping, snapping, and snarling that you may hear in the background. I gave both the dogs a half rack of rib today. Nazi did not eat hers. She took it underneath the kitchen table. And if Victor tries to sneak in and grab it, she's going to beat the crap out of him. So I apologize if there's any snipping, snapping, or snarling going on in the background. So it's also a beautiful day. I opened the back door so the dogs can just go in and out all day if they want to. They'll probably stay outside all day. Actual water, delicious. Hello, Chain. Our Paraplaneta missionary must be out spreading the good word. I choose to believe that narrative. Here's an X for the Eucharidia Yasumatsui group. Beautiful little guys. And not the only Eucharidia that we'll have up for grabs today. For your information, everybody. Not the only Eucharidia up for grabs. All right. These are beautiful. Yes, they're beautiful, and they're also quite small, but not as small as Euthir hapa. And if you are hesitant to get Eucharidia, we will have Euthir hapa up for grabs. Euthir hapa are Eucharidia training wheels. If you can breed Euthir hapa, you have a good chance of breeding Eucharidia, in my experience. What kind of water cup is that? That is an old pickle jar is what this is. I need hydration is what I need. All right, going once on the Eucharidia Yasumatsui. Going twice. Sold. To looks like Love with Scales, but we got several last second bids there. Let's see who's the winner. Sold to Patrick with a winning bid of 69. Very nice. I gotta comment on that with the Nazi face for the 69 wins. Winning bid of 69 to Patrick. A steal, I would say, for Eucharidia. My Ling Long are still so tiny, but I love them. Great minds 69, says JoJo. All right. Good bidding, everybody. Let's go with a group of 50 Epilamprine species. Coda Kinabalu, starting bid of $30. This is the also known as previously Epilamprine species Borneo. The easiest Epilamprine roach to keep going. They are not too bothered by high population density. They don't grow obnoxiously fast like Rhabdoblata or even Epilampra do. Just good all around, I would say. The best intro Epilamprine roach out of the 5 that we have in the U.S. to varying degrees. Those 5 being Epilampra maya, Epilamprine species Coda Kinabalu, Rhabdoblata rustica, Opisthoplatya orientalis, and very sparingly, and nobody seems to have long-term success with these, Decarolampra fulgencioi. Those are the 5 that are in the United States. In the distant past, in the very distant past, there was once Rhabdoblata yayayamina in the United States. However, they did not take in culture, which is unfortunate because they were and still are at the time the largest Epilamprine roach that has been cultured stateside. Alan just set up the coming Lepisma. Other than cardboards, what else can I give them? Some cotton, some little pieces of cotton, and a little bit of marshmallow, a little bit of fish flakes or dog food, but keep them completely dry except for however you need to do this. Make sure there's just a little bit of condensation in like a back corner. Just a drop always in the back corner, but the whole setup needs to be completely dry or they will drown themselves and they will die. All right, here's an X for the Epilamprine species Borneo. Sorry, Kota Kinabalu is the more accurate name for the location. This is also the standard strain. There's also another strain that has differently colored adults sometimes. I also have that strain. I don't think I'll be making any of them available. I'm trying to decide if they're even worth keeping separate. They're from the same location. They're the same species. I'm wondering if I should just merge the two strains and just make the variable one available. I don't know. We will see. All right, going once for the Epilamprine species Kota Kinabalu. Going twice. Sold. To Devin No Name with a snipe of 32. Really squeaked in there. Okay, let's go a bit up in size. 50 Blaberus Colossius Ecuador, starting bid of $40. We now, I believe the consensus is almost all Blaberus that are in culture are going to be reduced down to species location, with the exceptions of Cranifer, Discoidalis, Giganteus, Cranifer, Discoidalis, Giganteus, and Boliviensis. They will all be reduced down to species because we have no idea what any of them are. The bite of 32, says Alan. These are currently labeled Colossius on the new release of Roach Crossing. They will probably be labeled as Blaberus species Ecuador, and I believe that they actually more align with the original description of Parabolicus. So they may even be changed to Blaberus CF Parabolicus Ecuador. I don't know. Blaberus it's nutty. It's very nutty with Blaberus, except for Discoidalis and Cranifer is very obvious too. Blaberus aren't real. No, just the woman on the plane pointing to all the different Blaberus species. None of y'all are real. I would appreciate that meme. That would be good. All right, here's an X for the Colossius Ecuador. Again, might be called Blaberus species Ecuador. The information for what things used to be called will be on Roach Crossing. So if you're like, wait a minute, I got some of them's like 5 years ago and they were called something else, and then you go on the Roach Crossing and you see previous names for this strain, and it will say this, whatever names have been used for that specific strain over the last however long will be knowledge on there, so you can say, oh, I got this from him a while ago. This is the same thing as this with a new ID. All right, Blaberus Colossius Ecuador going once, going twice, sold. To, it could be Predator or it could be Chris Sniper. It is Predator with a winning bid of 57. Predator on a roll. I wonder when who's one of my favorite people at the auction? Lizard Beans. Lizard Beans. Oh, Lizard Beans, you're holding out. You're holding out so far, waiting for some real goodies, or maybe saving it for isopods. I look forward to you rejoining the fray, Lizard Beans. All right, let's do some of my fun little dudes. Let's do 30 Arena Vega species Chiricahua Desert Museum. Technically New Mexico? New Mexico. Starting bid of $40. Again, you wanna you literally Kylo wants your money playing favorites. You don't play favorites. Who would do that? Who would ever do that? If you wanna replicate the desert hole environment, you need Aaron Vega as a component. You get your spider beetles, your Venezillo Arizonicus or Cubaris benetensis. You get your silverfish. You get your Aaron Vega, and if you want to have some fun, you throw a little bit of scorpion in there, just a little dash, just a little bam, Emerald Lagasse, bam, scorpion in the mix. I have Kyle saved in my phone as bug dealer. I'll show off one of the Aaron Vega cultures. I'll show off when I do the Sahuaritas because I love tilting it forward and showing everybody that there's a blob of isopods and a blob of roaches, and they're just having the best time of their lives. They're having a good old Freddie Mercury Queen having a good time in there, and it's great. TJ's probably got pictures of these. If I sent them to him, maybe I didn't send them to TJ. Let's see. TJ's website at this point is an extension of Roach Crossing. It's so it feels. Oh, Alan, I didn't know you still had my whiteout Nizatum from Livonia. I would like some of those back to compare them to the coloration of my line now. I suspect that orange has emerged from underneath the white, as orange is innate to most populations. Looking at TJ's pictures of his Punta Canas, I don't think they're pure. The little yellow spots on some of them, that's very characteristic of U.S. mainland intrusion into almost any Vulgari lines. The yellow spotting was not present in that degree. Anyways, now I'm looking at TJ's blogs right now. I should stop doing this, but I had to. What's this you got here? Dubos. TJ just got more Purcellio Dubosqui. I'm gonna have to pester TJ for stuff. I'm sure he'll get them going. Good stuff, TJ. Maybe TJ would like a site tweak next. Oh, you sold them to Aquarimax years ago. Well, I can get them from TJ or Aquarimax apparently. Poor TJ. No photo. We don't got a photo. I'll bring out the next couple Aaron Vega cultures. I pinky promise everybody. Pinky promise. Here's an X for the Chiricahua Desert Museum Aaron Vegas. They've been pretty easy and straightforward for me. Morbid arachnid, living local to a bug dealer and doing a local pickup is just meeting in a Walmart parking lot and looking super sus. I have a British Petroleum that I like to meet at off the freeway. It's pretty funny because there's been a couple times where I've had like 2 or 3 people meet me up there after like 10 to 15 minute intervals. So it's just my car parked there and like 3 other cars pulling up and pulling away over the course of like a half an hour to an hour. It's very, very sussy and mogussy, but hey, it works. It's a public space. I get my gas from there. And right off the freeway, too. You can't beat that. All right. Going once on the Aaron Vega species Chiricahua Desert Museum. These were collected from underneath a collapsed yucca stump on the property. Going twice. Sold to J. Bugley's Exotics. All right. May I introduce everybody to yet another man of culture here, another Aaron Vega enthusiast. I love the little guys. I can't wait to go out and collect more at some point. I'm going to Arizona this summer, actually. That's going to happen. I got to see him in his natural habitat. It's got to happen. I'm going to fly out, rent a vehicle. We'll do an auction to raise funds for that. Yada, yada, yada. but it's going to happen. And Angela's coming with me. We're going to go out and have ourselves a good old time. I'm going to show her Cave Creek Canyon. She's going to love it. It's going to be wonderful. Roly Poly's on a roll. I'm from Arizona. Roly Polies, where in Arizona are you? I would like to know, and I would like to get bugs from you. Roly Polies on a row. So all you Arizona people, all you desert Southwest people, I want bugs from you. Send me emails, send me texts, tell me when you find stuff. Go fist some burrows, Kyle does auctions whenever he needs money. Yeah, that's basically how it works. It's a very sustainable strategy because I never overspend. I just think, oh no, I don't have enough money for this project or something. Let's go make some money. It's very nice, and I appreciate it, and I love all of you for enabling this this healthy lifestyle and means of doing things that I have. Okay, what are we going to do next? Let's do a group of 50 Gyna Lurida, starting bid of $30. I'm going to edit to just put edited just the wild type, not yellow. This is just your basic Gyna Lurida, an excellent beginner roach. I don't think anybody dislikes their Gyna colonies. If you have too many, use them as feeders. If you have too many, don't use them as feeders. They self-regulate. I'm in Oklahoma. I can drive out to go hunting. Yeah, go look for if there's air. There's got to be some air in Vega in Oklahoma. Alan, leftover joints are called roaches. So imagine if Kyle got caught trying to sell a box of spent joints. No, officer, there are actual roaches in this box. Dynamo Terror joins us. Welcome. What bugs are you looking for? Roly Polies on a roll. It's so much stuff. Roaches, crickets, isopods, springtails, beetles, centipedes, stuff I don't even know that I want until I see it and be like, this is in Arizona or this exists. It's a lot of everything. It's best to just kind of find stuff and then contact me or say, hey, I see this. Bugs in cyberspace moved to Arizona for bugs. Arizona's got the bugs. Arizona has a good blend of the Western, like California fauna of stuff, and then the Mexican stuff. Texas actually has some incredible bugs, but there's very few contacts in the very good parts of Texas that have the really good bugs. So wish hoverflies could be kept easier. I'm going to work on it. Roly Polies on a roll, centipedes, fire brats, etc. Yeah, let me know. Eukarya joining us. Welcome. Eukarya, it's been a hot minute, I think. No Grande Valley bug. Ugh. Oh, Rio Grande. I read that as no from this angle. Rio Grande Valley. Yeah, that'd be nice. Here's an X for the Gyna Lurida. Just the wild types. Now, interestingly, if you look on INAT, there are pictures of yellow Gyna Lurida in the wild. So it's not just a captivity thing. It is found in wild populations. It is part of their natural color assemblage, at least for some species. However, my wild type, my brown, white, whatever you want to call them, colony does not produce the yellows. Going once for the Gyna Lurida. Going twice. Sold. To Lizard Beans. There we go. With a winning bid of 53. Lizard Beans coming back for today. And we have more people in the live stream now. I guess everybody's waking up. Welcome. Please like the stream, please. Thank you. Texas is just so big. It is huge. I need to scour the border for rice and ulids and learn more about them, maybe culture them. Loki wants to fly out to Texas and rent a car and spend a week just collecting bugs in Central and South Texas. Alan, you should do that. And if you do that, Kyle hating Austin, not appreciating our friendship live on stream. Oh. You got Loki, you got to find those Gymnetis Thula. You're in the area. You can do it. You got to prove yourself. find the gymnetis. Alan, if you decide to do that, I can do a fundraiser live stream for you where we would donate all the money to Alan to go take his trip to Texas. I would do that. Just get me a general plan and list. I've only found a bunch of dead gymneta. It would be worth it, even, Alan, for you to take that trip, even if you just found like gymnetis. So everybody, if Alan agrees, if Alan wants to actually fly out to Texas and spend a week collecting bugs in the best, coolest places, I will raise money for him. We will do a live stream. Alan, just let me know how much money you think you need for that. We will do it. We'll do that so you can get us cool bugs. Tennyson continued throwing whites, so mostly isolated, just working on the body white right now. Some are super close. Tennyson, I want some of those when you get them isolated. Let me know. Where can I legally collect bugs other than my backyard? I live in Nevada, National Forest. You can collect them for personal use. As I understand it, you cannot directly sell what you catch from National Forest, but there's nothing against breeding them and then selling the offspring. Private property, sometimes state parks, local parks, county parks, metro parks, etc., allow for collecting of bugs. And as I understand it, even some national parks allow some degree of bug collecting. In a same vein as many of them allow for fishing. So I'm not 100% sure, though. Check on that. All right. Let's do the next thing. Let's do a group of 300 Paraplanida Australasiae, starting bid of $30. Believe it or not, these are an excellent feeder, and unlike Americana, which can stick around in your domicile but not necessarily infest, Paraplanida Australasiae will not do that. They desiccate too easily. They cannot survive out of more subtropical conditions. Alan needs $2,000 to do his Texas trip. Alan, get me dates and a target list, and I will work on planning out an auction to pay for that. We'll do it. We'll do it. You have some fun. Obviously, the people who are paying into the auction get bugs out of it. But more importantly, I get good bugs out of it if you find good stuff. Same, I'm also Patrick J. Parker. I'm in Austin and never seen gymnetis. Could be wrong place at the wrong time. Could be they're not in more downtowny areas. But it seems like sap flows this time of year into the summer on oak trees, wounded trees where there's sap leaking. If you leave out fruit, if there's a fruit tree with rotted stuff, checking flowers, blah, blah, blah. Loki's going to plan a little trip to San Antonio. The elites don't want you to know this, but the bugs at the park are free. I have 458 bugs. I expect a high-class trade for my beetles. That can be arranged. Geosasarma says, Australasiae, however it's said, are surprisingly nice-looking roaches for a pesky species. That's what I thought. They're like, you get kind of like a weird mashup of Doraleo orani and Eurycotis tachypians, both of which are kind of higher-end roach species, in an easy-to-keep roach species that you can also use as a feeder. Everybody wins. Tennyson says, definitely been selling them already as high white, but getting them past that now. I'll let you know when I get to what I have in mind for them. Oh, yeah, and even if you just send me a little bit of stock that you've done some work on, I can take it the rest of the stretch. I've done that plenty of times before. Roly-poly's on a roll. I'm going to go right to the general chat, and there's a battle going on. We'll put an X here, and I'll wrap up the bids as soon as Roly-poly's on a roll. Let's see. Roly-poly's has found Thermobia domestica, wild Thermobia domestica with some interesting darklings in the background. A Scolopendra polymorpha, one of the polymorpha complex, Porcelio levis. We got a video here of a velvet ant and Vihovis or Hoffmanius scorpion, Paravihovis spinagoris. Yeah, that's it seems like you get an interesting assortment of introduced non-native stuff and then some other stuff that's in there. Nothing that tickles my pickle immediately. Nothing that really makes me go bonkers immediately, but there's the potential there, and you're welcome to always just check in with me with what you got. Burb, hello Burb. I'd be extremely interested in vinegar rooms in the Big Bend area of Texas. New Jersey, Luch Garden, State Bugs and Pods. I wish I didn't live in New Jersey. It's still cold there. Nothing interesting to catch, in my opinion. You got to go look in the right places. They're there. You just got to go look. All right. Paraplaneta bidding. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Chris Sniper, winning bid of 75. For the Paraplaneta Australasiae group. Good job. Good job. Good show. All right. Let's have some fun. We're going to do some high-end things. 3 in a row here. Some really good, cool high-end stuff. We'll have a mini climax at the end of this. So we'll do 2 really good things with a mini climax at the end. You're going to love it. We're going to start with a group of 50 Paranophyta lyrata, the lyrate assassin bug mimic. Starting bid of $50. Paranophyta lyrata. I love these guys so much. I wish that I hope that we get Rufipes. I had Rufipes on Roach Crossing for a long time, and then I screwed them up. I kept them too humid and too cold during the summer one time. The colony collapsed. If I had them now, I would never lose them again. So now I got to get them again. I love Paranophyta. Up there in my favorite roach genre. I'll do a hot take one day where I go through all my favorite roach genre and whatnot. If anybody has an old copy of the American Cockroach Society from circa 2014, the publication, I wrote the top 10 must-keep roach genre for roach keepers. I think I would either like to amend that list or turn it into a top 20 for roach keepers. Do a nice tour de force of the roaches that I've become even more fond of in the last decade. Look at me. I feel like I should be swirling some extra leggy red wine and then drink it and then spit it out right on my keyboard while I'm saying that sentence. Least favorite roach genre. I know there's one. You got to give me a second here. What do I dislike enough to be like, Can you tell the gears are turning up here? I know there's got to be. All right. So I love all roaches, but there's 2 not genre but species that I continue to have a hate relationship with. Those being Drimaplaneta semivita, because I've tried them like 4 or 5 times now and can never get them going continuously. I had great results with the last batch. I got it hundreds of babies, was going great, and then all of a sudden, they just all died irreparably. I know it's something I got to figure out. Maybe it's my air humidity. Maybe it's they need good quality wood, whatever. Something I'm not doing right, something I'm not figuring out, but it's so frustrating when they die and they crash so hard it's irreparable. Rhabdoblata are kind of like that too. I guess I do dislike Rhabdoblata rustica because of that high maintenance of not just, you have to take care of them lots. My first adults matured. Time to take 20 of them and put them in a new setup before the colony collapses. So there's that. I don't dislike Simpliky. Other people don't like Simpliky. Simpliky Morsai is I'm starting to have a hate relationship with too. I don't seem to be able to get them going in good fashion, and that does annoy me as well. The other one is Parkablata americana from the lowlands in California, the scrubland ecotype or species or whatever it's going to end up being. I've worked with those multiple times, have failed to get them going, and that makes me really dislike them because it's like, come on, every other Parkablata I understand and can breed, but just this one is so finicky and obnoxious, and it's so difficult to get them in good quantities, and it's so difficult to get anybody to collect them in the first place. So it's very annoying, and that puts them up there. So I guess the three that I dislike the most are Drimoplaneta semivita, Parkablata americana, the lowland form because the more mountainous montane forms are easier, and Simpliky morsai. I already put an X here. No, I didn't put an X here. All right, here's an X for the Paranophita bidding. Malo 86. Hello. Morning. I saw house centipede for the first time in Marin County, California last year, and seen a couple more since then. Would it be worth trying to keep those? It's worth if you like them, if you find them interesting. It's worth trying to keep them. That's my opinion. Luch says, that's where I was when I was a kid and caught Lyme's disease. Looking in the woods, I got to go back down there with my kids. The Pine Barrens, I think he's referencing to. Loki questioning the climax that we're going to have at the end of this mini crescendo here. Also in Texas, in parts of Texas, we're getting into season for Atta, the leafcutter ant, nuptial flights. And on those ants is the world's smallest cockroach, just a little dude on the female elates. I desperately want Attaphila, the Atta loving cockroaches. I desperately want to try them. I have what I think is the perfect setup in mind. Getting them to me has to be perfectly executed. I would be very meticulous about how I command them to be packaged and sent to me. But I want to really give them a try, and I think I have a good shot at getting them going. I'm going to get those, says Loki. Do it. I will happily pay lots of money if you could figure out Atta culture or Attaphila culture. I've been looking for you, seen other queens of other ants around. Thank you. Here's Derek, everybody. The infamous Derek I mentioned frequently. He actually has Atta ants in the sidewalk cracks outside his apartment, so he's going to be looking for Attaphila for me starting soon. It should be any day now. The nuptial flights start happening. Okay, Paranophita lirata, going once, going twice, sold. Looks like Lizard Beans got the initial bid of 80 into Secure Thing. Let's see. I got nervous. Lizard Beans with a winning bid of 80. Congratulations. Let's get another thing up before I continue lusting over Attaphila. Very spicy here. We have a group of 20 Eublaberus Marajora, starting bid of $40. The day has come after maybe a decade of lusting for these guys. The Majoras, I don't like common names, but they are definitely getting the common name of Majora's Mask Roach because some of them do have a Majora's Mask on the pronotum. I've been lusting over these for a hot minute now. I love Eublaberus. It is my favorite roach genus. That is for sure. You can quote me on that. And Chris knows it is, and he has been quoting me on that. So easy to keep. They're the smallest Eublaberus species in culture. I think adult size is about maybe 40 millimeters, 4 centimeters-ish, maybe a little bigger, a little smaller. I really like them. They are based on nymph morphology and preferences. They seem to be in the Posticus serranus clade, so they like much higher humidity. Distanti and Biolii are drier. They prefer drier and do better in drier setups, versus Serranus, Posticus, and Marajora are in their own clade. This is my opinion based on nymph morphology and defensive secretions and other things. But they're in this other clade that seems to prefer more moisture. You planning on selling any Nocticola? Yes, there will be Nocticola up for grabs. Loki says, next week is supposed to rain. The Atta should fly afterwards. There's nests near me. Get on it. Go and check those queens. Even though there's hundreds of ant people in the United States and they're willing to send queens across every state line willy-nilly, and they're foaming at the mouth to pay hundreds of dollars per Atta queen, just forget them. Take those Atta queens and just toss them to the wind. They're going to fly anyways. Just toss them. Get the Attaphylla off of them, and then just toss the Atta to the wind. Don't even bother with them. We want the roaches is what we really want here. Elsie says, I can send you a picture of the parka blad I found. I'm not sure if they're the ones you're looking for, but it's worth a shot. If they are in more lowland habitats and not in montane areas, they're likely one of the annoying parka blad americanas that I want. Dynamo Terra, happy to say all mine are adults and thriving. Great. I forgot I sent you some Marajora. That's great. Loki's I am going to culture the Atta and the roaches together to kiss. Yeah, that could work. That's how it happens. The female founds a colony, and I bet the little roaches just bum around with her for a bit. And, people say my inbreeding, but Atta don't form multi-queen colonies. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. I can be wrong on this. I can be very wrong on this because I do not know anything about Atta. But the queens they form multi-queen colonies. So there could be gene flow between different populations of Attaphylla. But in the worst case scenario, you could get a female elate that takes off with like one fertilized female Attaphylla, and then that whole colony is founded by one female Attaphylla cockroach. So here's an X. Jojo got a good picture of the Marajoras there. They love each other. Got quite a few good pictures of them. Going once on the Eublabrus Marajora. Going twice. Sold. To Beetle Pixel was trying to assert dominance. Well, let's see what happens. Do the Control R. Civ with a winning bid of 87, undercutting what would have been Beetle Pixel's winning bid of over 100. The stars shined upon you, I guess, Civ. So that was good. All right, so we did two tasty things. We have the third tasty thing, an exceptionally tasty thing, might I add. We have a group of 15 Thorax porcellana, the vampire cockroach, starting bid of $40. This is I just realized this. I feel very silly. I said that there's only 5 species of epilamprine floating around in the United States. That is false. I forgot about thorax, and I think that's probably because they just don't register as epilamprine for me. The behavioral suite is so different from a lot of other epilamprine. They are called the vampire roach because the females actually feed the babies. They keep them under their wing case in a little dome, so all the babies are under the dome, and the babies actually drink the hemolymph and secretions off of the female's abdomen, off of up near where the wings attach to the thorax. So, but the babies cannot eat anything else in their first instar. Their mouth parts are modified only to pierce and suck the female to get fluids from them. IRL Zerg carrier. Loki was talking a little about the Adafila that we had talked about before, that they may wander over to other colonies. Sounds like Sicilians. Yeah, it's very. I have lots in common with this roach. Care for these. They like dry, high ventilation, good bark for scaling. Leaf litter may be important to their well-being. I haven't confirmed this yet, but they were found in like a leaf, like the crotch of a tree with a heavy leaf litter accumulation. And that I don't know if they need it for the fiber, kind of like Ischnoptera derapeltiformis do. I'm not sure. But I've supplied it, and they are doing very well for me. Again, good ventilation. I would recommend full top ventilation, half moist substrate, half dry, cork bark, blah, 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 on top of dry leaf litter. And ideally, I would say just give them a quick spray once a day. Just quick, just get some water in there. And they seem to do extremely well. I love them. This is going up. These are going up in the favorite roach category for sure, just because of how bizarre they are. And that's a good picture. Thank you for that photo gallery. You can see the engorged babies feeding on mom there. Jojo's got a beautiful picture of the stock. I've also been told that these originate from a single adult female. All that is in culture originates from a single adult female. Yet another case of this scenario. You'll love to see it. You'll love to see it. 75% of all roaches are Kyle's favorite. I'd like to see some hard maths on that, Chris, before you make such a bold assumption, such a bold presumptive assumption, assertive presumption assumption. Brain's all messed up. I'd like to see some hard data. But these are nifty guys. Here's an X for them. Lifespan, adult males seems to be 4-ish months. Adult females, females that I started the colony with are still going, so it seems like 8 months minimum, maybe a year or more could be possible. Oh yeah, these are my favorites, says Kyle 10 times a day. We need a Boolean to search by. Is this species descended from a single female? That's funny. Yeah, Chris, that would be an interesting thing to add to the future roach crossing. Is searching to see just a flag for descended from a single adult female. Yes, no. I could get behind that. We got too much on our plate already, but I really like that idea. You do know that we're currently building that data to prove your favorites, right? Now I know. Now I'm very much so aware. All right. Going once for the thorax, Porcellana. Going twice, vampire roaches. Sold. Two. Looks like wizard beans. Looks like lizard beans did a dominance assertion here. Lizard beans with a winning bid of 77. Richard was very close. I remember you, Richard. What was the starting bid? 40. Lizard Beans is getting just a pop and play bug collection after this auction. Thank you for noticing me, Senpai. You're welcome. All right. Let's tone things down a little bit. We're going to do a group of another first-time offering from Roach Crossing. Maybe TJ may have had these available at some point before, but these are notoriously one of the most difficult roaches. These will be going in the expert category on Roach Crossing, the overhaul. We have Beginner, these are the new categories: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and expert. And this species is going in the expert category. We have 30 Corsonura texensis, New Park, Alabama, starting bid of $30. If somebody could perfect the husbandry for this species, they have very good feeder potential. The problem is they're very finicky about their humidity, about their ventilation. Their nymphs are the hatchlings are like maybe a millimeter and a half long. They're very small, so maybe the dart frog community or micro feeder needing community could find a use for them. But they're just not just something about them is just not intuitive. It's just not as ironclad relatively as Corsonura parishii is, which is still an intermediate to advanced roach to keep, the Corsonura parishii. But yeah, this is again, maybe somebody can tap into this unharnessed potential to use them as feeders and figure out the ideal setup. But pay me $1 per roach. Also, here's why they suck. Hey, at least I'm being honest with you. But if somebody out there really wants to try Corsonura, here is your chance. And I will not dissuade other people from trying them, because maybe they'll say, oh yeah, I just threw them into this and there were millions in like 2 months. And I'll be like, wow, I feel really stupid, but now I'm going to do exactly that. Here's an X for the Corsonura texensis, freshly collected by myself, Angela, and Alan in January. This is an F1, captive bred F1, and God willing, I will get to a captive bred F2 this time. There is no guarantee. All right, going once. I'm not even closing my eyes for this. Going once. Going twice. Pass. They're on the pass list. Somebody wants to give them a try. You're welcome to. All right, let's do a group of, while I go to the bathroom, 40 Bursatria cabrera, starting bid of $40. This is probably my favorite Bursatria species due to its pretty striping and good size. It's the second largest Bursatria species, known and in culture too. I will be right back. Thank you, Photo Gallery, for posting the Cabrera Eye image. Nairot NX Bear. Welcome. You seem new. Also, everybody, please like the video. Thank you. I gotta keep asking that. Care for Bersatria cabrerae, same as other Bersatria care. Kind of good, even humidity. Not picky about food. Room temperature, warmer. People get results at just regular room temperature, but most roaches do like a touch more heat than that. Just a good beginner roach, and Bersatria popularity has just, for some reason, since I started keeping roaches, just gone like linear down to the point where TJ is concerned about Bersatria going extinct in U.S. culture, just because for some reason the interest in them is down, despite them being pretty big for roaches. Almost all the species are far above the average size for roaches in culture. Decent feeders if you have too many of them, and easy to keep. They don't need a lot of supplemental heat. They're not picky about their food or their harborage, etc. So it's kind of a mystery why they've been on this sort of steady decline. So, but fortunately, Roach Crossing maintains all 4 strains to this day, as I have for probably about 10 years for some of them, longer than that for others. This is the only Cabrera Eye group up for grabs. I don't know how much I should fight for them. This is the only Cabrera Eye group scheduled up for grabs. This is the only one. Does Roach price purchase one individual? What? Mad Dog says, I will bring back Bersatria. I appreciate that. Your battle-hardened words, your gut check of whether you're fit to bring back Bersatria or not. Here's an X for the Cabrera Eye group. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Mad Dog 4621 with a winning bid of $70. My first exposure to Cabrera Eye was some pictures on a Czech Republic or Russian site in like 2010 or 11. And they were actually Macropterus. The stock that was there was actually Macropterus, which the only variable wing length stock of Bersatria in the United States, the only variable wing length pure stock is Fumigata variety Pallida. And I should really check to make sure both wing types are still present in my colony. I feel like the long wings have been getting less common over time. Bree woke up with a sore throat and a stuffy nose. God is trying to keep me from buying bugs, but it won't work. Okay, let's do another fun one. Let's do a group of 25 Paraspherus punctatus Macau, starting bid of $40. This is the easy roly-poly roach, currently only one widely propagated in the United States. We've all lost Pygmaeus. I would desperately like to try them again and not screw up with them. I would love somebody to charge me an outrageous sum for 100 of them, just so I could guarantee that I get a colony going and have it forever. But unfortunately, that probably will not happen. But we still get a roly-poly roach. We have punctatus, which is so much easier than Pygmaeus. Let's look at the punctatus enclosure. So they take it quite dry. They've got some living Entomobria unostrigata in here. You got, it's moister towards the back, and it's drier towards the front. This is actually a little bit more moist than I normally keep it. I think I really hosed these down with the last husbandry. The bark is all pretty dry. And now for the fun part, because it's great to look into a container and think that it's empty, but we got to actually see some bugs going on here so we don't think that Kyle is just BSing. So we're going to move this out of the way, and we're going to lift this piece of bark to show off a healthy colony of Paraspherus punctatus. And then we're going to move this apple out of the way, and we're going to lift this piece of bark to show the many, many Paraspherus punctatus that are in this enclosure. And be careful not to squish anybody, although they have pretty sturdy exoskeletons. So much so that a lot of Pseudoglomerus and Paraspherus don't eat their exoskeletons, so they just pile up on the bottom. Elsie, I appreciate your enthusiasm over the Bersatria. He asked if there'll be pseudoscorpions tomorrow. It is unlikely that there will be pseudoscorpions tomorrow. OSHA violation string lights. Yeah, that will not pass inspection, I'm sure. Made my mom laugh the other day by picking up a mystery beetle and it started squeaky screaming at me. All right. Here's an X for the Paraspherus punctatus macaw. Again, the easiest of the three Paraspherus species that I've worked with. Although one of them, it was not very fair because they were all males, which sucks. How can I breed this if they're all boys? Don't answer that question. They just give me a good feeling, and I don't know why, says LC about Bersatria. 2028. Kyle auctions his firstborn to be able to buy captive bred trilobite beetles. I don't think I'd do it for trilobite beetles. I would do it for... I might auction my firstborn for... There's a Panestini species of roach from India or maybe Southeast Asia that has gigantic horns, like kind of like the mandibles of a stag beetle, but they're off the front of the pronotum. That I would probably auction my firstborn for. That is a really sick looking cockroach. Easy, Kyle. How much would captive bred Kyle go for? You don't have that firstborn yet. Perfect moment for Angela to walk in. Who said it was gonna be my human offspring? It could be my dog's firstborn offspring. I don't know. I don't think I could do that. I'm gonna fall in love with one of their first puppies, and that's gonna be it. All right, Paraspherus punctatus group going once, going twice, sold. To looks like Loki. I'm refreshing. Auction firstborn go. Yeah, that could be something actually. Sold to Lizard Beans. Upon refreshing, it is Lizard Beans with a winning bid of 98. Loki, I think Lizard Beans has shouldered you out of the way a couple times already. Starting bid, I offer $3,000 for that first pup. Oh, baby. Speaking of, quick aside, Nazig should be going into heat any day now. Angel and I have been saying that for like 6 months, but she's over a year old, so it's an inevitability. If she waited until fall, she still wouldn't. If she waited until November, she would be old enough to breed. If she, for some reason, waited until November to go into her first heat cycle, she needs to contractually be at least 20 months old before she can reproduce. Victor's all good though. So we could see puppies as soon as this fall/winter, but more likely 1 year from now will be Victor and Nazig's first pairing, or this is guaranteed, versus this fall. So anybody who's considering getting Gompers, get in touch with me. Let me know. we've got at least 3 people interested already, and we haven't really been spreading the news far and wide. So I'm going to, let's put another thing up here and we'll touch on this a bit more. We're going to put a group of let's do a group of 30 Bersatria Rothi, starting bid of $40. Roth's giant burrowing cockroach. Another Bersatria, turning into a mini Bersatria auction. Let's see. We have want those badly. What did you want badly, Luch? Was that about goats or something else, or one of the? Oh, Small Gwenny, I'm sorry I didn't see your thing. And a couple of other questions up here. Duke and Enzo, what is that cloth you have under the lids of your enclosures? It's muslin cloth. Small Gwenny, the Caribbean dwarf icepods do not want to retype the name. How are they for bioactives? Are they as awful as whites? They seem to be less destructive or less potentially destructive Trichorhina tomentosa, basically. So many people are singing their high praises. I would put them into a bioactive for morning geckos or a snake or something like that. I would feel comfortable using it for that. I would not put them into a smaller invert focused or isopod focused bioactive, in my opinion. Lizard beans, actually, I can be paid out of the auction for $5,000. Lizard, you should have bet 100 for free shipping. Someday I'll know if those past micropods are any good. Damn, I don't have enough winnings for free shipping. No, Lizard Beans, you don't have enough winnings for free shippings. Punctatus, I want those badly. Yes, they are a very covetable roach species. Small Gwenny, I currently prefer dwarf purples because mine are super protein hating. We don't believe in protein around these parts. But as far as innocuous dwarf purples, the what are the Phalaniscus baldonii? They don't burrow too deep in the substrate, so they're not aerating as much. They seem to stay in the top like half an inch, in my experience. And they reproduce really fast, but they don't seem assertive, or they are too delicious for things to really let them get out of hand, I guess. I have a massive colony of dwarf purples in my Paraplaneta fuliginosa colony, and it works really well. Morbid arachnid. We were joking. I don't know what species my purples are. Probably should get some good pics for ID. I think most dwarf purples in the United States were identified as Phalaniscus baldonii, but it could vary. We joke. We like to have fun sometimes. We have some fun here. My last statement on the dogs, though, is Lizard Bean asks what breed. They are Armenian Gompers. They are both 2 generations removed from wild imports. So Victor's, 1 generation removed. Victor's dad is an import, and Victor's grandparents on his mom's side are both imports. And Nazig's parents they're both 1 generation removed. Nazig's parents are both first generation imports from Armenia. Are they? I don't. How do I spell that? Cockroaches are nothing to joke about. This is serious bug business. Are they hard to care for? Which species are you? Which are you referring to? We've hopped many taxa here, from mammals to crustaceans to insects. We've gone all over the place. All right, let's wrap up the Bersatria rothi bidding. Got an X there. Going once for the Roth's giant burrowing roaches, the largest Bersatria species. Going twice. Sold. To Looks like Loki. I'm refreshing. Walrus has dropped a naughty word here. Loki with a winning bid of 52 for the Bersatria Rothai. Loki getting revenge on somebody here, I feel, perhaps. Let's see. We'll do a group of 100 Pycnoscelis nigra, starting bid of $30. The Shadow Roach. An easy parthenogenetic species that works well as a feeder. Dogs, pods, and roaches. Punctatus. Punctatus have not been difficult for me to care for. And Duke and Enzo, same. They're not very difficult. That enclosure I showed was the enclosure. They're at bug room temperature, which is, what did I say, like 65 to 85. It's gotten up to like the 90s here before, and it's gotten down into the low 60s a couple times. But that's, those are outliers. Would you take handmade arthropod keychains and bling in return for cool living arthropods? Perhaps. Depends on what species those were made of. It's cumulative for the shipping. That's cool. Yep. All you have to do is if you won something for $40, something for $30, and something for $50, you qualify for free shipping on that order. The only exceptions are dry goods, hard goods. Larger stuff is going to have additional shipping charges. If you buy something that requires express shipping, some stuff tomorrow might need that, there's more charges. And snakes need to be shipped through FedEx, through Ship Your Reptiles. So those are the exceptions. Everything else, though. It hurts me that I didn't win the Rothai. We might have more Rothai available, though. Small Gwenny, we'll have to discuss about merch creation. We'll have to discuss that. Here's an X for the Pycnoscelis. I'm going to read the Wikipedia article for Thorax porcellana. Blah, blah, blah. This ovoviviparous species carries 30 to 40 hatchling nymphs for their first two instars in a special recess under the domed forewings on the dorsum of the mother. During their stay of about 7 weeks, they drink a pinkish liquid secreted from between the tergites of their mother's abdomen. They also use their relatively long, sharp mandibular tooth-like processes to pierce the mother's cuticle and feed directly on her hemolymph. These teeth are lost after two instars where there is no longer a close association with the mother. So yeah. God, I want to drink the pink roach milk. Brand new sentence. Also reminding me of our giveaway, our next giveaway topic, which is a meme. It's going to be a meme-y topic, guys. All right, going once for the Pycnoscelis nigra. Going twice. Sold. To, looks like Loki got the first bid in there. I'm control R-ing. I love Dean's brand roach milk. That's how you turn into Roach Man, says Nairo Anaxaman and Anaxaman Bear. That's hard to say. Loki with a tied snipe over C. elegans for 39. Okay, let's do something more utilitarian. We have 300 Blatellini species, Malaysia. Starting bid of $30. This is an excellent feeder, not quite in the micro range, but this has been my go-to mantid feeder, and they have been working very well for that. So I get the mesh cube, I toss a couple hundred Blatellini in there, The mantids eat them. They're good for mantids up to like ghost mantid size. Will readily eat them. I love it. My plot is Roach Man. I have to decide to live in the sewer. And decide whether to fight or commit crimes. An axe man and bear. An axe, but the words are mixed up. There's an A in between the X and the M. An axe, a man bear. Climb or fly? They don't fly, but they do climb. They are very proficient climbers. So, which makes them great for mantids, because the mantids are all the way up at the top of the enclosure, or they're on sticks and stuff, so they need stuff that's climbing up and around where they are so they can actually grab them. So this has been moving into the future, especially for mantid keeping. These guys are top tier for me as a feeder for mantids. They're also squishy. It's another thing. Makes it easier for mantids to catch them and mortally wound them. And they're very, very, very productive as well. But they do not infest houses, I must also note. Here's an X for the Blatellini species Malaysia, formerly known as Ectobiidae species Malaysia. Hyperbeam says they jump very well. Stop singing the praises, I need to win. I'll try to zip it. Zip it was a click it or ticket. That's the zip it or ticket. Kind of afraid of mine, but they're cute, says Hyperbeam. Man, I can't believe I killed this colony a couple times. Looking back, I just can't believe that with how well they do now and how well they've been doing for such a long time. It's pretty crazy. Live and learn. Is it Hanging or Waiting on the Edge of Tomorrow, the Sonic song? I gotta look up the lyrics at some point. All right, going once for the Blatellini species Malaysia, the little penguin roaches. Going twice. Sold. To Ryan's Peter with a winning bid of 48. Predator tried to get in on that. Lizard Beans was in on it. Devin No Name was in on it too. Just a flurry rush there. Okay, let's do a crowd pleaser. We'll do a group of 50. Thoria Petavuriana. What did we do for the starting bid before? It's not going to matter probably, but $40. It's a good spacer between other more intense sets of things. Need a little bit of spacing. Would it work for assassin bugs as feeders? I haven't tried them with Platymeris or Satella, but I do use them to feed my Zealous Longipes. They do work for Zealous Longipes. So, yes, they work for assassin bugs, but I don't know if they work for the most common assassin bugs. Boo, rich people winning my bugs. My ants need food, it says Eukarya. That's it. My ants need food. I just got back because my washing machine sounded like it was going to explode. My washing machine has had one of the balancing things out for like 6 months now, and so it shakes violently. But the thing is, I'm not replacing it until I move, because I want to just run it into the ground, and then if I'm gonna replace it, I'll replace it before I move, so it helps sell the house. So I'm just gonna run the thing into the ground for now, and I'm not gonna get it fixed because it costs the same amount of money to get it fixed as it does to just get a new washing machine. So I'm just gonna suffer with the chaos for now. I need fuel. Time for pancakes. Any cohabitable roaches for isopods coming up? You can keep a lot of these with isopods. Mostly I would recommend bigger species like hissers. The Bersatria would work. The Blabberus would work. Stuff with good size makes the best isopod companions, in my opinion. All right. Here's an X for the Thoria Petavuriana group. Hoo-wee. Would the pill roaches work? I wouldn't necessarily keep them with most isopods. They kind of have drier preferences than many species. Maybe Porcellio ornatus, definitely a Porcellio scaber agnicai, maybe armadillo could work. Lizard Beans, my boyfriend runs a cleaning business, so these machines have more than earned their upkeep. 25 plus years old and still going. Yeah, the cleaning equipment at Angela's place, her dad wanted he wanted his laundry and washing machines to be, he said, just a step above going down to the creek and washing your clothes on a rock. And I second that sentiment. You don't need to make a smart washing machine. I think that's one of the dumbest things ever. Probably up there with a smart fridge, I would say. Why does your fridge need to be smart? Oh, well, it needs to notify me when, if the power goes off or the temperature gets too warm or something. Yeah, they already do that. They already have an alarm that just goes off automatically if the temperature is too high in the fridge. You don't need a notification to your phone that your fridge is too warm. It just seems my fridge needs to be smart because I'm dumb AF. Listen, if you're compensating for your own brain, that's fine. I guess I understand that. I can understand. I don't necessarily respect, but I can understand. All right, Thuria pediveriana group, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Beetle Pixel with a winning bid of 107. Beetle Pixel emerging to say that should not be underestimated despite prior happenings at this auction, this particular auction. All right, let's do a group of 60 Panchlora species giant, starting bid of $30. This is the largest Panchlora species currently in culture. Unfortunately, we lost species white. It was a multi-person failure. I take responsibility in the failure with species white. It's unlikely we will get them again anytime soon to correct our mistakes. When yellow Panchlora, there will not be any yellow Panchlora up for auction. My species Costa Rica yellow colony is not doing the best at the moment. It's turning around though. So by the fall auction, there should be yellow Panchlora up for grabs. But at the moment, unfortunately, no. The blue throwing Panchlora will be up for grabs, however. Yes, those will be the species Little Manatee, Florida. There will be some of those up for grabs. Again, not a refined blue stock, but the basal stock that does produce these odd bluish individuals here and there. I am working actively to refine for that blue coloration with pretty good results. That male in the picture, or the individual in the picture, was a male. And so far, I'm getting the best color on the females, which is a little discouraging because I don't understand why that is why it's discouraging. So, but I'm working on it. Any piss roaches today? Which is that species? How giant is giant? Asked Thylacine. Adult females can get a bit, I think, over 30 millimeters. I can check my records because I have measurements. Species giant green banana roach. adult male size 18 millimeters, adult female size 28 millimeters. I wouldn't be surprised if you kept them low density style like Alan does, if you could get them over 30 millimeters. Dubia pyrite, as they are now called. My friend Gordon Styron, who owns OMG Roaches, has bred blue Panchlora, unsure what species though. I would love to see some pictures if you got those small Gwenny. I'm really curious. I'm curious if they're from the little manatee stock or if it's a separate thing that arose elsewhere. Very curious. Sorry, Dubia pyrite today. Yes, we should be getting to those eventually. All right, here's the X for species giant. Well, Mesham asks about it. He's also been trying to selectively breed some flightless ones. Now that would be cool. I mean, it wouldn't be that difficult. You just have to wait for a mutation for brachyptery or somehow sort of tease them down to a multi-gene brachyptery by breeding the shortest winged individuals. Sounds like a potential roach crossing project. I might have to look into that. I like that idea. If he gets flightless, I'm going broke. A lot of people will if he does. All right, going once for the species giant. Going twice. Sold. To, looks like Richard. Doing a control R, though. Nope. Unalagia with a winning bid of 56 is what it's showing on my screen. Winning bid of 56 from Unalagia after a control R. Sometimes it do be like that. They say it don't be like that, but it do. All right, let's do group of 40 Loboptera decipiens, one of my favorite smaller roaches, starting bid of $30. This is a great species for co-housing with larger roaches. They're day active, surprisingly, for a small roach. They are day active. I've talked about this before. I think they probably have a defensive secretion or something, which explains their coloration. Add to the favorites list. You can quote me on that. But again, a naturally day active roach species. It's tiny roach species that can be co-housed with others. It is it's like they're mostly found in like Greece and like the Mediterranean area. Neat little guys. I like them. They don't reproduce tremendously explosively either. That's nice too. Oh, it seems like they have a more generalized Mediterranean distribution. I was looking at just one subspecies, supposedly. I don't know how valid that is. But yes, neat little fellows, neat little day active fellows. Thank you, Photo Gallery, for a beautiful picture. Here's an X for them. Get a little bit of the hype up. Add to favorites list, yeah. Going once on the Loboptera. Oh, I got to edit that to spell it correctly. Loboptera. Edited for spelling. Loboptera decipiens, going once, going twice, sold. To lizard beans with a winning bid of 43. Again, lizard beans once more, just Kool-Aid Manning into the side of the auction here. Kool-Aid Man through the wall into the side of the auction. Let's do this, a group of Gyna Larita unrefined yellow, same base stock as yellow. Starting bid of $20. This is these are the leftovers from me working to re-isolate yellow out of the original yellow producing stock. So looks like they're mostly yellow. They might throw a couple of the brown/white individuals. These came from Satchel, who originally got them from Bugs in Cyberspace. Satchel's had the colony for decades, or over a decade now. And so to restart the yellow, to make sure I got the same stock I originally had, I went to Satchel, who got it from the same person I originally got mine from, yada, yada, yada. Now there's several people. I think Exotic Wilderness is isolating some his own line of yellow Gyna Larita from the same stock. So we're a couple people trying to get back to a good consistent yellow line, and because I'm going for the same phenotype as yellow, it comes from the exact same founder stock. When I make the refined stock available again, it's just going to be called yellow. It's not going to be like yellow 2 or golden shower or whatever. It's just going to be yellow again. It's the same stock. So if you want to take that journey yourself, here you go. You can start picking it out. It seems there may be one or two different yellowy phenotypes. I selected for and always kind of enjoyed the more saturated yellow one, but it seems like there's more of a greenish yellow one that is popping up in this stock. It could be Hetz for the full yellow. I don't know. I'm going to play around with it. Jump in the pit, just like DashCon. Jump in the pit. All right, here's the X for the Gyna Larita unrefined yellow. Going once, going twice, sold. To Beetle Pixel with the definitive winning bid of 81. Beetle Pixel again. Do not underestimate Beetle Pixel. Lizard Beans. Chris Sniper will hit you with something on a blind side. Jojo will gobble up all those German roaches. You gotta watch out for some of these folks. Loki will slip in there too. I got my eye on some of you. Ice Beam too. Ice Beam will freeze you in your tracks. All right, let's do something that I think is fun, but probably nobody else does. We're going to do a group of 50 Botella Literacalis, starting bid of $30. The rarest Botella species, almost indistinguishable from all the other Botella species available. I have nothing more to say about it other than for some reason they were difficult for multiple Roach people to get going. DashCon dealt unimaginable psychic damage. I love that. Loki, that's a quote. I'm going to copy that quote. I am a big fan of the phrase emotional damage, but now as a quote of this year and from this auction, I'm going to copy that. Dealt unimaginable psychic damage. I love that. Thank you, Jojo, for getting the picture of that photo gallery. I don't think that's actually Literacalis, but whatever. Let's take a look at them. Let's see a happy colony of Botella Literacalis. For all the adoring fans out there. Whoops. Sorry about that. Headphone users, rest in peace. I gotta see from the side, get this thing to focus. They don't seem to be as fly-y as Botella Asahina are, which is very nice. We're gonna pester them for fun. You can see we got to also make sure they're not. Oh, there goes one on the table. Jumping off in my peripherals. I say they don't fly as one flies away. Anyways, wonderful species. You should all spend lots of money buying Blatella literacalis. I really can't say much more for these guys. Guys, I'm out of material. You may notice there are some hissers in this bin, and that's because hissers are nice for some small roaches because they're very hungry. They poop a lot. They seem to promote a overall good microbiome, and some small roaches, tiny roaches, seem to need a bit of that boost or like a bit of that boost in nutrients and whatnot. And another thing I've noticed that's important is they keep the food open. If you put an apple in with like a small colony of like Plectoptera or something, the apple will like dry out or could mold over, and then the tiny roaches can't eat it. You put a big roach in there though, they're always nibbling a little bit, they're always pooping something out, and there's always fresh food for the smaller roaches. Watch Kyle's entire colony fly out live. No, that'd be Asahina. Do you sell the pine cones? The pine cones will be for sale on the Roach Crossing overhaul. Those will be available. They are. I have a source for them that is willing to give me a great discount for buying tons of pine cones. So, are pine cones normally safe for all invertebrates? I wash them, I bake them, not because of parasites or something, but to get the resins off and to weaken it. That's not a Blatella. Is that a mite? I will be selling pine cones too. I get them locally. Cones not safe for isopods. You say that, but I use pine cones in with isopods too. Any Episymplos syndaica coming up? Oh yeah, we got some of those on the list. A lot of stuff is safe, especially if you got good ventilation. Loki is interested. Here's an X. We'll see if Loki wants really wants them. Pine cones are fine. Just make sure not to grow, trees. I prefer magnolia pods. At some point, it's just wood. I know I like to be very specific and over analytical, but at some point, a lot of this stuff is just wood. It's just wood in different shapes. Once it's lost a lot of its volatile compounds and whatnot, it's just wood. And it's there for the structural asset it provides. So that's something to definitely consider. Magnolia pods are nice. Lotus pods are nice too for stuff. They make nice, good microenvironments. I like the pine cones because they're very accommodating to all the little tiny roaches that I keep. They really seem to like them. They are just trees. It's just wood in different shapes. It's like that book where it's like how to identify wood, and the guy's got the little eyelid or whatever thing on the eyepiece, and it just underneath it just says, "Yep, that's wood." All right, going once, going twice, sold. Loki, you get the Blatella literacalis. You'll be one of only 3 people in the United States who, maybe 4, 3 to 4 people in the United States who have this species. So congrats. I have gotten some blackjack oak leaves recently. My bugs love them so much. That's good. Love to hear about happy bugs. All right, let's do another personal favorite roach. A group of 15 Polyphaga sausuri, starting bid of $40. I like these a lot, and it's reminding me I need to pester TJ for Polyphaga plantii again. I'm gonna pester TJ right now. I'm just gonna send him an email that says, "I want P plantii, LOL." We'll see what TJ says. Plantii is the prettiest polyphagus species. Saucerai is the biggest or second biggest next to Obscura, which isn't really in culture, I don't think. Plantii are beautiful. TJ sent me a pair or two pairs. The males died. The female is still alive. I sent her back to TJ. I didn't have any luck with them. A couple of reasons for that, I think, but I want a big colony of them. Plantii is a female polyphaga plantii, a very beautiful cockroach. Very beautiful. Dr. Appel would like to know your location about the Blatella species. Nairat says, I live on the northern Idaho-Washington border. I guess I don't see too many isopods directly associated with pine cones. It's not many isopods there, even. It's funny because if you go down to like Destin, Florida, where it's a mix of like pine forest and hammock and some subtropical hardwood stuff, if you dig through the leaf litter, you find all kinds of isopods there in the pine needles with the pine cones and all that stuff. So it really depends on the species of isopod and also where you are. That is a very inhospitable place to isopods, being so far north and probably kind of remote. Any new viewers, remember to like. Thank you for bringing that up. We've got 3 or 4 species. Okay. How you keep them? I've started keeping polyphaga other than Aegyptiaca on sand. So they got 2 inches of sand, kept half moist, half dry. Lots of crushed up, dead, dry, brown, rotted leaves on the surface. The fiber really helps their health. Was common sense, and I kind of shied away from giving them the leaf litter in the past, but the fiber, maybe the tannins from the oak, really helps their health. Here's an X. They're also surprisingly large. The common name is giant, Saucer's giant sand roach for a reason. TJ's telling me that his polyphaga plantii refused to reproduce, so I'm pestering him to send them to me in a couple months if he can't get any results. It's kind of how it works. Oh, you're not getting anything? Let me try them for a bit. You pick your battles, but we're all in this together. Have you ever tried stacking your polyphaga saucer? I know, but now I want to. Also, hello again, Josh Suds. Welcome. Going once for the polyphaga sauceri group. Going twice. Sold. To Devin No Name with a winning bid of $50. That's a good win. That's a good winning bid and a very good thing to have won. Okay. Let's do a group of 50 Theria regularis, starting bid of $40. The orange domino roach. I have ascended after not a decade. When did I accidentally freeze my regularis colony? It's like 2018, I think. It was 2017. After 6-7 years of not having all 3 Theria species producing well, I'm finally doing it. I'm finally living that best life. All 3 of my Theria cultures are in the several thousands now. Finally, after this long fight to pull them out of spirals and pull myself out of spirals and all that stuff, finally all 3 are doing exceptional, and I'm very happy about it. Can you see how happy I am? I'm obviously ecstatic. I can't even hold it in. Have you stacked your polyphaga sauceri, Joshua Suds? Have you stacked them? I love their twitchiness. I love the Taranchi doing the "I'm out" gif. I appreciate that. I appreciate gifs and images are preferable to chatter in the bid central. I will always appreciate a good meme going on there. It seems like lizard beans may stand unrivaled, so I'm going to put an X here for things. I got a 5 adult tall stack. Josh, send me a picture of that. I'd love to see that. That is phenomenal. So I guess I better not try to catch and sell or trade them. Gryloblatidie. The way they thermoregulate in the wild is pretty much only found in snow, can die from the temp of your hand. So, okay, on the Gryloblatidie, is that confirmed? Like, has somebody picked it up and it died in their hand? Because people also say stuff about banana slugs not surviving at warm temperatures, and yet people have kept them warmer for extended periods of time and not had any problems. So, is that confirmed? Or is that kind of like propaganda not to go collecting them or something? Any specific tricks to keep in mind with this genus? With the Thuria WW? Is that what you're asking about? All right, wrapping up the Thuria regularis bidding, going once, going twice, sold. To Predator with a winning bid of 152 with a snipe. Predator being extremely predatory now. I love when we get these legendary characters popping up, such as Predator now. Somebody post a Predator gif, please. Duke and Enzo have 20 species of ice pods and 4 stacks of 515 core. That's a lot of math I don't want to do right now. Are you interested in attempting to breed Texas ironclad beetles, the black and white one? Nice guy from a show will be getting me some from his house. Yes. Get me locality info for them. I want to try the black and white ironclads. I'm going to be ready this summer. I want them. I want to give them a go. Duke and Enzo, what you're confused by the statement of stacking, literally taking a roach, putting it on top of one, take another roach, put it on top of that one, take another roach, put it on top of that one. Saucerai kind of freeze up when you pick them up, especially adults. So you can exploit that by stacking multiple on top of each other. Key for the Thuria. I'll go into that when I get the next auction posted here. Thank you, Luch. I appreciate that. Very good. Let's do a group of 25 Bromphidorina, Portentosa, Masola, starting bid of $40. This is the wild locality hissing cockroaches, which you probably see in the tank behind me. I don't know if Kyle Jr. is obstructing it. No, right there. Kyle Jr. is holding up his little Tarsus to the Masola tank right there, as if he is presenting them. One of my 2 colonies of Masolas. This is the inbred colony from a pair that TJ sent me that turned into thousands. And then I have an outbred line that has unrelated, or as unrelated as they can be, individuals. So a cross of individual from this colony to extra ones that TJ sent me. So I have 2 lines going. Pretty soon I'm going to look at the phenotypes in both and say, yeah, this line or this line has more diversity. I'm going to keep it and ditch the other one or fuse the 2 of them. I really just want to keep the phenotype diversity. I don't care about my inbreeding, my blah, blah, blah. I'm just looking to preserve as much phenotypic diversity in the strain as possible. That's my only concern, just diversity of what they look like. Are bottlenecks like that typically bad for inverts? 99% of the time, no. They seem to have almost no effect at all. If anything, they may even be a positive to go through that as a filtering event. You get rid of alleles that are deleterious or detrimental when you go through a heavy filter event. That's why anytime I have a culture crash of something, I fight tooth and nail to keep the survivors alive, with the assumption being These survived whatever bad thing just happened, whatever pathogen, whatever poor husbandry, whatever bad temperature happened. These survived. If it happened once, it can happen again. I need to keep these genetics around for the sake of this strain in captivity. So it's why, unless I absolutely have to, I do not outbreed anything, unless I'm making projects. If I'm crossing stuff to get new colors or something, I'll do that. But I do not outbreed anything. I let them micro adapt to the enclosure that they're in. Genetics be damned, or inbreeding be damned. Gwenny, those small dubia are not from inbreeding. It's from improper husbandry. I'll let you in on that. And I'll give you an example of that in a second here. I'll put an X here for the Groundfordorina portentosa masola with this beautiful picture that JoJo has included here, showing some of the diversity of colors and patterns you see in this wild type locality of masolas. Humans are the same way. I don't know what you're referring to there. Which ones did you offer the last Bugapalooza? I probably put some masolas up for grabs at the last Bugapalooza. The three main non-selectively bred hisser lines that I have are the UCR, Cleveland, the Cleveland Aquarium, and Masola. Those are the three that I have, and I am always looking for more. But it seems zoos are losing their colonies of original stuff, and they're buying like pet store stuff to replace their colonies. I think it was the Toledo or Cleveland Zoo, not Cleveland Aquarium, one of the zoos in Ohio I contacted because I saw an old video that had some very interesting looking portentosa from like, I don't know, the mid 2000s or something. I thought, I want to get some of those. So I contacted them saying, hey, I'm a bug person. I collect different hissers for conservation purposes and whatnot. I want some of the stock. And they told me, oh, we actually added like pet store stock to that like 3 years ago. And I'm like, oh, it hurts. Itai. Audubon has mixed roaches. They use pet store stuff. Yeah, so it's I need that 10-gallon tank in the back corner of a university or a small bug zoo or something that they've just had for decades that they've never done anything with. That's the stuff that I want, which is where the UCR stock comes from. And then UCR lost their culture, and now they want to restart it with me. So I'm like, hey, how about you take some of these ones that are originally from you, you know? All right, going once on the portentosa masola. Going twice. Sold. To small Gwenny with a winning bid of 51. Congratulations. I like the ecstatic finally. I'll also go off on my tirade about roach husbandry and size and whatnot. For one, we're into the last 35 minutes. I'm going to take a break at 1:30 and then be back in 2 hours. I got to go outside, do farm chores. I got to come inside, eat, relax my eyes, relax my brain, relax my flapping gab here. Small Gwenny's been trying to get these hissers for 2 years. Well, this is your lucky Bugapalooza, bucko. All right. Let's do another fun thing. Let's do a group of 50. Euthyr hapa pacifica, Oahu, Hawaii, a species that I thought we'd get them in culture eventually. And I always hoped that we'd get them, and I've always wanted them since seeing pictures when I first got into roaches. It was like, oh, these are found in Hawaii. That's so achievable. Somebody can just go to Hawaii and get these. It's not that simple, unfortunately. So, this is Eucharidia with training wheels. They make a good addition to a larger roach enclosure. Blabberus, Bersatria, hissers, etc. Nifty. JoJo's got the good pictures. Also, I'm gonna add a picture here. this is the future donate button for Roach Crossing, as created by Jojo Macro. This is the donate button, and you see the very interesting ooth. The ooth is unlike any other roach ooth I've seen. It's almost as if there is no keel, or the keel is fused into the rest of the egg. I think that is either an anti-parasitic or an anti-desiccation measure that this species has adapted. So to get out of the egg case, unlike all other known roaches, Pacific roaches chew their way directly out of the egg case. When you find an old egg case, you don't even have to wonder, is it hatched, is it not? There's a little hole chewed through it, and that's from the babies eating their way out of it, which is very interesting. Small Gwenny says, if you're ever interested in the weird specific locality bugs, let me know, because you have a fat yapper and get offered stuff all the time. Of course I am, and I'll show off these the Pacifica enclosure. This is the bin. Here's the front. You can see how dry it is. You can see some movement too from the nymphs. They get fish flakes and then either apple or fruit jelly, which they don't really seem to eat that much. They definitely seem to prefer the fish flakes. And then you see the back end is pretty moist here. Full top ventilation. They get sprayed like once every week-ish in the winter and less than that in the summertime when it's really humid. But really, really easy. So much easier than I thought. Again, their baby's first Eucharidia. They kind of like similar conditions to Eucharidia. The ooth is temptingly bite-sized there, Kyle. The forbidden gusher. And temperature, I think these guys do fine at room temperature, not even needing a warm room. And they're having a good time. If I were to open this up, it's a weird angle. I don't know if I can, and pull back sort of the area underneath the fish flake glob there. You would see many, many, many nymphs. And this is after I almost killed the whole colony last summer. I let them dry out all the way. And I think I was down to maybe like somewhere between 30 and 50, which sounds like a lot to some people. But if you're trying to maintain a commercial colony, that's nothing at all. And yeah, and then they save themselves. Oh, there's a couple of them on the side here. Let's take a quick look at that. Oh, there's that guy there. There's an adult on the side too. The adults are day active and visit flowers and stuff in the wild. Here's a couple more on this side too. I don't usually see them up and about on the decor. It might be because this room isn't bright enough to really get them flying around and doing all their diurnal behaviors. But nifty guys. Any interesting roaches where you live in northern Idaho, eastern Washington? Parkablata might be there. There's always new stuff you might find. Balloon animal roach. Very interesting take on them. Here's an X for the Pacifica. Definitely a cherished. I'm going to keep overusing that. One of my favorite species, but definitely a species to cherish in captivity. And they will be with us for a very long time now that they're in culture, and we should be very thankful for that. I put them up there with something like Schultesia lampyridiformis, where it's like just the odds of getting these into captivity were against us, and it was done, and now we're going to have them forever, and everybody gets to enjoy them. So, going once on the Euthyrhapa pacifica. Going twice. Sold. To looks like lizard beans, but I'm not sure. We're going to do the refresher. Too late, add to favorites. Lizard beans with a winning bid of 87. All right. Let's do an actual Kyle favorite and a real pain in the ass roach. Let's do a group of 40 Latiblatella renai from Big Pine Key, Florida. Starting bid $40. And also, yes, Alan says refresh the live stream so it's up to date. It's more in sync with the Discord. This is one of the most difficult roaches to breed, definitely in the expert category. They are fast, they can teleport, they fly, they only like a very specific range of conditions, dry conditions with high air humidity. If it's too humid and too moist in the enclosure, they'll die. If it's too dry, they'll desiccate. Just a real pain to keep going continuously. With that being said, I gotta go to the bathroom again. I will be back. It's all his water. Keep talking. My mug's all dry. I'm annoyed. I think my other neighbor claimed dibs on the wood chip pile. I'm gonna text and see if he did. Tax stuff is coming over on Sunday. That's fun. Gotta tell Kim when to drop off snakes. I'm gonna say 5 p.m. Where's my neighbor's number? I'm gonna pester him. Did you claim the wood chips, you bastard? Let's see if he did. I'll be mildly perturbed. Do you know about chip drop? Yes, I do. And my neighbor signed up for it. It was wildly inconsistent in our area. He received like a bunch of logs after waiting a year and never got any mulch. Before I sign up for chip drop, I want to move. Once I've moved, I'll have a designated area they can come drop chips off at. Easy peasy. Everyone do a chant, release the roaches. I have a jar of organic bee pollen for my roaches. Always amuses me telling people that roaches are super critical to the ecosystem, that many are keystone pollinators. People are shocked. Yeah, that Texas biodome thing where they failed at excluding roaches and they end up doing the pollinating was pretty funny, I think. I feel like chip drop is very inconsistent in every area. Yeah, again, within a year, I would have thought that somebody would have brought a load of chips, basically. But, where I'm moving to, it might be a different story, and I can literally accommodate mountains of chips. So, and I will need mountains of chips for all this stuff. All right. Nobody pulling up their britches and going for the latiblatella? Nobody? It's okay. I mean, not everybody aspires to climb Mount Everest. It's all right. There have to be some people that don't want to. Just how it is. Oh, this boy of an earth of ours. Nobody. Most arborists already have a place to drop stuff that doesn't cost them anything. Yeah, I don't think it's that way in my area, though. I've gotten, over the past couple of years, like 3 bunches of wood chips from people doing stuff in the neighborhood, and the workers seem very eager. The project managers seem very eager to drop them off here. I'll just say, yeah, this is my address, and just go drop it all in the driveway. It's going to be a whole truck full of, are you sure you want? Yep, all of it. So... I just bought Discord Nitro so I can put funnier emojis when I get sniped. That's a good use of it. All right, latiblatella renai, going once. Going twice. Pass. I'm quite displeased with you all. It's okay. I understand. I sit here and say, this is very difficult to keep. You will fail. Blah, blah, blah. And then I expect people to be jumping with joy to try and work with the species. I understand. Doesn't mean I must accept this reality. Dewey's thinking about it. All right, let's do a group of... We're going to do a fun one next after that. Let's do a group of 40 Eurycotus floridana, Silver Springs, Florida. Starting bid of $30. This is the stereotypical Eurycotus floridana. The large body size, the overall dark maroon coloration. It's what's most often pictured for floridana, which if you are a floridana connoisseur such as myself, you know that Eurycotus floridana is a ridiculously variable species across its wide range from roughly Galveston, Texas, all the way down south to Key West, potentially. It's found on most of the lower keys. I don't think there's been any reported from Key West in a long time, but they're most likely there somewhere. And all the way east over to the Carolinas and the Northern Keys. There's quite a bit of variation across its range. Dewey needs a small, maybe medium-sized feeder for carnivorous plants, but you want them to be interesting. We've got plenty of small feeders coming up. That is for sure. There is no shortage of that. Thanks for tuning in and bidding small, Gwenny. My Nepenthes need a bigger meal. Yeah, sounds like a Blatella size something might be good. I've been using isopods, but need to graduate soon. Yeah, probably a Blatella. There's a weird gap in roach sizes between Blatella and like Nophyta. There's not. There's a bit of a medium size of stuff. Like the only ones I can think of are like kind of Paratemnopteryx. Afrostylopyga is in that size range, and Decaralampra. And then you get to like there's a lot of stuff bigger, A lot of stuff smaller. There is kind of a vacancy in that in-between range. All right, here's an X for the E. Floridana from Silver Springs. Ants that get in my house are too attracted to my nepenthes, so the pictures are always thick with them inside. That's a nice organic pest control, if I ever saw one. Going once for the E. Floridana. Going twice. Sold. To Mad Dog 4621 with a winning bid of 45. Let's do a group of 50 Ergala species, big black beetle mimic. Formerly Pilosa. Starting bid of $40. They are not actually Pilosa. So we're just now they're going by their common name, basically. We at least know their genus Ergala. But yeah. Alan says Vitalia pallida are kind of in between. Yeah, they're a little bit bigger than German roaches. They're kind of they're in that size area. But I was talking a little bit bigger than them, like between like pallid roach size and like lobster roach size. There's a little kind of a lack of stuff in that sort of zone. I guess the Parcablata lata and fulvescens kinda ish. It's a weird area in terms of like adult maturity size. I definitely don't want free roaming ants in the house. People complain about roaches as pests, but ants, especially have living things, are one of the most obnoxious creatures to have to deal with. For as much crap as Alan gives me for living in Michigan, and as much as I like the bugs that are found in other states, I cannot imagine the horror of waking up one day and finding out that your entire collection has been raided by ants overnight. And that has happened fairly regularly to people. That would just be a disaster. Be absolutely atrocious to find that out. Especially California, people get ants moving. And the worst I've had in Michigan, I think they were pharaoh ants that moved in at my parents' house for a little bit in a couple cultures. And I don't think they were killing things. I think they were just eating dead stuff. Still kind of made me concerned. And then here, Tapenoma pop up occasionally and just sort of exist. But the roaches don't seem to mind them. So here's an X for the Ergala pilosa. Ergala pilosa. Ergala pilosa. Yeah, that looks like the Ergala pilosa. Guys, my brain, I'm sorry. Ergala species, big black beetle mimic. They're not pilosa, they're big black beetle mimics. Forgive me, TJ. That those are they. Usually the males don't have that marking on the elytra, though. Usually they're solid colored or just a little speck, but it's fine. All right, Ergala species, big black beetle mimic. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Bob Harrison with a winning bid of 65. Congrats, Bob. You were very tactical with your application of the bid there. All right, let's do something super fun. Let's do 50 Reticulatermes, Arenicola, Silver Beach, Michigan. Starting bid of $30. This colony has been running since 2022. I had it I had one going since 2018 that died out in 2021 or 2022 because it dried out. They do not like dryness at all. Very easy species to propagate. I'll show one of the satellite colonies, I guess. This is one of a couple of satellite colonies that I have. Oh, I gotta show you all here. You can see a couple of a little bit of hustle and bustle in this one. This is not the main colony. The main colony is probably in the thousands of members. This is just one that I split off with just workers. And that's another nice thing. These guys differentiate very, very quickly. And by that, I mean, I guess it really took this colony a year to start popping off. Yeah, Silver Beach is in St. Joseph, Michigan. You can see the proper label. This is the same species they sell in those glass displays, right? I don't know. Maybe Flavipes. So some authorities list Arenicola as a within the Flavipes clade. What seems to be happening is Arenicola is a population of Flavipes that is rapidly evolving and adapting to living on sand dunes on the western side of Michigan. So they are by some considered a different species, and there is genetic evidence to suggest that they either have or are on the brink of speciating. So you got some damp sand here. You got just regular old hardwood fuel pellets up there. They go up and they forage in it when it's moist. Lots of fun. A good starter termite. Looks like it was called Termitat. It's offline now. That's interesting. All right, here's an X for them. So ETA from receiving these to you having a big flourishing colony, probably anywhere from a year to 2 years. It is a commitment. Still haven't 100% figured out my skunks by not having die off every week, and they are molting more. That's good to hear, LC. I'm glad I could help you troubleshoot things. They really, whatever we discussed about, I think we remember more bark, maybe more ventilation was part of it. But Kyle, Ants Canada taught us to use sketchy glue and stuff to feed termites. So the Flavipes, I think they're Flavipes from Alabama's last year's Alabama trip. They built their Tower of Babel, and I kept knocking it down. And then I put a polycarb over to get the humidity in the tank higher because I wanted them to be foraging more and making more babies. And they ate into the glue stick glue that I use here and formed a little chamber where several of them were gathered. They ate this hot glue here. They ate the hot glue. So yeah, you could probably feed them glue sticks. I don't know if you want to feed them to other things though, and it's probably not as good for your internal habitat. And Canada was entertained before I learned more about the hobby. That's what we call a gateway drug. That's what we call that. All right, going once on the Reticulotermes arenicola from Silver Beach, Michigan. Going twice. Sold. To looks like lizard beans. I'm refreshing though. Had a lot of people waiting for termites, it looks like. Lizard beans with a winning bid of 55. Lizard beans, you have a very large box in the works, and we're not even halfway through the whole auction. More termites. You know what? I've got plenty. Let's run more. Let's run one more. We'll do this faster. I say as it starts slower. We'll do a fast one because I do have plenty of them. If I'm going to crack the colony open, I might as well get a couple groups out. All right. Going once for the species Arenicola, Silver Beach, Michigan. Going twice. Sold to, I'm going to do a Control R. Sold to Ryan's Peter with a winning bid of 42. All right, we will do one more for these guys since it's moving fast. Last one, everybody, for the reticulotermes. I love termites so much. I saw his latest huge build, and he proceeds to dump a menagerie of predators and carnivorous plants in. Termites, no thanks, probably would start eating my house. Looch, fake invert fan, real invert lovers would feed their house. All right, here's the next. Going once on the reticulotermes arenicola. Going twice. Sold to lizard beans again with a winning bid of 50. Lizard beans really wants a thriving reticulotermes colony, it looks like, right off the bat. All right, that's that. Let's do a group of 50 Thuria Olagrangiani as we get ready for the break. Starting bid of $40. This is the Domino Roach. Those not familiar. Again, thriving for me, moisturized. I look forward to supposedly Thuria nuptialis is now in culture in other parts of the world. I really would like nuptialis. Looks like a very pretty cockroach. Really like it. Really want it. What are your intentions with my termites? Luch had a household infestation of termites. I'm wondering what species was to blame. Flabopes usually causes damage to outdoor structures. I think there's other species that cause the more like, oh, hey, the support beam and the support 2x4, the middle of my house is rotted out from the inside. My house is going to collapse sort of damage. I'm trying to think what species that is. The drywood termites do that. Reticulotermes are kind of innocuous. They still do damage outside, but they're not as bad as drywood termites are. Or if your house is superhuman, you get, was it Coptotermes formosanus? That's another bad one. It was inside the home. I'm not sure. I could look into it. Don't termites mainly eat wood that's already rotting? No, termites are able to digest fresh wood. They have enzymes, they have endosymbionts that do all that heavy lifting for them. They do kind of need to start in kind of moist environments, though. The dry woods probably get right to making a nuptial chamber and expanding out from that, but it's still pretty humid inside of wood if they clog up all the exit holes and stuff. And of course, from the digestion of the wood, they're making water somehow. I forget, mealworms do that too. I'm not sharing my children, says Lizard Beans. Like carpenter ants don't hurt your house. You have them and your house is already screwed. Carpenter ants do bore into wood. They don't eat it. They're just excavating. But they don't seem to like the diameter of stuff like 2x4s. That's a little thin for them. They like larger diameter wood. But they can cause structural damage still. It's not as, not as bad as people make it out to, but if you had some big structural beams made of wood and carpenter ants hollowed them out, they could really cause some major issues. So not to be underestimated, but you don't need the pest control guy from Terminix going around to all the houses in the neighborhood saying, "Oh yeah, we spray those big black ants. They're big and they're black and you hate them." And I'm like, I actually had this exchange with somebody I'm going to put an X for the question mark roaches. I had some poor young, by young I mean in his early to mid 20s, as I'm sitting here in my early 30s, schmuck come up to my door. I think it was last summer, and he was like, "Hey, I'm here in the neighborhood. I'm with blah 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 pest control, and we're just going around the houses, and your neighbors, they got those big black ants, and we're spraying for them, blah blah." And I looked at him and I literally said, "I've been waiting my whole life for this moment." And he kind of looked at me eager, like he thought I was going to buy something, like I had a problem. And then I said that they were the antithesis of everything that I do, and that just having a single spray anywhere near the inside of my house would be completely counterproductive to my means of making money. And it was one of those moments where it's not like, "Oh yeah, hey, door-to-door guy, get out of my hair. I don't have time for this, even though I might need your service." It was a, even if by some alternate reality I needed to spray my house for carpenter ants or something, I literally could not, and I will not because of all of this. So I do not keep any ants except for the tapenoma that kind of move around the house sometimes. So yeah, I put the kibosh on the guy. I was like, you were at the wrong house. Basically, you were at the exact opposite. I am the Antichrist of Terminix customers. Basically, the only pest here is you. I like that. Do you have any drywood termites? Not that I've identified as being drywood termites. I have I have those reticular termites from Alabama. I have an unidentified termite from up in the mountains in the Chiricahuas. I don't knowingly have any drywood termites. I do want to keep them, though. It'll be something I'll try to grab in Arizona. All right, we've been waiting forever for the Thoria bidding. Going once. Going twice. Sold to Beetle Pixel with a winning bid of $89. And we're just about at break time, but I think we got to go out with some sort of a bang for break time. So let's do a group of 100 Thoria Petavariana as our last thing before break time. And there's my alarm telling me, Kyle, you need to rest and eat, and also everything outside needs to rest and eat. Petavariana, starting bid of $1. Here you go, everybody. Here's the big crazy thing before the first break. I think he overlooked the punchline, Loki. Drywood. Oh, I overlooked the punchline because the stupid emoji heart for the live stream chat was in the way. So I only saw, "Do you have any drywood termites? I need to send a discreet package." I thought you said I need it sent discreetly in my package. I misread it. I didn't even see the "to my dad." Kyle's the Antichrist. End of thought. Mwahaha. What size phonarium should I put my 80 termites in? These medium ones. This will work perfect. You'll get a nice colony going faster in the smaller space. That's what I would say. AU Kyle, proprietor of Roach No Crossing Pest Control. Or it would be no roach crossing. No roach. You don't want any roaches crossing your table or something like that. Siv says, "I have had landscapers try and give me their card 3+ times a week because I have my front yard full of native wildflowers." Yeah, you can tell them to go fudge themselves. Any Zoetermopsis? No, but I'm working on reacquiring them, and it's going to happen any day now because a certain somebody present at the auctions has had a group reserved for me in captivity for a couple months now. We've just been waiting for good weather. Good weather's here. So they're going to make their way here eventually. The first set they sent did not survive shipping very well. So this is a larger set that should be packaged differently. And maybe we'll have some Zoetermopsis by the fall auction. Maybe. I don't know. I do love those little goobers. I look forward to excelling with them, hopefully. I still remember when I visited Washington and I lifted up a big red rot log in a nice foggy coast and saw like hundreds of Zootermopsis with the lights getting ready to fly. It was a magical experience. It truly was. Really, really, really unrivaled experience. I imagine that's what it's like to find like hissers in the wild or something. The degree of magic that I felt lifting that log, that piece of bark. Natives can look nice. Why are generic landscapers so brain dead? Need time to change and also availability of product. There aren't really mega farms of native plants per se just yet. Me finding Cryptocargus was pretty good too for the first time, I will say. All right, here's the X for the Thuria pediveriana. Maybe my most densely populated roach colony, possibly my most densely populated and healthy roach colony at the moment, even denser than my Pycnoscelis colonies are running. And this is the end result of decades of hoarding them, tweaking husbandry, being attentive to their needs, finally paid off. And it truly is a sight to see when there's a lot of adults in there. All right, 100 Thuria pediveriana. Oh, my 9 barks are starting to leaf out. That's cool. Going once. Going twice. Sold. And the lucky winner is Udinlagio with a winning bid of 155 because WW forgot the period. Oh, the upset of the afternoon so far. Much reading from Dynamo Terror caught a pair of tandem running wingless termites alates 2 days ago and put them in a terrarium of dirt, leaf litter, and a chunk of old pine branch. Dewey's been seeing a rise of most bioactive lawns. Have you ever been to Cuba, Kyle? No. Cuba, Kyle? No. I would not mind going, but I think I'm gonna, before I plan a trip to Cuba, very unlikely in my life, could happen. Planets got aligned. Basically, if somebody was willing to take my little baby hand and take me to Cuba and show me safe places and effective ways to travel places. But I'm really my out of the country travel. Okay, damn, Kyle got so hype. Stream flopped. Stream borked. Stream dying for me too. All right, I'm gonna put add everyone bidding is paused. Make sure that you refresh your stream. Make sure to refresh your stream. I am about to leave for a break, but will return at 2:40. Flopping for me too. I wonder if Nazig's jostling the Ethernet cable. I'm gonna have to go see that. She's been hanging out under the table a lot today, guarding her ribs that I gave her, because she doesn't want Victor to take them, but she doesn't want to just leave them either. She's funny sometimes like that. Okay, everybody. We're going to wrap it up for now. I'm going to get my little board ready here. I'm going to go take care of outdoor animals, touch some baby bunnies. Angela will be here at, I think, 4 or 5. She will be here for the remainder of the weekend. We're going to have a fun night tonight. I really feel it. I hope we get the same number of viewers as we had last night. And then, of course, Sunday is going to be nuts. It's going to be absolutely nuts. Not 420. Not 240. What am I talking about? I got to edit that. I don't want to lie to you guys. This is a 2-hour break. We need. I will return at 3:40. I need 2 hours for everything. My apologies for deceiving you all. 3:40 p.m. Eastern. Next topic. More roaches. Yay. Okay. Thank you everybody for attending this morning. I will see you all at 3:40. Enjoy the chair stream. Be sure to give you guys some updates on the baby rabbits and whatnot. See if there's any cool bugs out today with the sudden rise in temperatures. Again, we've gone from winter into spring as we have been doing the last couple of years. Get this all set up with my gamer chair. All right. Take care, everybody. I'll see you soon. Hello, 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 everybody. I have once again returned. Time to get my head back in the game. And I hope that you all feel the same. Let's turn this on to regular fan. These back. I get the head in the game, put my decrepit plants back up to the light. Maybe these tomatoes will get some true leaves soon and eventually be transferred outside out of their misery. I believe at 5, Kim is popping by to drop off the snakes. Sorry, I am a touch late. 5 minutes. Oh, I wish I could have gotten 7 more minutes. Then run away and join a witness protection system. Weird. Waking back up now. Oh, I really need to wake back up. Let me ping the world. Oh, I'm not tired. Let's see. TJ criticizing my polyphaga plantae husbandry. Seems like maybe he might send me some ooths to try hatching. I like that. I like that a lot. Give everybody a second to trickle in here. We'll just get a small Mimi bid thing going on while we wait for everybody else to rejoin us. We got 300 Simplici Palins starting bid of some amount of money that I can't remember, even though I just wrote it. My body really wants to take a nap, but I can't, so I don't get to. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. We got a lot of roaches to go through, everybody. We got a lot. I get my head back in the game. I'm sleepy. Even with the caffeination. How big are they? Like 14 to 18 millimeters ish. A good feeder, Florida legal, climber, non-infesty. My drink has gone flat. That's very unfortunate. I ate some deluxe mac and cheese. I skedaddled outside. Did all the farm stuff. Chickens, ducks, guinea pigs, quails, rabbits, dogs. Oh, I really feel like I needs me a siesta. I'll put an X here for the Simplici. Gotta start getting some momentum here. If you don't keep moving, you stop. Just got it. Did I miss Nocticola? No, we haven't done any Nocticola yet. We will, though. All right, Simplici Palins going once. Going twice. Sold! To Ellikins. With a winning bid of 35. Hello, Ellikins. Welcome and congrats on your first win. Oh! Hey! Don't dox yourself, but congrats, Elliot. Guess you really wanted some Simplici. All right, let's do a couple feedery type things. 500 Fetalia pallida starting bid of $50. Another one of my go-to species. Maybe one of my strongest producing roaches. I use them for feeding vinegaroons and scorpions and spiders. It's like my number one jumping spider feeder for Regius. Just about anything. The 10-gallon tank is so full of them, I really don't think that there's anything I could do short of not feeding them that would cause me to run out. There's so many. Satchel needs to do bug care, but Wi-Fi doesn't reach the bug room. How does it not reach the bug room? Lizard Bean says, I just add up what I bought so far and I'm sweating. Yeah, we haven't even really gotten started. We've done barely a page of roaches. I don't like saying that out loud. I don't like that. Oh well, Satchel will get a Wi-Fi repeater down the hall. Hello, Annabelle. Welcome. Here's an X for the Fetalia. We're gonna just spice it up, move a little quicker. I'm waking up. I'm starting to wake up, guys. Dogs are barking. Who's here? Going once on the Fetalia. Going twice. Sold. To Chris Sniper with a winning bid of 82. Okay. We'll do one more feedery thing. Somebody was asking for these. We'll do 200 Episimplici Sundaica starting bid of $20. Oh, this pen's almost out of ink. I got to get another pen. Drier preferring species very similar to Simplici. I have nothing exceptional to say about them. They make good feeders. They're fast breeding. They're fast growing. Maybe one of the fastest growing roaches. But as far as looks, nothing really to write home about. Maybe some untapped potential there. Annabelle wants discoids. Can they climb? Let me consult my guide. As some of these I don't remember. Surprisingly off the top of my head. All life stages can fly. Adults of both sexes can. All life stages can climb. Adults of both sexes can fly. Right off the Future Roach Crossing site thing, they look like they climb. So you say that, but then you look at like Parkablata, and they Parkablata only the adults can climb. So let's see, Episimplici. What are my measured adult sizes? Adult male 16 millimeters, adult female 16 millimeters. What's the best feeder for birds? There was a bird breeder with some fancy tropical passerines that was buying a bunch of Pycnoscelis from me. It's been a while now, maybe like 10 years ago. But they bought a lot. They bought like several thousand Pycnoscelis of different species to try for these rare tropical birds they're trying to breed. All right, there's the X for the Episimplici Sundaica. Going once for the Episimplici. Used to say Simplos. I think it's actually pronounced Simplici, but Simplici sounds better. Going twice. Sold. To Lizard Beans with a winning bid of 43. Did not anticipate Lizard Beans squeaking in there like that. All right. Somebody asked for discoids, so we'll do a discoid I don't think I've had on here before. Maybe not. Do 100 Glabrus discoidalis, Redlands, Florida. Starting bid of $40. These seem to be, some of this is just splitting hairs, but these seem to be a little bit bigger than Banana Bays. Could be husbandry, could be that I started with fewer and they had more resources, and the adults are able to get to more closer to their ultimate size than if they were raised in crowded conditions. But I do feel like they are a little bit bigger. Feeling. Facts don't care about my feelings, though. But they are definitely from somewhere very different from the Banana Bays. Do you use dead specimen to determine lengths of roaches? Nope, I use live specimens. You get good at maneuvering things without hurting them, even super tiny stuff. And for some things like Courteous, where it's kind of impossible to measure them without injuring them if you pick them up. Not always, though. I'll just, I'll find an adult on a piece of bark and I'll sneak the ruler up next to them and I'll measure. Try to err on the side of measuring smaller than they actually are. Here's an X for the Glabrus discoidalis from the Redlands. You have finger skills, sir. Yeah, it's one of those silent skills. I always thought you see those documentaries of the old guy in the Nepalese village who's been doing the village tattoos or the village whatever for like 80 years, and like somebody sits down to get like something done and he just kind of like twirls his fingers and this beautiful work of art is just done, or something like that. I always admired that. I hope when I'm 80 I still have like that sort of utility, and maybe with picking up bugs I'll still have it. Yeah, I could pick up a Pletoptera adult. I can pick up newborn nymphs of a lot of like 1 to 2 millimeter roaches, not by like picking them up like that, but I can coax them onto my fingers, like make a little cage and coax them onto it without hurting them usually. All right, going once for the discoidalis. Going twice. Sold to, looks like J. Bugley's Exotics JoJo with some weird distorted small text, but I think J. Bugley's got it with 82 over the 81 that I think I'm seeing. All right, next up we will do a group of 100 Gyna Caphorum, starting bid of $1. Nifty roaches, one of the easiest Gynas. Gynalyrida and Gyna Caphorum are sort of the sisters, the siblings of easy Gyna. Swayback, welcome. I now grow more isopods than my toads can eat. Any suggestions of other good herbs that can eat them up? As I'm not interested in raising other bugs, bad mealworms, and earthworm salamanders. Some people say morning geckos really love isopods. I bet the calcium's really really nice for them. Help them develop good, healthy egg shells when they are laying. I would suspect. Noitrova, who has returned to Discord and do not see in the live stream yet, highly recommends G Caphorum. I would like the conversation to stay in the live stream if possible, please. Thank you. All right, we'll put an X here. Somebody said they send me like $50 if I start italicizing the Latin names. That is too much work for this. Too much work. Feed the bugs calcium and dust them up before feeding. If you feed them isopods, it's probably some of the most bioavailable calcium that anything can get. So you probably wouldn't even need to dust with calcium if you're feeding them with. You probably run the risk of over supplementing with calcium, especially if you're feeding them isopods. All right, going once for the Gynecophorum. Going twice. Sold. To Patrick with a winning bid of 60. Congrats, Patrick. A good group at a good price. Let's do a group of 100 Hemithursacera paleata. Starting bid of $40. Luch says, I got those cool roaches. Which ones? Oh, I got those! Exclamation point. Cool roaches. Thank you for saying that. Can this little emoji thing here? It's such a pain. It cuts out like the very edge of what people are saying when it's over there. Hemithursacera paleata, 100. Neat little guys. We've almost lost them in U.S. culture a couple of times in the last 2 years. I think they're fully safe now. Got them figured out. Got them fully figured out. Their favorite food is sweet, sugary stuff, and they do way too well. Even if you just feed them like fruit jellies, the gin fruit jellies, you could probably keep them entirely on those. Probably. Not even have to feed them anything else. We'll put an X here. Thank you for the good picture, the close-up Chris Sniper. Swayback says, yeah, fair point. Under is so familiar. Overdoing calcium seems foreign, but pods are crusty and toads have lower requirements, I guess. Thanks. Yeah, I think we're a little eager to over supplement things in captivity. You look at the diet of something like, I think it's wild American toads in certain parts of their range, like over 60% of their diet is adult beetles of different types, carabids and maybe darklings, and probably a lot of carabids and staphylinids. And then in captivity, you look at people talking about like, oh, but you can't feed them. That bug's got a hard shell. They can't digest that. I need something with a good meat to shell ratio. It's like, what does that even mean? What are you talking about? And then two, have you looked at like the wild diet of any of these things that you have? Have you even considered that? You know, it's you got like, again, American toads. There's some perception that amphibians have worse digestive systems than reptiles for some reason. And yet there's toads that are eating like piles of hard-shelled, toxic chemical secreting beetles as the major component of their wild diet without any issues. So, I don't know. All right, Hemithursacera paleata group, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Taranchi with a winning bid of 67. Taranchi, congrats on your first win of this auction. It was well paced. Let's do a group of 50 Polyphaga Egyptiaca Sinai. Starting bid of $40. This is one of the first intermediate E roaches that I had extensive success with, and they continue to be one of my most reliable colonies through thick and thin. LCS, how big do you think the roach hobby will be in 10 years? I think it has the potential to grow exponentially very soon. I think. It's definitely bigger now than it was 10 years ago. So at least there's linear growth. But there's the fact that we document all kinds of stuff. We have all these localities. We've got some good, solid people at the foundation of the hobby that are passionate and who have sunk chunks of their life into keeping colonies going and informing people and being nice to people and all this stuff. And just the fact that roaches are so easy compared to, breeding blue tree monitors or something like that. I think it'll keep getting bigger, and especially as we keep getting more of the super duper cool species in captivity, people are fawning over. Non-bug people fawn over Pseudoglomerus magnifica, and again, that is a good gateway drug bug. So, Elliot says the paper that you sent is super short, 12 papers including citations. Yeah, give it a read. I have time after the auction. Lizard Beans tries to feed variety, and the only supplements I go heavy on are ones that just flush out in the pee, so lower risk of overdoing it. Yeah, I mean, you look at a wild crested gecko, and obviously wild animals are under stress, and they may not have the healthiest body composition and stuff. But a wild crested gecko looks more like a tokay gecko in its body conformity and shape. And then you look at the ones that are fed Le Pink sludge in captivity, and they've got rolls, and they've got things that jiggle that should not jiggle on reptiles, and yet they are eating a totally complete diet, so you could eat 4,000 calories of soylent and be eating a great diet and be healthy, but quantity and micronutrients and the ratio of stuff you eat is all very important too. Vitata was my relapse roach. Hello, William. Lizard beans. Crested geckos are truly the most domesticated reptile. Yeah, physiologically domesticated, definitely. The fact that they eat a pre-made sludge is a big thing. They're going to be any scorpions auctioned off? Possibly. I haven't figured out. If they are, they will be a Sunday thing, Kevin. All right, here's an X. I see Dr. Humroyd is eyeing the polyphaga. That's good for me. Is there a more domesticated reptile? It would have to eat human food. It would be my biggest criteria. And crested geckos, while we have developed a commercial diet for them, we don't really have a human food for them. So, I would argue that it's probably maybe some sort of turtle. Isn't there that one Buddhist temple that has like that last population of some sort of freshwater turtle that they feed like bread and stuff to? I think I would argue for that being more domesticated on a functional level than crested geckos. Tegus, maybe tegus. Then there's got to be a bit of a behavioral component to it as well. In addition to just the over one individual's life taming down. Any 6 spots coming up? Yes. All right, Polyphaga gyptiaca Sinai going once. Going twice. Sold. To Dr. Humroyd with a winning bid of 80. Long past everybody else. Congratulations. I kind of felt like that was coming. Doesn't make it any less good. Okay, let's do 40 Parkablata Zebra Montgomery Flea Market. Montgomery, Alabama. Starting bid of $30. It was nice seeing Parkablatta zebra in the wild for the first time last year in floodplain forest leaf litter piles of, what was it, cottonwood and beech and I don't think maple, maybe sycamore, just blobs of wet leaf litter. You go digging through it, you find some Parkablatta zebra. Really helped me to develop a good captive enclosure for them based on that. It's just like a mini mall. Are these folks keeping track on how much they're spending? He says Roly Poly's on a roll. Elliot says, all right, I'm off. Good luck with the rest of the day. See you tomorrow. Good luck with bidding everyone. And thank you, Elliot. It was good seeing you. I had a buddy watch over them, but he didn't, and I came back to all my roaches dead. Roly Polies, that's awful. I'm sorry to hear that. People asking if it's water in a pickle jar, and the answer is yes. Yes, it is. Thank you, Photo Gallery. Maybe dug up some pictures from Alan. Alan is who I got this stock from. We'll put an X here. We won't dawdle on them. But we have so much else here to go through, and it is a lot to go through. All right, going once for the Parkablatta zebra. I make a good small feeder. Going twice. Pass. All right. C'est la vie. They are there. Somebody wants them. Unfortunate. Parkablatta will have their day one day. All right, let's hook me up. 30. All right. Sold. Chris Sniper. We'll hook them up. $30. Chris, these might do well if you toss them in a sterilite bin with a bunch of like wet, rotten leaves, like the kind you find those millipedes in on the, was it like the along your house or whatever. Let's do one of my love-hate roaches next. We'll do 30 Rhabdoblatta rustica. I think I'm the only one in the U.S. other than Paul's Pills and Peds, if he still has them, that has this species available. So before, just as a precaution in case I screw up, if you really want to work with them, tap into that infinite power breeding potential, you should probably pick up this group just in case. Hey, no one wants Parkablatta. Chris wanted Parkablatta. Also, I'm realizing I should drink some of that electrolyte stuff. I probably need that. I love pickle juice. Pickle juice, olive juice, it's all really good. You need some electrolytes. That stuff's so good for you. Oh, sweet hydration. That isn't sweet. Yes, it is a pickle jar. Do you really expect me to just throw away a perfectly good jar? I mean, look at this. Look how nice it is. It's great. And I'm a big boy. I need large units of water and such. So this is perfect for me. And then duplicate auctions like Peds were. Yes, there will be some duplicate auctions, which we will get to eventually. If it's something very coveted, I'll usually say, this is the only set of these available today. All right, here's an X for the Rhabdoblatta rustica. Lizard Beans needs to pull the reins up on your spending. I don't think so. I think that's nonsense. We're invert keepers. We keep all weird-shaped glass and plastic containers. Padme says, did I miss beetles? You missed the display/big fancy beetles yesterday. We have grain pest beetles and maybe some odds and ends tomorrow, but today is strictly roaches. All right, going once for the Rhabdoblatta rustica. Infinite cosmic power that will crash if you don't split them or feed them off heavily. Going twice. Sold. to C. elegans with a winning bid of $37 to C. elegans. Sealigans. Okay, I did that. Let's do a group of 300 Pycnoscelis surinamensis dark, starting bid of $30. It's possible this is the strain that used to be called Nigra in the United States. It was mislabeled because we got actual. We got actual Nigra, which is much darker and has red legs. Roach says, some amazing beetles yesterday. I missed them all thanks to that dang earthquake that rattled the house for over a minute. I know I'm going to end up spending like $2,000 plus, says Lizard Beans. Yes, that pays for my goats. Yes, I love to hear it. Sorry about your wallet, but the goats are more important. I'm sorry. Sorry, not sorry. Yeah, Luch is good. Elliot was also in the area and was shook by yonder earthquake. Goats are good. Goats on Tuesday. I'm becoming a father to 2 kids on Tuesday. It's going to be great. The next 6 weeks of my life are definitely not going to be filled with hardship and maybe some sleepless nights. Oh, no. All right. Here's an X for the Pycnoscelis. They're just darker brown regular surnames, it seems. Firstborn bid. Going once for the dark surinamensis. Going twice. Sold to Chris Sniper with a winning bid over Love with Scales. Winning bid of $65. All right. We did that. Let's do another group of 100 Pycnoscelis. Whoops. Pycnoscelis Nigra, which we did before. Starting bid of $30. I'll probably grab the Roach Crossing pick for these because it's pretty good. Again, nearly black bodies with nice red legs. The Shadow Roach. Parthenogenic. Darn it, Photo Gallery beat me to it. Thank you, Photo Gallery. Appreciate it. Well, dairy cow ice pods eat up all the ivory millipedes eggs if I keep them together in a 10-gallon. Depends on how well you feed them and how good the substrate quality is. Padme says never keep ice pods with millipedes. They will eat the eggs and molting millipedes. I disagree. I have multiple millipede isopod communals with good results, both. And somewhere I have a picture, and I may have sent it to somebody in this chat, so if you have that picture, please find it and link it, of the best my Centrobolus splendidus colony ever did was with a gigantic colony of Porcellio scaber CF formalucitanus lava breeding in with them. There were hundreds of millipedes and hundreds, maybe upwards of 1,000 isopods in a 10-gallon tank, and both continued to breed like mad with no issues. So it really depends, in my experience, on the quality of your substrate and how often you do husbandry and the conditions within your bin. What outcompetes what, or if they can coexist successfully. Elsie says, it makes me happy knowing the money I spend on bugs is going to a good cause, Kyle. That's nice. No millipedes. Isopods are too protein hungry. It's nice to kid, isn't it? It's nice to joke. I'm a fun guy. I have a fun time here. All right. Here's the X for the Pycnoscelis nigra. And then there's other things like, oh yes, keep roaches and springtails together. Great, the springtails will do great, and the roaches will be fine. Well, you've got two sides to that. You can have something like Eublaberus, where eventually they will just become so densely populated and churn up the substrate so much and eat so much of the substrate that springtails can't even survive. So Eublaberus will outcompete springtails over a long period of time. Flip side, you get a bunch of Entomobrio unostrigata in with a species like Eulastoblata, like the species from Ocala, or Destin, and the springtails will outcompete the baby roaches, so they'll cause the roach colony to crash. So it's very contextual and very species specific interaction, and also time factors in how long the culture runs for. Going once on the P. nigra, going twice, sold. To C. elegans with a winning bid of 42. C. elegans really waking up this batch of this part of the auction. All right, let's do some 25 Rhyperobia maderi, starting bid of $40. Rhyperobia, another genus that I say this all the time, broken record Kyle, never really had a heyday in the U.S. and seems to just kind of always be teetering on the edge of people losing them. By losing them, I mean just not having an excessive interest in them. They're interesting. They are smelly. They smell like cigarettes. It's a common sentiment that they smell like cigarettes. They squeak when picked up. I find that endearing. They also, like many other non-hisser Oxyhaloene, they do like to poop when picked up. If a giant picked you up, you would probably poop too, so we can't fault them too much for that, can we? We'll put an X here. Joy wishes to find joy in the Rhyperobia maderi. I appreciate that. That's a valiant effort, looking for joy in them. When I have my own reptile room, I'm gonna go ham in these auctions. You mean you haven't already gone ham? All right. Rhyperobia maderi, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Joy with a winning bid of $41. Joy, congrats on your first win. I hope they bring you much joy. Let's do a group of... let's do some fun stuff. A group of 12 Princessia Van Weerebecki, Androhamana genetics, either full or 50% Andro. Starting bid of $40, and I'm going to tag Loki because Loki won first right of refusal. So how this will work is either whatever the winning bid is or lower on these, Loki will be offered a set at this price. The winner of this auction obviously will win what they have bid on as well. I feel like there was more last time. Will there be any bluish Planclora? Yes, those are coming up. We still got many pages of roaches to get through. We're only halfway through, LC. Not even quite that. He's better organized, though, this time. Better organized, but we still have this whole thing to go through. And it'll be easier to kick it up when there's more people on bidding. We do have 50 people here. Ham equals the auction is just for me. So maybe in a couple hours, the pace will start to really snowball. But we do have a lot to go through. Maybe post a invertebrate dude picture of the Androhomanas. Wait, I have a picture somewhere. I used it to create. Used it for the. There we go. Thank you, photo gallery. I used it for the promotional material for this very auction, and the image is not uploading. Why is it not uploading? There we go. Loki, you don't have to bid. Loki, I don't know if you're there. You don't have to bid. You already got it. Unless you want double, you don't have to. You're technically only hurting yourself by bidding, by driving up the interest. You could relax. What's the care like for them? More humid than most hissers. All the people who got pure andros seem to have failed with them, unless these are pure andros, which they could be. It's a very long story, but they are at least half Androhomana hissers and possibly half hobby strain. Oops, take backsies. All right, that's fine, Loki. Again, don't shoot yourself in the foot. It's advantageous for you not to bid in this situation. All right, here's an X. Androhomana is a pure locality of hissing cockroach. Also, I think it's in southeastern Madagascar. Despite our tiny Ars Expo having little variety, someone was selling Princessia of Rebecca. Curious what line they were from, if they were compromised or not. All right, we have an X for the Princessia situation. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To invertebrate dude, TJ. TJ, why did you bid? I know you meant 55, but TJ, you were already going to get some of these. You don't need to bid. 2, that's about it. I'm going to note we're going to say, TJ, again, I'm going to disqualify you from this, TJ, because you were already getting a group of these. You do not need to bid or pay for them. So I'm going to award it to Ice Beam with the second closest winning bid of 56. Ice Beam, let me know if this is acceptable. You are welcome to back out of this as well. And that will also be the price that I will offer them to Loki at for the set that they won the first rights to. Androhomana Influence 12. So Loki, if you would like to purchase a group of these, all right, Ice Beam wins a group at winning bid of $56 because TJ is disqualified because I said so. And Loki, would you like to get your group for the same price? Let me know. I will take mine for 40. It will be for the winning bid of $56 for them, but you got the first right to purchase them. I will write that down in here. That was again, that was assuming there were very few that were produced. You would get the first dibs, but we have enough to share. I think you should make TJ pay $505. It'll make you sit down and interview more exciting. We could force TJ to pay that money to Alan to go catch us Texas bugs. We could get a riot with pitchforks together to do that. I think TJ might actually be okay with that. All right, that's enough of the weird shenanigans, semantics, bidding section thing. Let's do some 100-ish Noptera, Rufa, Costa Rica. Starting bid of $40, the strawberry roach. Actually, not the worst common name for that species before it was identified. Rufa meaning rufous or red, reddish. Strawberry is not too far off from that. So it works. Strawberry longwing roach. Only if you pay the other $540, $450, Chris. I'll put 1,000 towards Alan's trip for a cut of the bugs. Alan, are you here? Alan, get in here. Half the work's done for you, Alan. It's done, Alan. I'm gonna ping him on Discord. Alan, get on the live stream right now. Oh, hey, Alan changed his name from Dead Man to Cute Bear and brought back the old profile picture. I appreciate that. I pestered Alan. Started a GoFundMe. Again, I said I'd do an auction to fund him. He said he'd need about $2,000. If I got with Alan, will y'all give me money too? Alan needs to calculate how much muns everything is going to cost with two people. I kind of assumed it would be super cheap because Alan will live like an animal, and that makes him incredibly efficient at collecting bugs. With tiers for what size cut of the bugs? Well, Chris is getting a big cut of the bugs, it sounds like, no matter what. Alan is currently rescuing plants from local development site. All right, Alan, Chris wants to fund at least half of your estimated value for your trip. Just letting you know that your Texas trip becomes more and more realistic by the day. Also, the trip will be in mid-September if it happens. Well, boy, we got all kinds of time to raise all this money for Alan and potentially Satchel to go on this trip together. You guys could. Do I send feet pics to Chris? I mean, that could be a perk, could be a bonus. And what kind of cool plants? Sorry, you have said details before I missed them. All right, have some conversation here. We'll just forget about the auction going on. That's okay. Nothing important. We'll put next here for the strawberry logwing roaches. I really appreciate the Bugs Bunny gif. We got to give that a heart. Please steal all the snails on this trip, too. Everybody just like begging Alan to go die in the deserts of wasn't part of Texas like a substantial part of it used to be called Louisiana. Yeah, it was like everything west of the Mississippi was Louisiana. Alan dying in the deserts of Louisiana, trying to collect hooded spider ticks and gymnetus, and what else is gonna be out? Megasoma, those weird web spinners, all that stuff. Very very funny, folks. All right, going once on the Ischnoptera rufa, Costa Rica. Going twice. Sold. To Circa with a winning bid of 41. Okay. Let's do a group of 100 Blaptica dubia amber. John Frost's marvelous creation, starting bid of $40. This is the line bred dubia strain that is better than pyrite. I will not contest that. He did a wonderful job, about a decade's worth of work isolating this phenotype. They breed true. They're beautiful. Thank you, Photo Gallery, with a picture. I think that was from one of my blog posts there showing a nymph and the adult females. Adult males are still nice, but not as impressive as the females and the nymphs, which are gorgeous. They are gorgeous. Mwah. The first, I guess the second black tiger hissers have been around for a while. We really don't know if they were picked out of a colony or if they were always like that. I think they were selected for, so they might be the first consistent roach mutant. Then you got some simple recessive stuff. But as far as complex traits, these Amber Dubia and the LLE Mahogany are kind of the first really hardcore. Well, there's the Black Paraplaneta. I guess they're in the top 10, the first 10 of the future of roach keeping morphs. No problems with hardiness either. Oh yeah, brown Panchlora. Alan and Satchel can find what I think is a native Panchlora to Texas. Showed up on INAT a lot. Texas is just so close to Mexico, and there's billions of Panchlora all through Central and South America. So I bet that brown Panchlora is just undersampled, and I bet that it's native to Texas. So, yes, the old gold dubia line did not have very good vigor. It had lots of problems with the exoskeleton kind of breaking down and not being very fecund, which these ambers do not have. They are every bit as sturdy and prolific as regular dubias are. All right. Here's an X. Dr. Humroyd again really wants something. You might be an uphill battle. Dubia, 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 dubia. I crossed pyrite to amber. I've got my F1 now. I'm growing them up. I'm going to see what we get out of it. What I don't even know what I'm doing because the males are pretty similar, but the females between pyrite and amber are very different. So I'm curious what I even want out of this project. But we'll see when the nymphs grow up what cool color forms I can start selecting for. I can no longer afford. I should breed for an all black dubia. That would be pretty cool. I can no longer afford. All right, going once on the amber dubia. Going twice. Sold. To Predator. I think sold to Predator. I think I'm refreshing. Do you have a locality dubia today? No, I don't. I wish I did. That'd be pretty sick. Predator beating Chris Sniper with a winning bid of 102 instead of Alien versus Predator. It's Sniper versus Predator. So it's an interesting crossover movie concept. Love it. Will we do more Paraplaneta australacei? Maybe. Any rare uncommon panchloric going up? Yes. Pyrite is... I'll explain pyrite in a bit. We will have wild type dubia. We will have some pyrites going up too. Let's do a group of 100 Balta Notulata, starting bid of $40. Predator getting back to his bids. Yeah, it's the dynamics over time of who's involved and who's the heavy hitter is fascinating. There's a whole meta. There's a meta of how to bid too, like who to bid against and when to bid. With Beetle Pixel usually jumps up by about $15 from the leading bid when really wanting to secure something. Chris Sniper will make a very secure higher bid on some semi-active, unactive bids to secure something. Dr. Humroyd will just blow everybody right out of the water with a very high bid off the bat. And Lizard Beans is pretty good at sniping, pretty good at low energy sniping, I would say. Orang Mango doesn't like Balta Notulata, at least. Don't expose their secrets. I've gotten a lot of really dark dubious pop up. It's doable, I assume. Yeah, that's why I would like to do it. Is there another break plan today, or are you going till you're done? I have to stop to accept snakes from Kim when he gets here at 5. Angela will probably be here at a similar time. I would like to embrace her and feel the touch of another human being for the first time in a couple days. And we'll probably do like an hour break at like 7-ish or something for me to eat, and then it'll be all night, as long as I need to. All right, here's an X for the Balta Notulata. Friendly reminder, we're only on like page 2. We still have we have so much ground to cover. Okay, I'm going to pick up the pace now. We got to cover some ground ASAP, or we're going to get too far behind. Balta Notulata going once, going twice, sold to Richard with a winning bid of 42. Now that I'm finally woken up, Richard's first win. Richard and Loki, I believe, are a tag team. Don't mean to out anybody, but what are some notable names coming up? Leptorina Davidii, another Eucharidia, more Aranavega, more Leptorina, Pseudoglomerus, more Panchlora, more Thuria, all kinds of stuff. We got all kinds of goodies. All right. Next up, we have a group of 5 gravid adult Bantua robusta. These should pop any day now. Starting bid of $40. So this is another pop and play colony. Bantua robusta Namibia. I need to add that to the information. If you want the species, really a very wonky roach species. Certainly one of the oddest. I'm going to edit to have the locality. Edited for locality. The robust barrel roach. Lizard beans, us gay, cuz ye, me too. Don't know what that means. Taranchi's interested. Okay, here's an X. This is the only group of Bantua going up at this auction. There will be more at the fall auction. This is the only group at this auction. So if you want Bantua, here's your chance. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Taranchi with a winning bid of 45. Taranchi getting in on some upper mid-tier plays here, so it would seem. All right, we have a group of, last group of these, 30 Bersatria Rothi, starting bid of $40. This is the last group going up for grabs at the whole auction of Bersatria Rothi. You still have some other Bersatria to go through, but this is the last Rothi group. All right, here's an X. Kyle confused by homosexuality. Wouldn't be the first time, won't be the last. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Mad Dog 4621, winning bid of $40. I think this faster pace is really benefiting a couple of people here for some things. All right, we're going to do a group of 50 Gyna bisanulata, starting bid of $50. The Patchwork Roach. Sculpturata seems to be the rarest Gyna now. Lightning round, not quite a lightning round, Dylan. Also welcome. We're going to have give me gay roaches, please. I guess the closest thing to gay roaches would be probably like Pictoscalus or something, self-cloning. I've never seen I've seen homosexual behavior, but it's weird with one roach. There was once I saw two Blabberus fusca males. One was like trying to court a female next to another male, and it like went to like shove its abdomen under the other one, but the other one thought that it was the female being receptive. And so the two males hooked phallomeres and they got stuck and they couldn't get away from each other. And I don't remember how the situation resolved itself, but that was probably the closest thing I've seen to homosexuality in roaches was that. But at least the balls didn't touch. That's the key. Annabelle got my Sculpturata from you. I love them so much. Should throw in some reverse auctions like last time. That was fun. Oh, yeah. Well, we got all kinds of fun things planned here. Here's an X for the Gyna bisanulata. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Bob Harrison with a winning bid of 65, far ahead of the pack, beating out even Beetle Pixel's later bids. You gotta watch out for this. Sometimes you'll see that posted, and everybody will just think, yes, all of these bids, it's all the same. It's all bids going all the way down. But alas, there was another beforehand. All right, let's do some 200 Carablata, Lutea, Brooksville, Florida. Starting bid of $30. This is an excellent native, tiny micro feeder roach. pretty easy too compared to other species of tiny roach. They seem pretty tolerant of a wide variety of humidities and conditions and whatnot. A steel F's. Yeah, Bob really schlipped on in there. It happens. But we are going full steam ahead here. We'll put an X here. Chris Sniper with a 35 versus Keen the Snake in his 31. I put an X, so we're going to go into countdown. Going once. Going twice. Sold. Two. I'm going to control refresh, but I think Chris got it. I think so. Chris versus Predator. The Sniper versus Predator. Chris Sniper with a winning bid of 45. Incredible. I'm loving the duels, everybody. I'm loving them. All right, let's do a group of 50 Theria Regularis starting bid of $50. I think that was the starting bid before. Not like it matters. It's definitely going to go up. Did $40 before, but it's not gonna stay this. It's already we're already beyond. We are already in the beyond. That's okay. One day we will all be in the beyond, and I can only hope that it is the afterlife is filled with roaches. I can only hope. Lots of interest and intrigue here. I like Dewey. Thank you for that gif. Conversation is not appreciated in the bid channel, but a good meme, good gifs and images, I do appreciate, and I definitely allow that. All right, here's the X for wrapping that up. I was starting to think I'd have to surrender my name. How big are these? Theria regularis are about, I think the biggest female I've seen was about 30 millimeters. Males more on the order of like 25-ish millimeters. Any Polyphagus sauceri coming? We did all the Polyphagus sauceri, unfortunately. All right, Theria regularis group, going once. Going twice. Sold. Two, looks like Beetle Pixel beat out Loki just barely. Well, we're going to see. I'm refreshing. Let's see. Beetle Pixel with a winning bid of 115, tying Loki's winning bid of 115. Thank you for that, lizard beings. That's a very amusing image. All right, keep going. We'll do 40 Aranavega, Boliana, McAllen, Texas. I really like these guys. I think they were collected as an afterthought on one of Alan's trips, and they ended up being my most reliable line of Boliana. Bernie's pretty reliable too, but I like them. Maybe TJ has pictures of them. I have a small or a medium faunarium full of them behind Kyle Jr. over there. Like them. Mew says, Mew, I wonder if it'd be worth it to consider putting a general size range in the auction message. A lot of people ask about size. Yeah, by the time the next major auction happens, Roach Crossing overhaul will be up and all that information will be on there. And it will be much easier to find as well. So, yes, I agree with your idea. Yes, I like it. But it's also going to be a little redundant and more time-consuming. So, all right, here's the X for the Aranavega, Boliana, McAllen, Texas. I don't know why Dr. Humroyd is bidding on it, because Dr. Humroyd already has several hundred of these from me. What are you doing, you mad lad? Why? Do you just love them that much? All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Dr. Humroyd, who is at some point should if not already, has a larger colony than me or anybody on the planet of this strain in particular. What are you doing with my cockroaches? What are your intentions with my cockroaches? Michaela. All right, we're going to do a group of 100 Pycnoscelis indicus, no locality, EU, hobby stock. Starting bid of $30. This is just the regular run-of-the-mill hobby stock of indicus, not like the AIA that we had available earlier. Just the stock I've had for quite a while, and is it getting about that time of day where I got to put the shade down? Looking like it's getting about that time of day. They do look like tasty chips. Dr. Hemorrhoid has fully embraced the villain. Yeah, I wouldn't say he's necessarily the villain, but anybody here want to apply for being the heel in the auctions? I love the concept of the heel. If anybody wants to be the heel, Chris Sniper was kind of the heel for a while, but I feel like hasn't really gotten under anybody's skin the same way in about 2 auctions, maybe. Not saying that's a bad thing, but again, we need a what does the heel? Let me look up playing the heel. Heel is a professional wrestling term. A wrestler who portrays a villain, bad guy, or rule breaker and acts as a antagonist to the faces, who are the heroic protagonist or good guy characters. Not everything a heel does must be villainous. Heels need only to be booed or jeered by the audience to be effective characters, although most truly successful heels embrace other aspects of their devious personalities, such as cheating to win or using foreign objects. The role of a heel is to get heat, which means spurring the crowd to obstreperous hatred, and generally involves cheating in any other manner of socially unacceptable behavior. So we need acceptably unacceptable behavior from a heel. You think Dr. Hemorrhoid is a heel? We should have a vote. Somebody, everybody in the chat, recommend who you think the heel of the auctions is. I'm going to put an X here. Give me your suggestions for who you feel the heel of the auctions are. I vote yes. I'll put it up. We'll put it to a vote. Lizard Beans, Predator, Chris Sniper, Dr. Hemorrhoid, Kyle V2. Anybody? Excuse me. All right. We need one more. We got 4 people. Beetle Pixel? You think Beetle Pixel's a heel or could be a good candidate? You're not trying if you're not cheating. Hilarious. Alan is the hero. Whoever stole his bid last night. Loki's been in there in the past. I don't think currently. I think I would give it to Beetle Pixel. So I'm going to put it up. Start a poll. Who is the heel of the April 2024 Bugapalooza? We need Beetle Pixel, Dr. Hemorrhoid, Chris Sniper, Lizard Beans, and there is one more. Oh, I can only do 4. I can only do 4 options in the poll. Who else were we talking about? We were talking about Predator. Lizard Beans or Predator, Dr. Hemorrhoid. I'm going to see Ryan's Peter. Chris Sniper isn't even the true sniper anymore. Maybe we got Chris. Chain says this one person. Predator needs to be in here, but I feel like this roster is so tight. Lizard Beans hasn't really pushed anybody out of the way. Did we put an X for this? All right, we're going to wrap up the Indicus really quick. 100 Pycnoscelis Indicus going once, going twice. Sold. To Bob Harrison with a winning bid of 33. All right, I feel like I have to have a poll to ask who out of the people here are the actual who are the actual heels. Again, we got Beetle Pixel, Dr. Hemorrhoid, Chris Sniper, Lizard Beans, and Predator. Predator's new. Beetle Pixel's been beaten out by Lizard Beans a couple times. You know, we're gonna go with Predator. Here's our roster, everybody. Vote for the heel of the. Do a playoff. I love that idea. Chris is a spirited bidder, even with the occasional snipe, but Dr. Hemorrhoid will just hiss everyone off by bidding absurd amounts. I see some interesting thoughts here. We're gonna let that cook for a little bit here. And while that's happening, we're gonna put up a group of 50 Gyna Centurio, starting bid of $50. The Centurion Roach. All Gynas are hobby classics. You gotta love them. There are no heels in the genus Gyna. That's my opinion. You can quote me on that. Everybody, make sure you like the stream and vote on who the heel of the April 2024 Bugapalooza is. Lizard Beans is not perceived as a heel, just a genuine bidder, it seems. I know who hit my name. Do I have company yet? Wait for wait for Kim to pop up. I know who hit my name. I didn't. It wasn't me, Lizard Beans. Chris Sniper with only 8%. I'm really wondering if I should have put Beetle Pixel in here. We're going to run it again. We're going to run it one more time with just 3. We're going to do Predator, Dr. Hemorrhoid, and Beetle Pixel. I'm curious what the tier list is with Beetle Pixel rolled in there. Who is the heel of the April 2024 Bugapalooza? We're going to do Beetle Pixel, again, based on the previous survey. Dr. Hemorrhoid and Predator. Again, very interested in what the tier list is looking like. And let's see, is Kim here? Is that why Victor is doing his little annoying bark? Lizard Beans is just rich. That's not heel behavior. Oh my gosh, look at this. Look at what's going on in here. Dr. Hemorrhoid is truly... I mean, it's kind of just the doctor there. It's a little maniacal, a little diabolical. The doctor part, like the Doctor Doom, the Doctor Manhattan, Doctor whatever. For some Doctor Mario, a very famous villain, Doctor Mario. Doctor Kevorkian, or is it the hemorrhoid part? I don't know, but. The perception of nobody perceives Beetle Pixel to be a heel or the villain. Predator feels more like the hero. Dr. Hemorrhoid is more of a land baron. He's like who was the antagonist to Disney's Pocahontas? Who was the guy with the stuffed up purple shirt or whatever? I can't remember what his name was. I kind of feel like that's what you mean when he's more of a land baron. Various Doc Ock. Thank you, Kevin Santiago. Doc Ock is also in that mix. The donkey icon. Colonizer vibes. Maybe not that far, but who knows? Here's an X for the Centurion Roaches. It's nice when the species are well known and they can sell themselves. Beetle Pixel isn't slamming as hard as last auction. That may change. We don't know. I think $5 should be just because feels like Farquaad behavior. Yes, Lord Farquaad. Chrissy Colombo vibes from Anthony Green. Chrissy Colombo. Going once for the Gyno Centurio. Going twice. Sold. To Beetle Pixel with a winning bid of 126. Again, you don't think that he's part of this equation, and then you get something like this happen. The guy from Disney is a colonizer. That's why I asked. Yeah, it's a different vibe though, but it's very close. And I see Kim and Christine are here to drop off snakes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put an extra spicy thing up. I'm going to go greet them. And I will be back as soon as I can. We're going to put up a group of 20 Eucharidia Linglong with a starting bid of $1. I will be right back. I hope, everybody. I will see you as soon as I can. Enjoy your bidding and enjoy the savagery. Hello, Roach people. I have returned. Kim dropped off the snakes. We had a bit of discussion about some bug stuff, and now I am back. I also see that the winner of the poll with 42 votes is Dr. Humroyd as the official heel of the April 2024 Bugapalooza. Luch had a loss, it looks like. I just got a call from my father. Your grandfather just passed away. Very sorry to hear that, Luch. I hope you have some closure from that situation. Read auction bids, some good memes. All right, I'm going to go and scroll up here. We've got a lot of got a lot of good memes here. I see some people have made some good bids on the Eucharidia. We love that. And here we go. Love it. Love me a good old Joker ref. Love me the JoJo references. Lizard Beans, Dr. Hemroyd, and Predator all spending wild cash. These are some good memes, everybody. Thank you very much. But now it's time for the memes to become dreams. There's the X for the, what was this, for Eucharidia Linglong, which Kai said translates into like a kind of an affectionate name for somebody, like, oh, you're a pretty little thing. So I think that might be the common name that I had assigned to them, but I'm not sure. So it was for, gotta scroll up through the memes to see what the original listing was. 20 of them. All right. Hope everybody's still doing well after my absence. Kim brought over some very nice snakes. We have 6 snakes from Kim. We might have 2 snakes from Kyle going up. No Aranavega florensis this time. And Kyle, do you want more Lilium carolinianum? Yes, if that park crossing place is being destroyed, I want Lilium carolinianum. Common name for these has already been decided, elegant flower roach. Well, I reject your reality and replace it with my own, because we have the Latin. And we also have the name that Kai gave me from his native tongue. That's my, you've fallen right into my trap card, the native Chinese speaker trap card. But you didn't see this coming. I will still use, I dropped my banana. I will still use Eucharidia linglong, preferentially. I told the Latin name translates to elegant. I was told by Kai it translates into an affectionate term similar to calling somebody a pretty little thing. But anyways, here we go. Wrapping it up for Eucharidia linglong, because Latin names are king, blah, blah, blah. Anyways. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Predator, and nobody challenged Predator with a winning bid of 173. I'm aghast that nobody challenged Predator in this situation. I guess a little aghast and a little surprised, I suppose. He can't keep getting away with this. I gotta put that banana piece I dropped into the hissing cockroach tank or something. But before I do that, we'll put up a group of 12. Salgania Raggii, starting bid of $40. These are really cool, and I will explain why after I move this banana so I don't squish it into the ventilation grate. There we go. Just feed my children. Etymology: the specific epithet linglong means small and elegant in Chinese in reference to its small and gorgeous body. Yes, that's why Kai gave me the native speaker connotation for it from the species description. That's reasonable. I will still use linglong over the common name. Maybe fun to call it the linglong flower roach, even more descriptive. care info. Oh, for Salgenia. Yes. What's special about Salgenia? These are the roaches I won that little rant about, where they kind of act like termites, and they follow each other like head to butt in like little tunnels. And when the front one stops, all the ones behind it stop. They make like these big tunnels on the side, so you can watch them burrow around and go about their different things. They have the highest degree of parental care in roaches, the genus Salgenia does, other than termites and Cryptocarchus. I believe they have the highest degree of continued parental care. Maybe TJ can add some information to that if he knows any more. They're also a wood-eating species like Panacea and Caudelia, and they do have the enzymes to digest cellulose in their saliva, so they can actually eat the wood and actually digest it. And Jay Bugley asked if this is Dr. Humroyd asked if these are the golden butt roaches. No, they are not. That's Caudelia. TJ says IDK, I've never seen the damn things. Maybe you need a bigger setup for them. Do these breed in captivity? Yes, these are captive bred individuals, and I am on the cusp of another generation with this species. But again, I really like them. I didn't realize how charismatic they were until I ended up watching them, and the little line of individuals went down the tunnel along the side of the enclosure, and again, it was like maybe like 4 to 7 of them just walking in a straight line down the tunnel, and the second the front one stopped, the rest of them all stopped too, like immediately, and then they started walking again. Invertebrate dude, TJ says their nymphs look super undeveloped compared to Panacea, though, so wouldn't doubt a high amount of parental care. I love how there's still communication happening through memes. That's an exploitable image. I thank you, Exotic Wilderness. So, Kyle, speaking of wood-eating roaches, says Satchel, should I dump the whole culture that has small earthworms living in it? Depends on what species. Panacea might just eat them eventually if they get to good enough population density. Anyways, don't let the kind of drab appearance of this species deceive you. They are a lot of fun and very entertaining, in my opinion. It's some of the most entertainment I've gotten out of watching roach behavior in quite a while. I mean, it was completely new to me to see this. They were just so neatly organized in their little line, and here's an X for the Salgenia raggii, not to be confused with Raggio, the villain from Kill la Kill. Salgenia raggii. A lot of the Panestianae are doing very well for us Westerners now. I don't know how the Europeans failed with them. Gold butts. Those aren't gold butts. Those are Panestia angustipennis cognata from Laos. We will have some of those up for grabs today. All right. Going once for the Salgenia. Going twice. They're also quite large, too. They're larger than Panacea. Sold to Arbs with a winning bid of 48. Would definitely call this a steal today for these guys. These are going to be a lot more popular over time. I really enjoy them. All right, let's do a group of 100 Corisonura Parashai, starting bid of $20. How has he not seen? I see it. I see the image, the meme of me enjoying my sumptuous banana. Is there anything wrong with enjoying a sumptuous banana? I don't think so. Certainly isn't anything dirty, I would say. I like the sarcastic eyes. Anyways, Corisonura parashai, Parish's nerve-winged blah 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 roach. Produces probably the most reliable, mass-productive, fastest reproducing micro feeder roach out there. The only problem is they can be they can be quite flashy in their productivity, high ventilation. I've been keeping them with hissers for that poop factor. Poop factor can be pretty important, and they seem to really appreciate that. Where's the part it fell out of his mouth? Yeah, I don't know. I tossed it in the hisser bin. Well, that's a good picture. Thanks, Photo Gallery. That might be one of TJ's. So, anyways, microfeeders. Satchel, I wouldn't be too concerned about the worms unless, like, a couple months from now you see that the roaches aren't reproducing. You eat your bananas the long way. How am I supposed to eat them? Like, my mouth is too big to just be like, there we go. Food is fuel. You get it in your body. Here's an X for the Courteous Parashai. I'm going to edit. They're from Redlands, Florida, but there's only one strain in captivity. Edited for locality. All right, going once for the Courteous Parashai. Going twice. Sold to Collateral Bug Agent with a winning bid of 24. Congrats, Collateral Bug Agent. Seems to be your first win at the auction. Congrats, Collateral Bug Agent. Okay, let's do a group of 25 Gramphidorina, Horntosa, Masola. Starting bid of $40. We did some of these earlier. This might or probably is the last group of Masola hissers up for grabs at this auction. So if you wanted them, here's your chance. Please notice my question. Let's see. What's the easiest microfeeder in your opinion? Like out of the roaches or out of like any bug? Muse says, please explain why everything you eat is eaten the complete wrong way. How am I expected to eat the banana? Do I just like around the sides of it? That's so lame. I have a big mouth. I'm a big boy. I'm 6'2". I need my nooch. I need the nooch. TJ's going to sleep because he needs some hours of sleep. Have fun. If it wasn't meant to be gobbled down the throat, it wouldn't be throat shaped. Chain, they hated Jesus because he spoke the truth. Chain is speaking the truth right now. Will we do Paraplenia japonica? No, my colony has crashed down to 2 individuals, a male and a female, and I am desperately trying to pull them back into some semblance of a colony shape. Phil asking about Portentosa Cleveland. Yes, we will have some Clevelands at some point, maybe in the near future. If you eat the banana like corn on the cob, it loses its structural integrity and it falls apart. And I don't like touching the goopy part of the banana. That's another big factor. With a spoon like God intended. Roach is an all bug for microfeeders. That's a good question. I'll put an X here for the Masolas. Roaches and all microfeeders. Dwarf purple isopods. Bordering on microfeeder. Ectobidae. Sorry. Blatellini species. Malaysia. Nocticola. Compsotes. Cariblata. I haven't gotten a lot of opportunities to experiment with Courteous Parashai, but I will when I get a certain species of pseudoscorpion in a couple weeks. Kyle, you eat the banana right. Don't listen to these barbarians. I will not listen to these banana barians. Other microfeeders, Tomoceros. I think a lot of silverfish have strong potential. Horned ones, Masolas are doing great. They're huge. Kyle going to call his spawn for sick phenotypes. Fire brats are easy. Fire brats are the easiest of the silverfish. No oblongonota. I'm trying to pull my colony out of not doing anything as well. In a slump. They're living the neat lifestyle right now. All right, going once for the Masola hissers. Going twice. Sold. To Love with Scales with a winning bid of $53. All right, we're gonna hop down and you and me an ordinary, regular, everyday banana. Thank you, Richard. Very flattering picture. We have a group of 40 Plectoptera hoei, Big Pine Key, Florida. Starting bid of $40. This is tied or somewhere in the running, maybe for smallest roach. They're very similar in size to Compsodies and Nocticola. Definitely not a beginner roach, not an intermediate roach, more in the advanced side or maybe even expert side. I'm going to say advanced side category. They die in too much condensation. They want good ventilation, but they can't dry out. They need good quality food that isn't molded over. They're really climby and get out of enclosures very easily. Not the faunarium style enclosures. They're well contained with those. We asked about big black beetle mimics or Blabberus colossus. We did some of those already. I think there will be more. Kyle, your hair looks much neater today. I'm not sure why. Maybe it's because I haven't worn the hat today. So, I did put some extra product in my hair last night. That might have to do with it too. Expert, okay, we'll just go for a rock, right? See ya. Again, if you want to try a very complicated level roach and maybe have success and get a container full of them, here you go. I think I failed with them the first time, maybe the second time. By this last time, though, I think I got them figured out, and they're crab roach raving. Lizard bean or hemorrhoid Eucridia linglong predator. That's a good meme. I like that. That's a good meme right there. All right, here's an X for the Plectoptera hoei. It's a shame TJ went to bed. He might have wanted more of these. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To it's going to be a Orang mango. The question is what the price is. For 46, Orang Mango really wanted to cement that win there. I cannot blame you. This is something I would have gone crazy bidding on too if I were to participate in the auction that I'm running. All right, hoei out of the way. Let's do a group of the Argala big black beetle mimics. Congratulations. You played yourself. We'll do another group of them. I wonder where Angela is. She's supposed to be here a little bit ago. She's supposed to bring she borrowed my cat to eat the mice that are at her house, hoping it went well. Let me see if she sent me any messages. She may have gotten sidetracked at a crap. My neighbor just said that his chickens got out into our other neighbor's yards, and he says he's not home to wrangle them. I'm going to call my neighbor, not Sylphoides. We don't know what big the big black beetle mimics are yet. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm calling my neighbor to see if he needs me to wrangle his chickens still. It's always something new. Hey, Joe, are your chickens still running amok? Okay. Do you need me to go over there? Okay. All right, that's no bueno. I will head over there and see what I can do as soon as I wrap up this round of bidding stuff. You are welcome. It's no problem. Bye. All right, everybody. My neighbor's chickens are on the loose, and I got to go round them up. I'm gonna wrap up this auction. I'm gonna run over there and see if I can finesse them. Not my neighbor, the chickens. Here's an X for the Ergala. These were the common name, I guess, is more descriptive now. They used to be pilosa. I think TJ was saying they might be Sylphioides or something, but we're using a lot of CFs nowadays. It's looking like uh, going. We don't have to catch them. I just have to bait them back into the run, and Joe's partner has never done that before, so they need a little more experienced chicken wrangler to help and maybe get all the chickens in one place. So we'll see. All right, going once, going twice, sold. To Loki with a winning bid of $57. I'm going to put up another bid while I'm gone. We're going to jump ahead a couple pages and find something nice. We're going to do a group of 40 Elliptorina David I starting bid of $50. I'll be back. I don't know how long this is going to take me, but look in the sky. It's the chicken symbol. This is a job for Chicken Man. I got to tell Angela. I'm going to leave her a message saying, hey, if you get here and I'm not home, I'm catching chickens. Hello, Dio. I'm on the auction right now, and I'm still doing the cute little talksies that we do, but that's okay. I just want to let you know that Joe's chickens have supposedly escaped and need to be dealt with because he's not home. So I'm going to run over there, and if I'm not at my house when you get here, just know that's where I am, and I will be back soon. I love you, Dio. Bye. All right, everybody. I will be back as soon as I can. We'll see what can be done with these monsters. I gotta go wrangle some dinosaurs. All right, the chickens have been wrangled. Everybody. I guess I can finally end the poll now. So it seems Dr. Hemorrhoid is the winner of the Bugapalooza heel competition. Let's catch up on the chat here. We got people people laughing at me and nothing new there. So cute. I'm gonna vomit. This is how I talk to my cats. Good to know I'm not the only simp. I tell my cats how I'm going to end their miserable lives. They tell me how they're going to eat my corpse, and if I'm lucky, they'll do it after I die. It's an odd relationship. Here, we'll wrap this up, and then I'll get back to this. To auction off. He's catching chickens to auction off? No. I'm being a good Samaritan and catching them for my neighbor. Joe's partner was out catching them, and I was not necessarily directly needed, but in case things went wrong, the 7 chickens did need to be wrangled. They were, in fact, escaped into the neighbor's yard, so it happens. All right, there's the X for the Elliptorhina davidi. So many things going on in one day. Somebody coming, somebody going. We'll do some Bakersfield Paraplaneta Americana eventually. Impressive wrangling. What did miss? Joe's chickens got out. I had to go assist with catching them while he's not home. All right, Elliptorhina davidi group going once, going twice. Sold. To, I think it's Lucibuns. I do declare. Lucibuns with a winning bid of 65. Hormetica stremosa, my beloved. Very interesting. Lucibuns is his first win. Congrats at the auction this time. What type of snakes were you planning on auctioning tomorrow? All colubrids, all colubrids up for grabs. Kyle, do you want any locality garters and or ribbons? Let me know what species of garters you find. Let me know. I believe most stuff in Texas is unprotected, especially if it's collected on private property. So, it could be wrong. Okay, what's this? Let's watch the world burn. 300 Nocticola species, University Park, Florida. Starting bid of $50. This is the new Nocticola as of, I think, 2022. And I am pretty convinced that these will eventually replace species Malaysia. They tolerate a wider range of conditions, and they seem to reproduce faster. So I'm pretty convinced that one day we will be sitting down asking, wait, I bought a Nocticola, but now I see that there's 2 different species. Which one do I have? And then some smarty pants on a forum poster in a Discord will make a long set to think, well, there used to be 2 separate things, and blah, 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 and this strain is blah, blah. And I got mine from this guy, and he tracked them this long time ago. And then there's some discussion as to whether or not they're the same species or not, or blah, blah, blah. Anyways. My grandmother has 7 acres touching fences with a massive national forest, so I can catch so much stuff. Yeah, I need to know what species is in your area. I do want locality stuff. Horned one, I got into bugs. My landlord wouldn't let me keep snakes. Tier. I do like snakes. I do love garter snakes. I like a lot. I like snakes. I like reptiles. I think you'd be hard pressed to find somebody who doesn't like a reptile, some sort of reptile. If you don't like lizards, there's turtles. You don't like turtles, there's snakes. You don't like snakes, there's lizards. It's the whole thing. It's like a rock, paper, scissors. All right, here's an X for the Nocticola species, University Park, Florida. We're getting further, everybody. We're getting further into the list. All right, Dr. Hemorrhoid again, just the silverback emerging from the cloud forest here, apparently. Going once. The rival silverback has appeared to challenge the reigning alpha. Going once. Going twice. Sold. The dust settles, and Dr. Humroyd wins with a bid of $150. Dr. Humroyd, the group elected heel of the Roach Crossing Bugapalooza. Can you do another batch? Can you do another batch? Says Predator. I could. I probably could. The thing is, we're getting to the point where I might have to start scooping out to the bottom of the enclosure, and it might have more of a pyralis moth content to it, which the Nocticola don't mind, but some people do mind. So in a little bit, I guess we'll run one more of those. Let's do a group of we'll do 50 Rhyperubia CF Capeloi. Starting bid of $40. The gold medal roaches. Yet another neglected roach species. What's the fish equivalent of Rhyperobia? What's the fish that you see at every pet store and like nobody seems to buy, but they keep stocking it anyways because they've always stocked it? Give me an example. Let's do a giveaway for that. Somebody name a fish that you see at a pet store we're gonna do a giveaway. Fish you see at a pet store that's stocked everywhere, but no one buys. This is very subjective. Clown loach. I purchase clown loaches. People buy clown loaches, guppies, plecos. People buy plecos, betas. Glowfish might be up there. The giveaway also is for 15 H. paleata. I'm going to say that. Frog, goldfish. People buy goldfish, though. Clownfish. Not really on the saltwater side of stuff. Never seen a snakehead for sale. Koi. I have a friend who's going shopping for koi. African dwarf frog. People buy those. The closest we've gotten so far, I think, is the glowfish. I think that's one of those things they always seem to stock, but nobody buys. Chinese algae eater, sort of. I bought those in the past. I've had friends who bought those in the past. Goodyids. I would buy all the goodyids I found if I saw them at a pet store. Neon fish, neon tetras, shark fish, any catfish. We're getting close. We're touching on a little bit of that magic now with some of these angelfish. Kai bought like 3 angelfish when we went for fish day this year. White cloud minnows, I bought those multiple times. Corydoras, I know people who buy those. Pea pufferfish, bala shark. Bala shark is almost there. Some sort of, I think, I'm going to give you guys what the vibe I'm moving more towards. Tetras. There's got to be a tetra that they keep stocking that nobody actually buys. Because a lot of these other things, I know people buy them. Oscars, I know people who buy them. I bought an Oscar once. Rainbow tetra, ghost tetra, zebra tetra. None of these are really lemon tetra. Black skirt, hyper beam. All right, hyper beams got it. I'm giving it to hyper beam. Black skirt tetras. You see them everywhere. Every fish store has them. They have the white ones. They have the long finned ones, and they always have a tank full of them. Hyper beam. I give it to you. I think another fish that has the vibe I'm going for is the giant danio. Giant danios, I will see tanks full of at multiple pet stores, and it's like they've had these in here for like years and nobody's bought them. So we got black skirt tetra, giant danios. I'm sure there's more. This makes me want to get black skirt. It'd be cool if you got wild stock, but obviously it's all farm raised now. If my dad was here, he would have gotten it. So yes, hyper beam, you win. Hemithosaucera paleata, a group of 15. Hyper beam, I don't mean to dox you, but are you ice beam in Discord as well, or should I use hyper beam for just in the Excel sheet. Maybe I shouldn't ask this here. If you're comfortable answering here, let me know what your Discord name is. Otherwise, I'll write you down as Hyperbeam in live stream. I also forgot we still have an auction going on. Yeah, I'm Icebeam. I appreciate it. I really appreciate your usernames. So congrats, Icebeam, with your black skirt Tetra, X-ray Tetra. I haven't seen X-ray Tetras in a long time. I was surprised to see some dyed ones 3-ish years ago or something, but never since then. That was one I used to see a lot everywhere. All right, here's an X. Mad Dog is recommending Rhyperobia, CF Capeloi, Damsel Gish, Behijager. That's funny. That just popped up there, Damsel Gish. All right, going ones for the Rhyperobia, CF Capeloi. Maybe one day I'll find something that likes to eat them or that they're exceptionally good to feed and that everybody will want them. Going once, which I said already, going twice, and sold. Pass. All right, they've been passed on, everybody. I hoped somebody would swoop in there, but apparently not. So they're up for grabs now. Rhyperobia Capeloi. Kyle, I will take them 25 for 20. Maybe I will. Maybe I would do that. I do 25 for 20. I kind of want to move. I want to move 50 of them. Kind of want to. X-ray Tetras. That's interesting. Maybe it's more of an East Coast thing that people like. There's the Capeloi. Okay. Let's do some. Let's do a group of 30 Melanozosteria, Soror, Oahu, Hawaii, starting bid of $40. One of the few old world polyzosterine roaches in culture. Quite dry tolerant. They're basically like the Hawaiian/Australian version of Uricotis floridana. Hyperbeam says, I won H. Vittata last auction. Now Paleata can't express the amount of happiness. That's interesting. You won both species. Is that a pick of Melanozosteria soror? There's got to be one somewhere up for grabs. There's some pin pictures. Call them the white margined cockroach. I think the better name, soror, is like sisterly or like sorority. I think the nun roach is probably what they were going for with the Latin name, because they do look like a nun in a habit, I would say. I think that's really what they were going for with that Latin name. But yeah, smaller, even more dry tolerant Uricotis floridana, basically. I like them. You could really confuse people and keep Melanozosteria soror and Loboptera decipiens together. They actually have very similar preferences. I bet they do quite well in a mixed enclosure. And then you could have your unknowing bug friends over and they'd be like, oh, look at those little black and white ones. Are those the babies of the other ones? And they'd be like, no, you freaking idiot. Those are actually adults of a completely different species that's unrelated. You're so dumb and bugs are so cool. You could do that if you wanted to. Make it happen. Here's an X for the Melanozosteria soror Oahu. Bing, bing, wahoo. It's awfully quiet on the front here. Care, says LC. Like Uricotis floridana, but they will take it much drier, basically. That's about it. Very easy. I think I rated these as a beginner species. You can maybe even raise these on like a bare bottom setup if you really wanted to. I don't think I'd recommend it, but I think you could get away with it. Somebody was saying something I was watching. People don't realize how dry Hawaii is. And it can be extremely dry at times. Yeah, I wonder where Angela is. I wonder what's going on. A bit late. And I'll check my texts. But All right, going once on the Melanozosteria soror, Oahu, Hawaii. Going once. Going twice. Sold or pass. Chris Sniper with a winning bid of $40, and nobody saw me just spit all over the place. That definitely didn't happen. Chris, maybe these will be complementary to your husbandry styles. Exotic Wilderness has a beef with Hyperbeam. Not too surprising. We'll do one more, not as exciting species, I guess. We'll do 100 Dipteretrum Hanstromi, Hanstrom's Little Runner, starting bid of $20. These might make a good feeder for leaf litter dwelling creatures. I don't have insanely too much more to say about them. A couple of people want them. Okay. Pick. Let's see what Angela says that she's sorry she's not here, dear. She promises there's a good reason and she'll tell me when she gets here. Well, I can't say no to good news. Open the garage in case you need to get in the house. Happy to be of service. So I get a wholesome text from Angela. I get thanks from my neighbor Joe. And then I get a text from my friend Brandon that says, the mechanics of a foot job don't make sense. And that's all that it says. You guys I'm going to let you in. You're going to see behind the mirror here. You get to look at my text here. Unread, the mechanics of a foot job don't make sense. You also get to see all these other things here. I guess you did get to see a couple of phone numbers, but you have no idea who they're from. Likewise, I don't know who they're from until I respond to them. So, to be fair, I'm in love with the genus, says Hyperbeam Bahemethysostra. Moi aussi, amigo. Here's an X for the Dipteretrum hanstromi. This is a species I failed with twice, and now I think that I will never be rid of them. You know, third time really is the charm with figuring out roaches. Maybe it was Chris Sniper who said it, or somebody else said that you really don't know a species until you've killed it a couple times. I think Loki, you might just be Loki. But yeah, so I wonder what I need to respond to that text saying. All right, Dipteretrum hanstromi, going once, going twice, sold. To Chris Sniper with a winning bid of $32. Chris is getting a combo going here. We'll see if Chris continues the combo. And now let's do a group of we'll do 40 Gromphodorina species black tiger, starting bid of $40. This is the black tiger hisser. TJ thinks that they might be hybrids. I am actually leaning towards them actually being pure Portentosa. I don't know. I'm going to do some crosses yet. Magnifica gone yet. We have not done Magnifica. Yet. We got all kinds of stuff to do here, though. We are scritching the surface. Scritching and itching. That's how I know P. Magnifica. Doesn't matter. I'm already texting them. Oh, shoot, there's Magnifica on the list. There's everything on the list, basically. Thank you, Photo Gallery, for that picture. 4 raised by 6 is a massive number, my friend. Yes, no exponential debauchery. I would appreciate getting that out of the equation. We wouldn't want somebody to misinterpret the bid as it says I am at the leisure to do with such scenarios. Here's an X for the black tiger hissers. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To looks like Devin No Name. Looks like Devin No Name. We'll do a refresh. We'll see if Devin No Name beat the Predator. Devin No Name with a winning bid of 60. All right. Let's do some. There's a bit of fierce ferocity over this earlier, but we'll do a different one. Any more? That is the only group, unfortunately. We're going to do a different thing. A man needs a name. 200 Kerry Blada Minima from Miami, Florida. Starting bid of 300. When was last giveaway? Like 10 minutes ago or something, I think. See Minima Miami. All right, Kerry Blada Minima Miami. Basically, same care, same everything as Lutea. Maybe doesn't have the same low temperature threshold as Lutea might, as Lutea is more north ranging than Minima is. But basically interchangeable. They were the same species for a while. So if you wanted Lutea, you could get Minima. I don't think anything's going to tell the difference that you're using them as feeders for anyways. All right, here's the X. Thank you, photo gallery. The audacity. Going once for the Kerry Blada Minima. Going twice. Sold. To Ryan's Peter, winning bid of 35. All right, we'll keep the pace up. We have a group of 200 Pycnoscelis striatus, starting bid of $30. The Ember Roach. We did a big combo Pycno package before. I'm doing it in pieces now. I feel like we can afford to. Although I am going to kick the pace of the auction up a bit. Here's an X for final bids. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Mad Dog 4621, winning bid of $39. All right. Next up, we have a group of 100 Eublabrus serranus. Pantanal locality. I think they might be endemic to there. Starting bid of $40. These can be kept and bred just like orange head roaches are. You could use them for feeders if you had enough of them as well. Neat little guys. Another member of the genus Eublabrus, my favorite roach genus. Eublabrus, U meaning good or true. Blabrus. I don't know what makes the Eublabrus any more of a true Blabrus than the actual genus Blabrus, but you know, potato, pomato, etc. All right, not all at once, everybody. Here's the X for wrapping up bids. Going once for the Eublabrus serranus. Going twice. Sold. Pass, I guess. Nobody wanted them. That's shocking. Nobody wants Pantanal roaches? Very shocking. Anyways, up for grabs if anybody wants them. Very surprising. All right. Let's do a group of 50 Thuria pedivariana. Starting bid of $40. The classic. Classic hype train generator. Loki already coming into the fray. Couple of folks thinking. Wow, it's 6:31 already. Thank you, Chris Sniper, for the nice picture. Here's an X for wrapping up bidding on this group of domino roaches. Regular domino roaches, not Regularis domino roaches, though, just the white spotted ones. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Loki with a winning bid of 80. The age of Loki has begun, it seems. Loki's gotten a couple of wins in the last couple of bids. All right, we're going to clear some front page stuff off again. 100 Lobopterella Dimidia types, starting bid $30. Again, I don't have too much to say about Lobopterella. I do prefer Loboptera to Lobopterella, but here we are. If somebody wants Loboptera, maybe could be used as a small/tiny feeder. Not really micro. The domino roaches do not taste like pizza. Do all roaches only live about 1 year? It's very insanely variable, but the average roach lifespan is probably longer than the average insect lifespan in general. It's not uncommon for a lot of blabberids to live for over a year easily, and on top of that, multiple years, 2, 3, even 4 has been recorded for blabberous species. It is very variable. And then, of course, things like Macropenestia, where they can live their whole life, maybe a decade or more. I appreciate the gift, Loki. I really do. Here's an X for the Lobopterella. Could be a good species for cohabbing with other roaches. I would recommend that. Predator with a bid of 30. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Predator with a winning bid of 32. All right. Got a Predator and Dr. Humroyd. We always love to see that dynamic play out, don't we? All right. We're going to do 30 Aranavega, Apache, Cave Creek, Canyon, Arizona, starting bid of $40. A very near and dear to me strain and species of Aranavega, which we will take a quick look at here. Aranavega. Look at a happy Aranavega. Which isopods live 9 years? Armadillo officinalis, I believe. Here's a nice happy colony of Aranavega, Apache, Cave Creek Canyon. Whoops. The problem is the angle of repose of the substrate makes it difficult to show them off effectively. I think we'll do a side view here and hope it focuses. Maybe I will scoop around for a nice adult female. Got a nice adult male here. Probably not going to be very cooperative. Doesn't have to be perfectly cooperative. Just has to be okay. Fold your wings right, buddy. All right, we're not going to show the adult male, but this looks like an adult female. Nope, that's a subadult male. Cool. So I will continue to flail live in front of God and everyone. All right, here's a nice female. Aranavega apacha with surprisingly good grip. I'm amazed that she's able to hold on to my hand. Come on, focus, you son of a sea biscuit. There we go. Cute little thing. She's got some dust on her. I think JoJo, there should be some good pictures from JoJo of this, but obviously those aren't uploaded yet. But just your basic Aranavega enclosure, some organic matter, some yard sand, not play sand. Some species aren't picky. You can use coconut fiber for like Tonkawa. I don't know how that would work for Apache, but delightful, lovely little dudes. Can't get enough of them. Literally, there's like 20 of these containers or more Aranavega over here. I think it's more than 20. Probably more like 25 Aranavega. Maybe even 30. I don't know. You think they'd be good for a bioactive? The roaches or the isopods? Thank you, Chris, showing off the habitat they come from. And photo gallery, no climbing. They do not climb. The males can fly, but they don't climb. Beautiful TJ's pictures of the ones that I sent him. They are nice little treasures. And, of course, you get this nice vista of where they're found in the wild. I love them. I love Aranavega greatly. I go to great lengths to acquire Aranavega. All right, Aranavega, Pacha, Cave Creek Canyon. I think that picture is taken from, what part of the slope is that? That's from the Sunny Flat Campground. I think that's looking west. Could be east, though. Might be looking east. Yeah, I think that's east. I recognize those sycamores. I'm pretty sure that's east. It's a beautiful place. If you can go there in your lifetime, definitely do it. It's wonderful. Going once for the Aranavega Apache. Going twice. Sold. To Circa, who has beaten Dr. Humroyd for this one very specific thing. With a winning bid of 46. All right, we're going to do some 30 Uricotis, Opaca, Soroa. Starting bid of $50. Uricotis opaca Soroa, the largest Uricotis species in culture. It dwarfs Floridana. It dwarfs species Marathon. These are big roaches. These are big guys. And that's Jeruco in the photo gallery. Actually posted Jeruco. Thank you, photo gallery. Thank you. These have not been available in a while. Aranavega in general for bioactive, I think they would be pretty good for drier bioactive. The problem with Aranavega is they're not stupidly dry tolerant. They exploit these high air humidity microhabitats in places like rodent burrows or leaf litter accumulations. So I think they would be a good component of a bioactive team. It just depends on your setup and how you keep it. Civ has multiple in bioactive. They do great semi-arid. Care for Uricotis opaca, pretty high humidity, not soaking wet humidity, restricted ventilation, more similar to like Neostylopyga, rhombifolia than to other Uricotis, which take pretty dry conditions. Floridana and Improcera and even the species Marathon, formerly Lixa, all take pretty dry conditions, but opaca will not do well if they're kept dry for too long. So you want sort of a nice high humidity with even lower ventilation to accomplish it. Do not sleep on these guys. If you like Uricotis, this is an excellent species. Some, myself included, might like the other locality a bit more, but the other locality will not be up for grabs at this auction. So if you want Opaca, here's your opportunity. Where were these little guys? Arbs, all right, being brave. Arbs, you've triggered the apocalypse. Opaca going once for the Soroa locality from Cuba. Going twice. Sold. To Arbs. Arbs with a steal, $50. Another steal from this auction for these Opaca Soroas. If you saw them in person, you would want them a lot more. Okay, let's do some 100 Aglauterix Gemma, Key Largo, Florida, the little gem roach. Another tiny roach that you could probably co-opt as a feeder species for something, if you so desired. I hate delegating roaches to the mere fate of being feeders. They are nice in their own right. Good communal for other roaches. They don't fly, but they do climb. I feel like I have advantage owning Aranavega since they're native where I live. Yeah, that's an easy way. If you can just go outside and find them in your sprinkler box, that's an easy way to get them going. This sun is just so bright. There we are. Again, the little gem roaches. Perhaps we won't cook too long on these. All right, here's an X for the Aglauterix. Thank you, Chris, for finding another more flattering picture of Aglauterix Gemma. Oops. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Chris Sniper, who posted the picture. All right, Chris, you're going to be the proud new owner of some Aglauterix Gemma. All right, next we have a crowd pleaser, maybe 300 Pycnoscelis Ceratamensis. Let's see, what did the dark ones start off for? $30. We'll do $30 for these as well. This is just the run-of-the-mill hobby line of Ceratamensis for feeding, for whatever you want to use them for. Here you go. It's a good starter number. Kickstart your colony. Have lots of meat. As I understand, they're kind of popular with ant people for some reason. They like using Surinams for stuff, for ant feeders. There's other stuff they could use. I don't know why they gravitate towards Pycnos. Maybe it's because they heard they're very easy. Second siesta approaching, everybody. All right. Going once on the Pycnoscelis ceratamensis. Going twice. Sold. To Chris Sniper. Chris picking up quite a bit in the last couple of bids. All right, let's do a group of 50 Thurio Olagrangiani. Starting bid of, I think it was $40. Starting bid of $40. Question mark roaches. Would the Venezuela Arizonicus duel with the Aranavega Apache? Also, I'm back. Yeah, Probably when I get out the sophomore retail Air Nevega in a little bit, I'll show them off in their communal enclosure with the Venezillo. They do very, very well together. They're found together in the wild. Into sprinkler boxes. It's a very interesting environment. Now I wish I grabbed some spider beetles from the sprinkler boxes. Okay, Marsh Iraq Jess is into the fray. I'm going to put an X there for wrapping up bidding on the 50 question mark Roach lot. Going once. Sorry. Going twice. Sold. To Bree with a winning bid of 86. Bree is the hero over our heel right now, apparently. All right, let's keep the momentum up. Let's do a group of 25 Paraspherus punctatus Macau. I think that's how it's pronounced. Starting bid of $40. The roly-poly roaches. It's the lightning rounds. We're not in lightning rounds yet, although maybe we could. See, the problem with running a roach lightning round is there's not enough. Lightning rounds usually have kind of fairly popular, well-known things that people recognize on impact and can make a very quick, informed decision about purchasing. That's where a lot of the fun comes in. It will be fun, though, when we get to it tomorrow. Probably in the early evening, we'll do lightning rounds as soon as the viewership count goes up enough to make it real entertaining. Care tips on the question mark roaches. Even substrate humidity, good amount of rotting organic matter. Be patient with them. They can take a while to start. And don't let them get too dry and don't keep them too wet. It just feels quick right now. Here's an X for the Paraspherus. It's going to be even quicker when we do an actual lightning round. Going once on the roly-poly roaches, Paraspherus punctatus Macau. Going twice. Sold. To Arbs with a winning bid of 69. That's a spicy meatball. Did I not already write down Paraspherus in here? There we go. For some reason it's saying that gotta find the last group. I didn't write down who won the first group of Paraspherus. I gotta go back and grab that from 1201. The winner was Lizard Beans. Of course it was Lizard Beans. Winning bid of 98. Don't know why I didn't write that down then. And then the current winner is, jump to the present, Arbs for 69. Really good deal there. Okay. Let's do a group of 40 Hemithersacera Vittata, my second favorite cockroach. Starting bid of $60. Kyle's second favorite cockroach. Involves a, in my experience, needs a little bit more complicated setup and maintenance than many other roaches do, but they are quite hardy if you set them up properly, and they're well worth it for their day activity, their unique appearance throughout their life cycle, and their overall general coloration. Elsie loves your request, but I can't even keep the skunks right, that I'm not even going to try Opaca. That's valid. You're very valid in that, LC. being cautious before you try Opaca. Although Floridana are very forgiving, so. We have Dr. Humroyd proposing a $61 bid for the Hemithosaurus vittata, Kyle's second favorite cockroach. The first instars are ant mimics as well. It's very uncanny. One time Will came over and he looked in the tank and he was like, in the way that Will says, you got some little ants hanging out now. Who are these ants in here? And I'm like, those are roaches. And he's like, what? Like, yeah, those are roaches. Those are the first instars of Hemithosaurus vittata. And then he was like, fascinating. Dr. Humroyd, 99.99. We're getting somewhere here. We'll put an X. Get ready to wrap up your bidding here. The ferocity intensifies. Going once for the striped sun roaches. Going twice. Sold. To looks like either Dr. Humroyd or Predator. Let's see. Predator with a winning bid of 121, just before Beetle Pixels 133. The Predator strikes again. The anti-heal of we need the Roach crossing after dark, Kyle kissing Will. I didn't know how much I truly love these until I got some absolutely lovely. I'm glad you're enjoying your Hemithosaurus so much, Hyperbeam. And Predator and Dr. Humroyd have been battling this out all day. Yeah, the Lizard Beans took a little bit of a back seat. That's fine. We all only have so much money. No kissing. That's against YouTube rules, maybe. I don't know. I don't know enough about them. All right, we're going to go with 40 Patella Vega, University of California, Riverside, starting bid of $1. This is the stock straight from UCR. They started soon after Vega was found in the United States. This is right from that lab colony that they started. So I don't know if there's somebody out there who needs Vega, but here you go. Old lab stock. Tried and true since the 80s. I think it's from the 80s. I think. Tennyson says easily one of my favorite roaches about Hemithosaurus vittata, and Lizard Bean says, how much are they normally? 12 for like $100. That's why you come to the auction to get these very good deals. In photo gallery put a good picture of Blatella vega there. Not a pest species indoors, actually. And I think Vega and Asahina, I think Vega has more evidence for this, is considered a beneficial to agriculture species because they eat the eggs of various crop pests. So, interesting fact. Here's an X for the Blatella vega. Going once. Going twice. Sold. Looks like Dr. Humroyd, but it could be Dewey. Could be Dewey. Dr. Humroyd with a winning bid of $20. All right, let's do some 60 Blabrus boliviensis, starting bid of $50. One of the few Blabrus that's going to retain its Latin name moving into the future, with a lot of things being shifted to species location or CF things. It's nice to have some consistency with something. How much are the roly-poly roaches normally? Probably, I think, 12 for $70 to 12 for $90. I have to check my records to see that. Will there be more Hemithosaurus vittata? Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. We're going to see. Rude. Hilarious. That photo is... I don't like that photo. I'm going to go get the Roach crossing photo. Photo gallery bot's being glitchy today. It's Russian interference, I'm sure. Got to get the, at this point, the classic photo of Boliviensis, which is the roach crossing photo. There we go. Thank you, photo gallery. Thank you. Peas and carrots. Peas and carrots photo gallery. A lovely, underappreciated Blabberus, uncontaminated, pure stock since I received it in like 2008 or 9. I think it's 2008, probably. It could be 2009. Nice, pure stock. Nice little markings on the pronotum. A lovely species, underappreciated, underloved. You know, I think a classic offbeat roach collection circa 2011 would contain something like, yes, you'd have your Blabberus boliviensis, you would have your Rhyperobia maderi, you could have your Pseudomops or Daropeltis, and you'd be sitting pretty, I would say, back in those days. Here's an X for the Blabberus boliviensis. Do a batch of Magnifica. Perhaps. All right, Boliviensis, Blabberus boliviensis, the double dot roach, going once, going twice, sold. To Mad Dog 4621. Mad Dog 4621 with a winning bid of $50. I feel like your taste in roaches is very much so roach hobby community between 2009 and 2011. And I appreciate that. That was a good vibe back then. It's a very good vibe. All right, we have 300 Blatella germanica, Alexandria, Virginia, starting bid of $1. This is the infestation equivalent of a bath bomb, is what this is. So you need some Germans. I got Germans. We're going D-Day on wherever you're putting these guys. I figured JoJo would wake up for this. I was hoping for some of this back and forth. Need some from my ex photo gallery. That picture will do. It's just a normal wild locality of Germanica, wild locality. Got a couple of people interested here. We'll put an X and see how this goes. Going once on the German roach starter of locality stock. Going twice. Sold. To JoJo with a winning bid of $6. JoJo, I think these are the cheapest Germans you've gotten yet. I'm pretty sure. All right, we're going to go to a group of 30 Eurycotis Floridana, Northern Florida Keys, Florida. Starting bid of $40. Additional locality data will be included when shipped. I wonder if I have a picture of this strain. Could be somewhere. I had a picture in a blog somewhere. New locality. I have put these up for grabs before. They don't seem to have anything exceptionally interesting morphologically, but they come from a very special place. So many jumpers will eat for cheap. That's hilarious, JoJo. No photo. I'll try and grab one off of iNat that's close. They do not have the characteristics of the lower Florida Keys Floridana. They're more similar to the mainland ones. Again, this is more about, is there E. Floridana in the Bahamas? I guess it makes sense that they would be transported over there. A couple cryptid pictures of one from this locality. Better than nothing, I guess. It is better than nothing. This is the locality in its wild habitat. It's just the location they came from that is very special, you may say. Boy, I would love to get out to some like just singular island keys and see if there's anything living there. I think that would be real fun. Like out in the middle of nowhere, kayak to one and then look at stuff there. I have not been secret about the other thing from there. I'm trying to be quiet on the streams and whatnot. I am not quiet in personal communications about it. I'm going to the Keys this summer. Go to some unique keys and find some unique stuff. Here's an X for this strain of Floridana. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Chris Sniper, winning bid of $40. I mean, your code is Floridana. You want Floridana? You get them. Guess if you just want them to have them, it doesn't really matter what locality they have. If you just want the species, it's fine. It's how it is. Okay. Let's do a group of something fun and new. 25 Eurycotis species, Venezuela, back at long last after maybe a half decade, maybe a decade's absence. Eurycotis species, Venezuela, available in the United States once more. Everybody rejoice. Yay, we've waited so long and patiently for species Venezuela. It is the smallest Eurycotis in culture, I might also add, and an excellent candidate for cohabbing with slightly higher humidity needing hissers such as Princessia or Oblongonota and the whatnot. Lovely little guys. I know there's a handful of people who were obsessed with these. Those people may have passed on from the hobby by now, but LCA says, I don't know why, but when I see a certain roach, it gives me a good vibe. I gotta have it. That's me, but just with when I see any roaches. Do Aranavega apache climb? Nope, they do not climb. No life stage climbs. And the the adult males fly, but you will barely ever I've never even seen one fly in captivity. Come on, guys. Eurycotis species Venezuela. You could keep them with Floridana if you wanted to. They're so small. We'll put an X here. Thank you for the good TJ photo gallery. It's a good one. It does them justice. The Maroon 5 Roach. Very maroony. All right. Species Venezuela. Coming back to United States culture with more of a whimper than a bang. Ice beam. Okay. Going once. Going twice. Sold. Ice beam, winning bid, $40. There we go. They appreciate you. You're going to like them. I guarantee it. They're cute little dudes. All right, let's do 100 Eublaberus posticus locality. Limon Province, Costa Rica. Starting bid of $40. This is the orange head cockroach, but instead of the hobby stock, this has a locality with it. From Limon Province, Costa Rica. Provided by Uncle Bob Fengus, who is going through a rough time right now. I hope I hear from him again. I hope he gets through his rough patch all right. Sounds like it's a very rough patch. Dr. Humroyd with $40. Eurycotis are nice. I should get more. That's how I feel all the time. Ice Beam infatuated with the Uricotis when I said smaller. Yes, it is the smallest species of Uricotis currently in culture. Here's an X for the orange-head roaches, the locality from Limon Province, Costa Rica. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Dr. Humroyd. Winning bid of $40. An excellent deal on this group. I'm noticing a pattern with things I list for $40. I'm noticing a pattern. All right, let's keep it up. 100 Balt, they look the same. They have different pronotum markings than the hobby stock does, as you can see in that image. A lot of them have those connected more like it's like a guy with a masquerade mask on with a little Italian mustache going on. We have a group of 100 Balta Violus. Starting bid of $20. The vile yellow cockroach. Could make a good feeder. Very dry tolerant. Keep them at very high population densities. The less colorful step sibling to Balta naculata, which is much more vividly marked and patterned. All right, we've got some people interested. Well, I won't get in your way. There's the X for Balta Violus. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Predator with a winning bid of 31. Predator likes the vile yellow cockroach. The vile cockroach. I like that. All right. We'll go with another one. This is one of my favorite tiny roaches. For sure. Eulastoblata, not diaphana, abortiva. Starting bid of $40. They're long-lived. They're beautiful. They're hardy. They take quite a bit of dryness. I have a locality information for this. There's only one locality in captivity. They come from South Texas. They were collected with permission from a state park in Texas by a friend of mine that Kai introduced me to, who does all of our grain pest identification. So every time we get a grain pest ID, or just in general hard to ID stuff, like I send him some moth flies, I send him rove beetles, send him something else that's kind of difficult. He's doing dissections. He has a PhD in entomology, and he's very happy to go through and identify all of this stuff. So I'm very grateful for him. I don't know if he wants to be named, though, but he provided these. He also provided a new species of Echinoptera from Panama that was legally imported to the United States. Very fascinating note there. Legally brought into the United States from Panama. Very, very interesting. Of course, they were brought into the United States dead. They passed customs and inspection and all that jazz. However, the female had an egg case on the end of her abdomen, and the egg case hatched. So they are on U.S. soil legally. Very, very interesting. Anyways, for these Eulastoblata, another good candidate for a multiple species enclosure. You gotta love it. They're very colorful. The nymphs are colorful. They're active. They're dry tolerant. They have a great feeding response. You gotta love these. Let this be your gateway drug bug into tiny roaches. Please let them be your gateway bug drug into tiny roaches. They're just so personable. Look at them. All right. Going once. Going twice. Sold. Looks like it could be Dewey or Loki. Let's see. And it's Loki with a winning bid of 56. You will not regret it. I love these fellows. You could go and find more Loki if you wanted to, but they're probably further south and west than you may want to go. Okay. Wrap up some of these past pages. We're going to do a group of Pseudoglomerus. Tarsalis, again, Magnifica with training wheels. Starting bid of $50. Farouche is heading to bed because it's late in the time zone. Have a nice sleep. Exotic wilderness is waiting for weevil larvae from Florida to emerge. That's an interesting sentence. Once I figure out Uricotis floridana, I'll come back and snatch up the rest of the Uricotis. I will hold you to that. I don't think if you're getting molting and you're not seeing any more losses, I think you're probably on the right track with your Floridana now. Thank you, Photo Gallery. These guys have golden tarsi, golden palps, golden cerci on their butts. They have little gold. If you look at this picture, I think I have a picture of roach crossing too. I'll try and pull it up of tarsalis. They have little golds on there, little golds on the cool cerci of Pseudoglomerus tarsalis. Here, I'll pop this picture in here. I love these guys. Not necessarily a favorite, but look at this. The little cerci, the little butt nodules are gold. Why? It's why are they like that? What's the purpose? For what reason? For what purpose do they have the gold butt globules? Why? I don't know. Maybe science will give us an answer one day. Here's an X for the Pseudoglomerus tarsalis. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Taranchi with a winning bid of $59. Congrats, Taranchi. Okay, let's do a group of 300 Oxyhaloa Dusta. Starting bid of $40. The redhead roach. These are a mimic of the buzzard signal fly, which is apparently a toxic species of fly. It's unknown if Oxyhaloa. Actually, I don't think it's known if they're the model or the template or the mimic in this situation, but just that there's a couple of insects in Africa that have this very specific color combination, and they seem to be in some sort of complex mimicking each other. Oxyhaloa are safe to use as feeders, but I will reiterate this again, as it's my favorite thing to tell people. They need heating. They not really, room temperature is fine, but you will get better production with a little bit of heat. Oxyhaloa dusta has a defensive odor that smells like garlic bread or Texas toast. It's my favorite thing to point out to people and to bring up is that they smell delicious for some reason. Again, it's supposed to be a defensive thing, supposed to get you to not eat them. So maybe it works on some lizard in Africa or some bird or something. But to humans, they smell like garlic bread or Texas toast. And it's a very delightful thing to bring up, I think. Do they taste like it? I haven't tried tasting them yet. Maybe I will actually do that at some point. See if they retain the Texas toast / garlic bread flavoring when consumed. Here's an X for the Oxyhaloa. Going once for the garlic bread roaches. Going twice. Sold. 2 could be brie or lizard beans. Could be brie or lizard beans. It is brie with a winning bid of 75. Congrats. I'm going to put something up and I'm going to run to the bathroom. We're going to put up a group of 40 Bursatria fumigata variety fumigata, starting bid of $40. I'm going to be right back as I run to use the bathroom. I'm back. Please, I'll pay half. All right, you guys work that out somewhere else. We've got Bursatria fumigata up for grabs. Easy, good beginner species. Again, part of the Bursatria genus, so I recommend them as a beginner cockroach and wonder why they've fallen off in popularity linearly over time. Do lizards do capsaicin? I don't know. The sun is really, really bright. There we go. That's better. All right, fumigata. Going once. Going twice. Sold to Bob Harrison. Bob Harrison, I don't want to say ancient, old school. Bob Harrison is an old school roach keeper. Has been around since before I've been around, and has watched in real time the roach hobby grow and contract and disfigure and do all kinds of weird things, getting stuff in culture that we never thought we'd have years ago. All right, let's do a group of 40. Aaron Vega, Boliana, from Bernie, Texas. Starting bid of $40. Provided by Mr. Uncle Fengus a while back. Doing very well. The key to Boliana is dead, dry oak leaves. That's their shtick. They love them. They love to eat them, and they do exceptionally well. They'll turn lots of oak leaves into lots of soil in short order. I can tell you that much. I tell you what. Look where I wrote fumigata on here. Seemed to have skipped over it. The Sahina, Pallida, Latalini, blah, blah, blah. We did Baltaviolus. We did that. We got some fun new introductions to throw into the fray here. Probably do those soon. We'll do that one next, I think. All right. Here's an X for the Aranavega Boliana Bernie, the largest sand roach species. Any news about how the site overhaul is going? Hello, Hive Halopolis. Our Roach Crossings exclusive website designer, Chris Sniper Snyder of Snyder Programming LLC, has been working tirelessly to do a computer compiler program executable runnable decomposition that will take my Excel documents and convert them into automatically generated site pages by every species. It's a lot of stuff, but we have a mock-up working site currently behind the scenes, and it will be a Thanos snap one day where the site will go from its current form to being in the new form suddenly and abruptly, and hope that nothing breaks. When's the next break planned for? Whenever Angela gets here. She said she's off doing something she has a good reason for, but I'm hungry and I miss her. So whenever she eventually gets here, I'll do a break. All right. Aranavega Boliana, Bernie, Texas. Going once. Going twice. Sold. All right, I guess it's a pass. It's up for grabs if anybody wants them. Aranavega, Bernie, Texas. All right, let's do some 40 Paranophita formosana, the Taiwanese assassin bug mimic. Starting bid of $60. This is the larger of the two species in U.S. culture. It is the largest of the three that used to be cultured. Very cool, guys. Very cool. Thank you, Photo Gallery, for putting up that image. That is a good image of these guys. They're really cool. This is a good intermediate care roach, I would say. When's the next break, Kyle? Or not having one just asking the same thing. FYI, the hobby owes a lot to Olivia Bugchick from Arachnoboards in the early 2000s. By the time that I got into roaches and I tried to get in contact with Olivia Bugchick, she was already on her way out of things. I think I remember people pointing me in her direction 2006, 2007, 2008, and not being able to get in touch with her. So there was way back when my humble origins, the people who had been doing roaches for a while, at least I was told for a while, were just getting out of stuff. Orin Bugs in Cyberspace was the main one that was still around. There was also Double D's. Blabberous.com was, right as I got into things, had a lot of stuff available, and then shortly after dropped off the face of the earth. Olivia Bugchick, another example. And what's his name? Roachman Willis was another one. Had a big list that had an impressive assemblage of species. Even up until like 2013, 2014, had species that were quite impressive on the list, and he was completely gone by the time that I was into things as well. All right, thank you, Ice Beam, for that good picture. That's a nice picture of some coitus. We love some good coitus here and there, don't we? All of some good coitus. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Predator with a winning bid of 162. Chris Sniper was coming back against Predator to try and reclaim, try and get some standing here, but it was not enough in time. It was a wrinkle in time. All right, let's do a group of 50 Gyna Cappuccino, starting bid of $50. Should have a giveaway coming up soonish here. Gyna Cappuccino, 50. Got a couple of neat things on the pass list, I think. Kyle, please tell me there will be more termites. Hello, Jordan Henderson. I'm debating if I'm going to put up some of the Arizona termites. Really debating it. Hive Helopolis, are there any really interesting recent species you've had some success culturing? These Anaplecta I'm going to put up soon have been a big surprise and exciting thing. There's a couple of Eucharidia I'm just getting going and will be making available. Hopefully this next round of Drimaplinida semivita provides consistent results. Is there anything else new on the horizon? I got a new CF Doralia species from TJ. I like that. I like that a lot. I like that we're getting more blatted diversity. They've really been lacking in diversity for a while. Some undescribed parka it's just a little bit all over the place here and there. These are Schnoptera, unknown to Schnoptera from Panama. You know, it's you build the building brick by brick, and at some point you stop laying the bricks and you look and you've got a gigantic structure. It's kind of how it is with getting more species. Bree, I think I clarified in the rules on the splitting fee, but it's $10 to split per split. So if you have two people and you want to split something, it's $10. If you want to split the same thing between three people, it's $20. That's how that works. I was originally going to say $10 to each party, but that's not fair. But every time you split it, every time I have to take another container, label it, poke holes in it, make a note on the order sheet. This goes to them. This goes to the other person. That's enough of my time. It's I feel it's worth that. Take them if you do. All right. Here's an X for Gyna Cappuccino. Going once for Gyna Cappuccino, the pink roach, once one of the most coveted roaches worldwide. Now many people are having success with them. I've gone on some rants about why I think that is. Maybe I'll go on rants later about it again. Going twice. Sold. To Collateral. Ice Beam, I appreciate that you tried to fix your bid there. I appreciate that. You put a star. In the future, to correct it, you need to do the double X's. I appreciate, though, you made an effort. It's okay. However, Collateral Bug Agent is the clear winner here with a winning bid of 75. unless you want me to take your original bid of $600, but I really don't think you do. So we'll give it to collateral bug agent. Okay, let's do a group of 40 Eurycotus improcera, starting bid of $50. Second smallest Eurycotus, but one of the most colorful, I think. Started from a population of 1 male and 3 females back in 2015, I think, or 2016. Okay. Anyways, guess I know how it felt when TJ bid for those hissers. Man, these will probably be the next Eurycotus I pick up on the Improcera. Do you have orthopterans you culture? The blog posts detail some interesting ones. Yes, we will have some of those up for grabs tomorrow, even. Care for Improcera, similar to other Eurycotus. They come from quite dry places, so they can be kept. They're basically the same as Floridana. Basically, they're not that picky overall. They're cute. They're the chibi scrub roaches, and Improcera meaning short or small in stature. Pretty easy. I don't think I've never had the culture's never really been at risk of dying out or anything. Just overall pretty straightforward for a Eurycotus and get in the Floridana care level type situation. Here's an X for the Eurycotus improcera. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Morbid, an excellent deal with the starting bid of $50. All right, that was good. I'm surprised more people didn't want these. I really like the little dudes. Might go back home, catch something and something else you have your eye on. All right. Improcera. So I think we'll take a break at 8. I think I'm going to need to stop at 8. So we're going to do some stuff with a little bit more of a brisk pace here. And we'll take a break at 8. We're going to do 40 Gramphodorina, Portentosa, University of California, Riverside. Dr. Hemorrhoid is clamoring for Sam Magnifica. So I think we're going to do some Pseudoglomerus Magnifica before the break, everybody. Just saying. Here's a group of 40 Gramphorina Portentosa, University of California, Riverside, starting bid of $40. Thank you, Photo Gallery, for combing the website and finding the picture that I took in the back professional labs where this culture was being kept, where I dug through hundreds of roaches and tried to find the most aberrant looking ones to determine if these were pure. The consensus is that out of hundreds of thousands of roaches in this culture, if this is the degree of aberration in the adult males, it is very unlikely that this culture is impure. So this is considered to be a pure stock of Portentosa with more variation in it than the Clevelands are, which Spicy Roach, I'm going to delete that picture because that picture is the Cleveland Aquarium stock. People are getting crazy deals right now. Yeah, we're in a bit of a lull. It's still kind of early evening. I think that's going to change by the time I get back from the break. I have a feeling that's going to change. So anyways, just a good pure hisser line. Very hardy. Cleveland strain is the best according to Exotic Wilderness. These Aspiducus cavernicolas I'm hoping to find. Oh, you're going back to the island. I wish you the best of luck. Let me know what you find. We got a couple of eyes on the island right now. And Aspiducus, Hemiblabra, and all the Eurycotus, they're on top of the priority list. Oh, and Euthalastoblata. What's that? Phasies, you last a lot of phasies also would be really nice. All right. We're going to start wrapping up the bids for these. Where did I put them on my sheet? 40, 40, 40. Come on. There we go. G-Port UCR. All right, going once. Chance to get just some nice common hissers. Well, not hot common hissers. They're going to have a different common name soon to help to prevent the spread of hybridization. Groundfordorina portentosa UCR going once. Going twice. Sold. To Mobius Rick. 2 periods are fine. I have no rules stipulating that 2 periods are bad. Mobius Rick with a winning bid of $46. I don't think you will regret this. All right, let's hop into a group of 40 Elliptorina javanica. Starting bid of $40. The Halloween hissing cockroach. Got the 40 for 40 deal at Roach Crossing. Yeah. Is that so? I'll let you know what I find. Yes, Hyperbeam, there's so much stuff on the island that people want, from the little isopods you find under rocks to the gigantic roaches. Exotic Williams says, I need to get a colony going them one day when I have more room. The UCR has provided some interesting individuals I've started doing selective breeding projects with. Cleveland was good for the LE Mahoganies. Dan had an excellent eye for picking the starting stock for the Mahoganies out of the Clevelands. I don't think I could do that. It was definitely all on Dan there. But other than that, it seems the thing the Clevelands offer the most of is size variation and breeding up in size. So that's been the main utility of the Cleveland for line creation, is upbreeding in size. The UCRs seem to be handy for coloration and getting things like that going. So I've been using them for that mostly. Dr. Hemorrhoid has rubbed off on Kyle. Dewey says no. Everybody sees these and they're just like, second they see Dr. Hemorrhoid, they're like, all right, there goes either my wallet or my sanity. 4 for 44. Here's an X, everybody. Here's an X. Predator mocking. There's some people getting in some cheap tricks here, it seems like. But in my eyes, it seems Dr. Hemorrhoid is leading with a 44. Love with Scales. All right, Love with Scales not taking any crap. Chris Sniper a little late with a 45 bid. 55. All right. Closing my eyes, getting ready for the countdown. Going once. Going twice. Sold. 2. I'm control refreshing. I'm also flipping to this other page. So what am I doing here? I'm writing something down here. We have Chris Sniper is the winner with a winning bid of 61. Luch's stream is delayed, and that is very unfortunate. Make sure you're refreshing at all times. Has there been any hybridization? The sun. When it comes to Javanica, no, not that we know of. It's suspected, but it's not been observed and it's not been proven. So we do not have direct evidence, only suspicion. We have 50 Neostylopyga rhombifolia, starting bid of $40. Chinese hobby stock, starting bid of $40. Harlequins are back, baby, and they're bigger than ever. We have a lot of success with this Chinese hobby stock, but I really think it's just because we started keeping them properly and they didn't spiral into a death snowball. So Harlequins are probably around to stay for good. That's great. It's a species, a blatted, one I missed not having and we got it back. And they're great. And maybe we'll do some selective breeding. I think TJ's working on upbreeding certain characters in this stock, and I like that because they do seem a bit darker than the stock we used to have. This stock comes from the Chinese hobby. The old stock we have, I believe, came from Mexico, wild caught somewhere in Mexico. So maybe we'll start upbreeding the lighter colors in them. But for now, celebrate, celebrate, dance to the music. We at least got the species and culture. High humidity, soaking wet, not pools of water, like not substrate that's got water and becoming anaerobic forming, but dripping condensation, air humidity, etc. seems to be the key with this species. And I have very few problems since I switched to these husbandry methods. Room temperature seems to be even fine too. It's all about the humidity with these. Here's an X for the Rhombifolia Chinese hobby stock. So do I get that for 61, or do I have to pay the listed starting of 440? Wait, did I screw up and say 440? Is that why people were? Oh, that's why. I didn't realize. I'm gonna edit this. Edited because I am a fool. Changed to 40 from 440. Thank you guys for mocking me and not pointing out the problem, but there you go. All right, thank you, Joy, for that lovely picture of a Harlequin roach colony. Might be your Harlequin roach colony. If it is, it's a beautiful colony. They look pretty healthy. All right, wrapping up the Harlequin roaches. Neostylopyga rhombifolia. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Predator. Winning bid of 61. Another $61 winning bid. What are the odds? Okay, let's do 100 Euthlastoblata subdiaphana. Starting bid of $20. An excellent utilitarian and pretty tiny roach. They're quite dry tolerant. The hatchlings are very small relative to the adults. I think hatchlings are about 2.5-ish millimeters. Pretty in all life stages, including the adults. Unlike the other Euthlastoblata, which kind of fall off after they mature, subdiaphana definitely holds the line. Oh, diaphana. Sorry, diaphana. I don't know why I said subdiaphana. I had diaphana written down. Edited to remove sub from species name. It's Euthlastoblata diaphana. Thinking of another species, probably. Good pick, photo gallery. I feel like that's not the adult. But yes, anyways, good utility species that's also quite pretty throughout its life. Here's an X. Don't know why I put subdiaphana. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Inverterrarium with a winning bid of 26. All right, we'll do another semi-fast thing here. Let's do 40 Ischnoptera species. Perry, Florida, one of the Ischnopteras that's considered the ruby longwing roaches, a ruby Ischnoptera. The easiest of the Derapeltiformis clade to propagate. Haven't given me any issues despite improper care, unlike Derapeltiformis, which I have gone back and forth on taking care of. No other ventilation other than when I open the lid humidity for Neostylopyga. I give them just a little, but seriously, don't overdo it. Just enough to like let oxygen into the enclosure. I have not auctioned any Eupolyphagus sinensis, and there will not be any available now. Oh, that's kind of cool. There won't be any available at this auction, and the next time I have them available, it's going to be the white eyes before the wild types, I think. Exotic Wilderness asking, my Elliptorine javanica colony is producing some black pronotum females. Could this be isolated? Go for it. I have a project bin of those up here that I'm working on. First time I tried to do it, I screwed up. I was dumb. Happens. So I'm trying it again. 2 days of auction is starting to weigh on you. Also, we're going to send out a search party for Angela. She's still at home. She texted me. I'm going to call her actually on the break and talk her through some stuff of what's going on. I'm going to look up and see if there's any Schnaptera ruby. New roaches from Alan. All right, perfect. Here's some pictures from TJ of immatures. All right, TJ, you got to have some adults. Where's the eye? Isotoma, Schnaptera derapeltiformis. He lists them as derapeltiformis, but it's more likely that they're not. Oh, these are old posts from 2018. Here's a picture of what the adults of these look like, what the males. Thank you, Chris Sniper, for that picture. Here's a picture from TJ of the males of this species from Perry, Florida. I really do like these guys. I like a lot of roaches. I really like these because they're hassle-free. We got to minimize the hassle in life. Should be everybody's slogan. Here's an X for these Schnaptera. Going once. Could be co-housed with hissers or other large roaches. Going twice. Sold. To Bahijager with a winning bid of 45. And congrats, Bahijager, on your first win of this auction. All right, next we have 200 Pycnoscelis CF Rufa, starting bid $30, formerly Tenebrigera. The males of this species are a far better match for Rufa than they are for Tenebrigera. Alan and I and TJ and I have talked about this at length, but we're pretty sure they're actually Rufa and almost certainly not Tenebrigera, but that's the other name that they've gone by. Another Pycnoscelis. Lost another one to Pycnoscelis. And I think we can get a couple more bids in before we put up some heavy stuff before the break. We'll put an X here. Going once for these Pycnoscelis CF Rufa, formerly Tenebrigera. Going twice. Sold. To Chris Sniper. I apologize for that not being picks on hand. Winning bid of $45 to Chris Sniper. We're working on it. That's all I can say and will ever say. Let's do some 100 Paraplaneta fuliginosa, smoky brown roaches, starting bid of $30. Gonna edit this for locality. Lafayette, Louisiana. Edited for locality. Thank you for the classic roach crossing pick of Paraplaneta fuliginosa. Not a bad feeder either. Anybody looking for quick, easy, cheap feeders, you can look into the Paraplaneta. They will fit the bill, and some people prefer to use them for stuff. All right, going once on the smoky brown roaches. Going twice. Sold. to Joy, winning bid of 31. They are quite a joyful colony to maintain. Okay, we're gonna do some powerful stuff in a second here. We're gonna just do a couple other things before that. Group of 200 Paratemnopteryx Couloniana, starting bid of $40. One of our few Australian roaches in culture, as it has been since like 2009. I won't complain. I do wish we got some populations of this species have variable wing length. Ours do not. They're all brachypterous. I would have appreciated, maybe the males don't necessarily qualify as brachypterous, but they're not capable of flight, so they're not macropterous. So I'm not sure. They're kind of in between worlds here. We'll put an X here for the Paratemnopteryx couloniana, the red goblin roach. Morty, they're goblins. Don't be rude. Let's see what's going on in the stream. How do we know you actually like roaches? Kyle looks like Cyclops from X-Men. Oh, yeah, with this thing. That's an interesting point. With these locality that had unusual wing lengths when we first found them in 2014. Yes, Satchel, this is that colony. When did this change? I don't feel like changing my label. Giveaway soon? Yeah, we need to do a giveaway before the break. I have something set up for it too. We'll wrap this up. We'll do a giveaway, then we'll do some powerhouses. This is how you know Kyle likes roaches. That is a very good edit. I appreciate that. Here's we already did an X for the Couloniana. Going once. I was distracted. Going twice. Sold. To Chris Sniper, winning bid 65. Chris is in these twilight times is a powerful bidder on some of these things, driving up the midway of the bidding. How many do you have left of roaches to get through? It's like three-ish. All right, we're gonna do a giveaway for 15 Hemithyrsoceras Paleata. And what are we going to ask? What are you going to ask in this giveaway? All right, here's the giveaway question. What is the world's largest tree fruit? Zen Monkey lost colony from Royal Roach. I've been missing them. I'm glad to get a new one from Roach Crossing. Thank you, Zen Monkey. I'm happy to give that to you. Morbid Arachnid appears to be the winner with jackfruit. I'm going to post it in here so that we can all see that it says jackfruit. Morbid Arachnid with the win. Congratulations, Morbid Arachnid. I also just so happen to love jackfruit. Let me write this down. Hemithyrsoceras Paleata. 15-0-0. Morbid Arachnid. I assume you're morbid in Discord as well. Everybody's saying durian, but yeah, you forget about jackfruit. They're both up there. Shows I said it first. Bree, I have plenty of Paleata, so if it's showing on yours that you said it first, I think I can spare some. However, everybody below the people who said durian, sorry. Bree and Morbid Arachnid. I'm going to put Bree here too. I'll make a note here that Bree is also going to get a batch. Again, I have so many of them. It is not a problem to compensate another winner when it says that they were up there with the winners. Anyways, I think breadfruit is bigger. Let's see what breadfruit is. breadfruit, mulberry, and jackfruit family. Still not saying that it's a bigger producer than jackfruit. It is closely related to jackfruit, though, it says. Kyle Bree can get them. I don't know what these are. I just like trivia. All right, well then, Bree, I guess you're the winner because Morbid would like to bow out of his free stuff. That's fine. Everything's fine. I'm fine. All right, let's get jiggy with it. Let's do some power hitters as we wrap up this section before the break. We're going to start with, again, power hitters. I got to find something good to start off with here. We're going to go with 5.5 adult Gromphodorina portentosa LLE mahogany, starting bid of $50. Kind of decaps the A. Dan Griner's Crown Jewel Hisser Morph achievement. However, I've been working on them more than Dan has now in terms of years, because Dan got rid of the last of his and gave them to me to continue refining in his absence. So, I'm going to claim co-creationship now over the LLE Mahoganies. Again, the name will stay, though. But this is the second true breeding Hisser mutant available next to the Black Tiger Hissers. More are on their way. I'm going to go ahead and nab the Roach Crossing picture. Oh, yeah, Photo Gallery's got it right front and center. So, very fiery. I've never had breadfruit. Now I want to get it. I want to eat it. Any care tips for them would be appreciated as well. Dry, moist back corner, and have either fresh fruit daily or these little beetle jellies, a beetle jelly in there at all times. And that's basically all they need. They're very easy. Food becomes not food to them if it dries up too much, and they don't like that. So that's an important thing to keep in mind. So the jellies retain their moisture very effectively. Hive says, any chance of a Panchlora species sooner? Did I miss them? We have more Panchlora coming up after the break that we're taking in a couple minutes. I'm going to go ahead and put an X here for the LLE Mahoganies, and then we're going to do a real heavy hitter, and then we're going to take a break. So anybody wants 5 adult LLE Mahoganies? Very bright autumn colors on them. Going once. Going twice. A good roach for keeping with isopods cohabbing. Sold. To Dilophoraptor. All right, Dilo, you had to get something, I suppose. With a winning bid of 70. Okay, heavy hitter time. We have a group of 2 adult, I thought you people loved hissers, / subadult male and 3 subadult / adult female pseudoglomerus magnifica kook fuong, starting bid $1. Here they are, folks. I will probably check these again before the end of the night, but there's a good chance this is the only set of Magnifica up for grabs at this auction. There is a very good chance this is the only set available. Keep that in mind. Let's see. What's that jar of jelly called? It's called Gin Mango Fruit Jelly. Surprised no one is banging these. That kind of sticks. Also, do they need a heat mat, or are they good at 70-ish? They should be okay at room temperature, but would probably like it warmer. But don't stress. Give them a try. See if they work with your setup, and if they do, hey, I have really pretty roaches at room temperature, and it's not a big hassle. Give it a try, Uh, Duke and Enzo want them, but too pricey for a college student. Good luck. These is it. Cubaris species Pseudoglomerus magnifica. Pseudoglomerus magnifica is my favorite Cubaris species. Cubaris Pseudoglomerus magnifica, one sandwich species name. I would want these, but they seem to have a very special diet. All of my roaches basically get four things: dog food, fish flakes, apples, and Jinjin mango fruit jellies. My Magnifica are no exception. They get one or two of those four things. They get a carb slash protein slash fat and a sugar. So they get dog food and Jinjin jellies or apple, whatever the combination is, either apple or fish or dog food or fish flakes and apple or jellies. That's it. They don't get pollen. They don't have any other crazy stuff like that. That is all that they get, and they do very well with just that. Don't overcomplicate it. Remember your periods on your bids, folks. Here's the X before our break, wrapping up the Pseudoglomerus magnifica. You could theoretically have babies within a couple months from this girl, and Dr. Hemorrhoid smashes in through the wall, through the ceiling, actually, like a SWAT team. Going once, going twice, sold to Beetle Pixel with a winning bid of $251. Beetle Pixel is the heel to the auction's heel to Dr. Humroyd. Beetle Pixel, if Dr. Humroyd smashed in through the ceiling of the building, I think Beetle Pixel may have just organized an orbital strike. That is a great exploitable image. Thank you, Dewey. And I never thought that I could look so much like a baby and a grandpa at the same time. Insanity, absolute insanity. Someone has to save me from myself. We are our greatest enemy, are we not? All right. Here's the ad, everyone, to say bidding is paused. We'll resume at, I'm going to take a break until 9:10 p.m. and we will go forever. All right, everybody. We're in the semi-home stretch. We're just about halfway through the auction. I said we're supposed to be saving our money. 9:10 p.m. Eastern. Next topic. Even more roaches. Huzzah. All right, everybody. I got to eat some dinner. I got to touch the dogs. We're going to have a good time when I come back. We are not done. Viva La Roach Crossing. Viva La Roaches. We will resume. We will return. And we will have a good time. Logies, I'm going to laugh myself into an asthma attack. I did say Beetle Pixel was second place. Excellent round, everybody. And we are not done yet. We still have 3 pages of roaches. It happens. We got this. All right. Here we go. Close this. Say goodbye to the sun, because it's not coming back till tomorrow. Here we go. Got this. Perfect. All right. See you all at 9:10. What's up? What's up? Late night Roach Day with the squad. Hello, everybody. I'm back. Got some discussion of beetle jelly and some other stuff. I'm back. Some weird stuff going on in the Bid Central over here. Very interesting. I appreciate a lot of the gifts that I see. Mods are off. Post memes. I appreciate that. A lot of the gifts that I see. Mods are off. Post memes. I appreciate that. This is when it gets real. We are. I'm gonna tag everybody. Everyone. Bidding resumes, but not until we get some people in here. Everyone. Bidding resumes. I see somebody posted a video of their Grylus assimilis colony from me and how gigantic it is. We got 21 people in here. 26. Get those numbers back up. Those are rookie numbers. Let's see anybody combine orders. Blah blah blah. I won't worry about that yet. We are in the final now for roaches today. Angela says I look like I'm dying, so I'm going to try not to go too late today. You know how that goes. We're going to try and wrap it up at midnight. We'll see. Maybe, maybe not. I'll probably push myself tomorrow, if anything. Let me check, do some quick maths here. Yeah, we have way too much to go through tomorrow. Already, we have way too much. 2 pages of all else. 1 page of grain pest type stuff. Bunch of isopods. Anyways, Loki has a fun surprise for me. I wonder what that means. Sounds a little sussy, a mogussy. So let's get back and get drunk again. Maybe tomorrow night I'll have a drink. Maybe I think I'm out of seltzers. Let's just ease into things with a group of 100 Paraplaneta Brunea, another Sky High Brunea, another Sky High humidity-loving roach species similar to Neostylopyga. I think they share the same native range, actually. Starting bid of $40 for the Brunea. We're going to try and move it a little brisker pace because we do have a lot to go through, although we have covered a lot of ground too. The arachnid fans are dying here. I think I found a species of fungus growing ant literally right outside my apartment. Need to ID them still. Do you think you'll finish roaches today? I'm going to try. Rookie boys, get those numbers up. Joe's Apartment was a great movie for roach enthusiasts. I watched that very early on into my roach career, Joe's Apartment. Photo gallery, that's a picture of an Americana. I'll find a Brunea picture. It's incredible how similar the two of them are. And yet, if you have them, they are worlds different. There we are. Beat you to it. They're basically, what if we American roach, but minus everything that makes the American roach, except for looking like an American roach. An easy toss in the humid bin and forget about species. Here's an X. Paraplaneta Brunea. You know, a couple of years ago, we would have people would have been killing for these. A couple of years ago, before we cracked the code on how to really get them going. They also can infest your house. Despite looking like Paraplaneta Americana, they have no infestation potential whatsoever. I don't know how they can even be considered a household pest unless you live somewhere where you're basically there's a quarter inch of water on the floor at all times. All right, going once, going twice. Sold. All right, passing on the Brunea. They're up to a pass. That's fine. Let's do a group of 5.5 adult Groundfedorina, Portentosa, Cleveland Aquarium. Starting bid of $40. The Cleveland Aquarium strain Pure Hissers. Another of our Pure Hisser strains up for grabs here. Can throw some good size, big size males. I'm gonna pull them up on the RC, on the old RC here. And a nice picture of a male. Thank you, Photo Gallery. You kids are so fast with the tech these days. P. Bernada, the only Paraplania I want. Sorry if I spelled the lie. You're fine. Since we just got a pass, Kyle. If you're under 18, can you bypass groups? Does that go against? Exotic Wilderness, I believe I owe you some stuff for some promotional stuff, so maybe just don't worry about it. If you want some Brunea, perhaps some will find their way to you. Just remind me of it in the future. All right, Loki's interested in the Cleveland Aquarium Hissers. This is our only set of Cleveland Aquarium Hissers at the auction. Full stop. We'll put an X here. We got some good stuff coming up. Always good stuff. Phil's interested with a bid of 41. There's something I'm particular. There we go. There's something I'm looking at. All right. Going once on the Cleveland Hissers. Going twice. Sold. To Devin No Name with a winning bid of $51. All right, that's what we like to see. Some of the western half of the country people are waking up. Let's go with 200 Panchlora species Redlands, Florida. Starting bid of $50. No, we're gonna do $40. Redlands Panchlora. This is let's see if I got a picture somewhere of the Redlands. This is not the blue. This is not the blue. This is let's see. We will have some blues going up for grabs soon. We have on the left in this image is Panchlora nivea from Tuscaloosa. On the right is Panchlora species Redlands. I believe there was a species of there was another species recorded from Florida. There's a document saying what it is with pictures. I can't find it though. Something along the lines of like not maybe it was Exolita, but they seized them and raised them from a airport or something. Somewhere, if I did digging, I could find it. So it's potentially these could be that species. I don't know, but as of now, unidentified. But they are definitely distinct from nivea. Here's an X for the Panchlora species Redlands. Wrapping up your bids, an easy Panchlora, just like nivea, just like the species Hobby. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Chris Sniper, winning bid of $40. That's a lot of Panchlora you're going to have, Chris. Thank you, dear. Angela's here, everybody. She's a little shy on the camera, though.
Hi, bug people.
There you go. She says, hi, bug people. Wait, let me see. They can see your cute face, right? There we go. Wave and say hi.
Hi, too.
Hello.
Hi, everyone.
Everybody saying hi.
Sun Monkey, LC, Loki.
A lot of people saying hi. Did you say? Sorry,
I hope you guys are enjoying the auction.
Oh, we got a huge jump of people actually too. So everybody's saying hi.
Aw,
Thank you for popping in, dear.
yes. You stay alive, okay?
I will do my best.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, my dear. We love bugs. Angela is finally a good live stream. Everybody saying Angela, Angela. Okay, what we're going to do next? Let's do a group of 40 Elliptorhina Levigata starting bid $50 V-horn hissing cockroaches. Once believed to be extinct in U.S. culture, some random person was still keeping a colony from James at Blabberus alive in their domicile, and thus Kyle 18 plus, you guys. Anyways, V-horn hissers, and we have them. They're available finally. One of those testaments to what just having a colony forever can do. You can help out innumerable people. It's also the largest Elliptorhina. They often get longer than most Gromphidorhina end up maturing at, especially the females. Phil, there will not be any more Clevelands, unfortunately. The parents are kissing you, cooties. Mine are doing great from last auction, producing like crazy. Not sure if that's the Panchlora or the Elliptorhina. Does inbreeding cause issues in jumping spiders? Shut up, Tennyson. Homo sapiens subspecies Angela, locality Kyle's person. V-horns, good to hear, WW, that yours are thriving. They're not a difficult species. Here's an X for the V-horn hissers. As I struggle to find them on my sheet. All right, going once on the V-horns. Going twice. Sold. It goes to pass, but Orang Mango is there. So Orang Mango, you are the winner. Winning bid of $50. Very good deal on this group. Thank you for bidding. Forbidding. All right, we have 40 Blabberus Colossius Panama. Again, these may be re-ID'd to True Parabolicus, maybe not. Starting bid of $40. We will not have Colossius Peru up for grabs at this auction. Only Panama, and we did Ecuador earlier. I don't think we're going to do more Ecuador. Let's see. You look really good together. Nice trade up, Kyle. Thank you, Yadeski. Phil says that was like the one species I've been waiting for all day. I mean, Phil, we did have LLE Mahoganies, which are Cleveland's, but you know. Phidippus working on captive bred Phidippus asotus. Stephen Logan says, anything special about the wide horn hissers you have? They're wide horns. They're pure stock, and they've been refusing to give me babies for a hot minute now, unfortunately. Will there be Leuci hormetica? Yes, there will be Leuci hormetica. Which Panchlora is best as a feeder? They're pretty much all equally valuable as feeders. Just the fastest consistently reproducing ones are basically not speckled. Costa Rica yellow did really well for me at one point and then stopped doing really well, so I don't know if I recommend those, but pretty much everything but those in species white. Phil has a pair from the last auction of Clevelands that haven't bred yet. Maybe I could put a smaller group up for grabs. That picture is looks like an Ecuador. Basically, Panama looks identical to Peru in like every facet. So I'll just put the Peru Colossius up here because they're much larger than the Ecuadors are and differently marked. It's very difficult, if not impossible, to tell Panama apart from Peru. So I'll just put the Peru picture up there. They're basically identical. Ecuador is much smaller than either of these. All right, here's an X for the Colossus Panama. Not bigger than Giganteus, no. The biggest Colossus is the size of about a adult male Giganteus. Here's an X. Oh, I already did an X. Okay, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Muerte 26 with a winning bid of 60. Muerte, that is definitely your first win at this auction. Congratulations. Maybe even your first bid, actually. So impressive. All right, next up we have a group of 40 Luki Hormetica Subcincta, starting bid of $40. The wreathed glow spot roach, now that we are using a different common name for them, a little more descripted, as Varicosa is the warty glow spot, Subcincta is the wreathed glow spot roach, as there are hybrids being formed between them now, so just differentiating the common names is a little bit more value. Difference between these in Ecuador and Peru. Panama is identical to Peru, basically. Ecuador is much smaller than both of them and has more abundant, more distinguishable markings on them. How big are the babies of Hemithyrsospora vittata? They hatch out at about 3-ish, 3, 4, 3.5 millimeters. All right, Dilo throwing a hat in the ring. Subcincta. Levi Subcincta. There we go. All right. Here's an X for the glow spot, the wreathed glow spot roaches, Luki Hormetica Subcincta. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Beetle Pixel with a winning bid of 69. For that winning bid, you get a Nazig emoji on your win. Beetle Pixel coming in again with those increment of like 15, 10, 15-ish. Let's see. Next up, we'll do 500 Naufita Scenaria. Probably the most practical and best feeder roach if you have ravenous lizards like bearded dragons or leopard geckos or anything that you need a large volume of feeders consistently and something that's easy to take care of. Lobster roaches are your go-to, or should be. They are an amazing feeder. Colonies respond well to being culled out of. Actually, they prefer to be culled out of very frequently, or they will stop breeding. So it's actually good for your colony to constantly feed out of it. They were a lot more popular back in the day. Nowadays, doesn't necessarily seem so much, but maybe they'll have a resurgence when people pull their head out of their anus. Hopefully, they will see the true value. Here's an X for the Naufita. WW's favorite feeder. Devin uses them all the time. I use them for vinegaroons and tarantulas and scorpions and dermestid beetles. Lobster roach dead bodies are amazing for lesser mealworms. That's good to know. I do have lesser mealworms in my lobster roach colonies. I have them running all around my insect room, says Roly Polies on a roll. Royal Dilo. Not many want to deal with fast running, kind of stinky. I ever since I started keeping them on substrate, no odor issues. They smell, blah, 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 was people keeping them on egg cartons with bare bottoms. How much more prolific are they than pallets? They're about the same, despite the size difference. They're both equally prolific, and I love using both of them as feeders. How was your break? It was as relaxing as it could be. I don't really get to relax until Monday or until tomorrow night when we start having more of the cut loose fun. My lobsters constantly try to eat metal mesh. Satchel's main feeder against what's the well-known secret? Not a well-kept secret. Secret in plain sight, something like that. I think there's a euphemism for it. And I still ask for some adults in my box since you said you'd do it for me last time. Adults of what? Per se. Also, going once for the lobster roaches. Going twice. Sold. To Chris Sniper with a winning bid of 133. And I don't think that was a fat finger either. Chris really wanted 500 lobster roaches. That'll do. That'll do ya. Congrats. Next up, we have a newish locality of discoids. These stalled out for me and didn't do much at first, but now they're doing really well. 40 Blabberus discoidalis, Richmond Heights, Florida. These are very similar to the Miami Golds I used to have, where the body color, it's definitely more of a honey instead of a brown over the whole body on the adults. They're very cool. I like them. If this trend continues, I might start selecting something out of them. Again, they weren't. JoJo really wants them. I figured you'd really want them. JoJo just hitting the mid bid. Oh yeah, I can send you some lobster roach adults. Satchel notes: the only problem is assassin bugs don't really want to eat them. And yeah, that might be something they've evolved. Lobster roaches might be evolved to avoid being eaten by lobster roaches, or avoid being eaten by assassin bugs, since they do occur in the same places. They have evolved together. Hive Helopolis is used freshly molted ones when I get the chance, and normally apprehensive eaters usually can't resist. Yes, nice and squishy. Here's an X for the Richmond Heights Blabberus discoidalis. If you like discoids, you will not be disappointed with this locality. I really like the color. I think there's a lot of potential here for selective breeding or even just enjoying the wild stock. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To JoJo with a winning bid of 69. We're going to go ahead and add the Nazik face there. Write this down. Write that down. Write that down. Richmond Heights, Florida. What was it for 40? Starting bid 60. Winning bid 69 to JoJo. All right, save that. All right, let's do 40 Panasthea and Gustipennis cognata Cambodia. 40 of them, starting bid of $50. I don't want to copy just the word Cambodia. I want the whole cell's contents. Thank you, Excel. Devin, no name, late to the party. It's okay. It's your party. You can cry if you want to. Starting bid for the Panasthea, $50. This is the kindred log roach, sometimes called the orangeback roach. I'm not a fan of the common names, especially when there's important subspecies information to preserve here. Assassins will eat lobsters, but they have to be hungry. I take that's from extensive experience on Monkey. My assassins will take them, but not as rarely as other species. They're part of a cleanup crew in my Horrida colony. Discord app keeps freezing on me. Sorry, Devin. Tech issues. Gotta suck. We're moving at a pretty good pace here, everybody. Thank you for the picture photo gallery. We will have the other locality from Laos available in a bit in the auction. They both look identical to me, but I will keep the locality info, and I will keep both colonies too. Here's an X for them. A wood-feeding species. They will even eat freshly hydrated hardwood fuel pellets, making them quite economical to rear. Albeit if not a little bit slow growing. Don't necessarily need rotten wood. I've been getting more and more brazen and putting them in the raw rehydrated barbecue pellets or hardwood fuel pellets, which are very cheap, and they've been doing just fine. High humidity, just eating the wood. They, like Salgenia, probably have cellulose digesting enzymes in their saliva. So Satchel got them recently and likes them. All right, that's all you need to hear. Satchel stamp of approval. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Ice Beam with a winning bid of 56. Ice Beam not wanting to be outclassed by anybody, putting quite a few incremental bids. But you know what? They may be laughing, but you won, didn't you? You won the bid. All right, let's do a group of 200 Panchlora species hobby. Starting bid of $40. This is these were originally identified as Nivea. Nobody bothered checking. Everybody sort of assumed that they were Nivea until we got actual Panchlora Nivea from from Alabama first. And then I was like, these look kind of different, and then realized, oh, they're completely different species. So now we have Panchlora's box, as I called it in my titular blog post on Roach Crossing. Panchlora's box. We have no idea where these came from either. Orange said he got them from somebody in like the 80s or 90s or something. So we don't even know where these Panchlora are native to or what the story is with them. But we have them, and they do well in captivity, and they're probably the easiest and least fly-y of all the Panchlora in my experience. Professional opinion, which is why you all come here, is for the professional opinions. Size, care, I'm considering Panchlora. They seem to like wood in their diet too, even just in the form of mulch. Adult size, adult males are like 15 to 17-ish millimeters. Adult females like 20 to 22-ish. Interdimensional Panchlora. Dang, I was on my phone with a family because your grandfather passed. I miss what I've been. No, we haven't done Varicosa yet, Luch. We're gonna do Varicosa in the very near future. We did Subcincta. We did not do Varicosa. Goose Cannon with a bid of 40. That's enough for me to put the X there and start the countdown. Going once on the Panchlora species hobby. Going twice. Sold. To Goose Cannon with a winning bid. Good Cannon. Goose Cannon with a winning bid of $42. Congrats, Goose Cannon, on your first win of the auction. Good Cannon. All right, we will do a group of 50 Blabberus species Honduras. Starting bid of $50. This is the second longest Blabberus in culture. If you want to keep Giganteus, but you're afraid of sudden deaths, or you kept them before and they didn't do well, or something, this is the closest thing to Giganteus in terms of size and whatnot, but much easier to take care of, much less fickle, much less inclined to have weird, mysterious die-offs than Giganteus are. So cannot recommend these enough as a substitute. Again, I like to say this a lot. Baby's first Giganteus or training wheels for Giganteus. These guys are nice. Tennyson's first ever Roach and has hundreds 2 years later. You can listen to Tennyson's good, proper testament here. Dewey's here. Says, I'm here to risk my money for bugs I don't need for the adrenaline rush. See, watch number go up. Mad Dog says, I have been waiting for all day for them. We won't make you wait any longer. Here's an X for the Blabrus species Honduras. Prepare yourselves for the Hondurans, the Honduran cave roaches. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Muerte 26 with a winning bid of $73. Muerte beating out Mad Dog. No, the screams heard around the world. We're going to put some ball when $20 is $20. Thank you, Exotic Wilderness. I'm sorry, little one. We're going to throw a bone to Luch. Rest in peace, your grandfather. We have a group of 40 Luki Hormetica Vericosa, starting bid of $40. I say $40, $50. Starting bid of $50. My apologies. I misspoke. Group of Luki Hormetica Vericosa. I'm doing a trade with my boy Tennyson this summer for them. Real nice. I love to see that. Some swapping of species. It happens so much at every level of keeping stuff. Got to get new things. Swap your buddy for some. It's part of the kindredness of the whole thing and what the stuff. All right, we won't leave that hanging for too long. We'll put an X there. We're moving at a good pace right now. Actually, I'm quite comfortable with this. 50 folks in the live stream, 52 folks in the live stream. Welcome. Thanks for tuning in. Obliterate in the pesticide, spray that like button, etc. Whatever. Let's get some more likes. Let's get some hype. I might put a poll in for something. We're going to put a poll in to get some engagement. We're going to say which species is cooler between Luki Hormetica subcincta and Luki Hormetica vericosa. This would be interesting knowledge for me to find out. Lick that like button. I like that. Grab the like button with your mandibular palps. All right, going once on the vericosa. Going twice. Sold. To, it could be Beetle, Pixel, or Dilo. It's close. Which would taste better, Kyle's toes or knees? Please don't say that ever again. No El Grossi, unfortunately. Dilo with a winning bid of 90. I'm working on bulking out that Grossi colony, guys. Trust me. I want them to be part of the auction as badly as you guys do. All right. We have a group of 200 Eublabrus biolii. 6 spots. Starting bid of $40. Eublabrus biolii, the entity known as the 6 spot, currently is collapsed within Eublabrus distanti on the books, but it is unable to reproduce with distanti, and they are geographically separated, and therefore the species need to be resurrected as separate entities. Any Hormetica strumosa? I am working on those strumosa too, and on species Columbia. I am working on it, and God willing, at the fall auction, there will be some of those up for grabs. Cubaris species coronavirus. That honestly sounds like something that they would label a Cubaris species. I wouldn't be surprised to see that. One day. All right, here's an X for the big group of Eublabrus biolii, the 6-spot cockroaches. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Mad Dog 4621 with a winning bid of 79. Congrats. Not to be outdone, let's do a group of 500 Eublabrus distenti ivory. Starting bid of $1. The bladder composting cockroach, Kyle's favorite roach species, full stop. Here's your chance to get a basically startup group of them to do bladder composting, to use as feeders, to generate, I guess composting is making compost. I was going to be redundant. Or to have just a big old cool colony of roaches. I'm still learning the difference. I had no idea. What do you think is cooler? I'm not even trying to be contrarian here. I'm in camp Leuchihormetica subcincta. I actually think subcincta is the cooler looking species. You don't usually see that like gray, black, red, yellow color combo in roaches that they have, and I really like that. So, like, why is this your fave? I've had them for a while. I'm not sure what the fascination is. Because they're big, they're personable, they're practical, they have so many uses, they're hypoallergenic, and they're so easy that I'm certain that even if I was riddled with dementia and dying of Alzheimer's and a bunch of compounding conditions, I could still keep and enjoy a colony of them. And that's why I really like them. They're also, I received a group from Matt K of like 15 or 16 back in like 2008 or 2009, and we didn't know what they were. They were still a mysterious Eublabrus species, and my stock expanded outwards, and you can trace the use of this species back to my colonies very directly, and it's a widely used species as well. They're just cool all around, big, practical, personable. I don't know if you already said this, but before I went there, there might be a couple of big beetles tomorrow, some scraps and odds and ends, but most of that stuff was done on Friday. There might still be some things on the pass list if you want to check that out. There were some things that were passed on for sure. Wow, we've got being very conservative with the biddings here, I see. How about if we light a fire and put an X here? We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens for the big group of 500. I think that's the largest increment we've sold anything in other than springtails of the of Eublabrus distenti. All right, going once, going twice, sold. To Control R-Ring. Gonna see who it is. It looks like Title with a winning bid of 150. Congratulations on your new macro colony of Eublabrus distenti, Title. I hope you enjoy them. You fought savagely for them. That is for sure. All right. No resting on laurels. 100 Blabrus cranifer euro, starting bid of $40. Eublabrus cranifer euro, the lesser known but equally important strain of Blabrus cranifer. We have 4 strains of black wing cranifer in culture currently, and it's getting to be a little much. I think I have a picture somewhere. All right, here we go. Here's a picture right off the Roach Crossing blog. So what you're getting with these guys, usually longer, very clear costal margins, variable face pattern on the pronotum, variability of usually jet black wings, usually more of an extremely dark brown than jet black in the other strains. and they have a different appearance to their body. It's how do I describe it? It's different. The shine on the wings, the luster is different than on the other cranifer. It might have to do with like the hairs on the microstructures of the wings might be different. And they are much more lightly built than the other lines of cranifer. I do enjoy them. They are almost certainly a pure line of cranifer. They're not from intrusion of other species causing mixtures of characteristics. They're probably just from somewhere else in Central America than the other strains. Okay. Here's an X for the Blabrus cranifer. Any questions about them? Cubaris species, big, practical, personable. That would be being too modest with the name. Going once, going twice. Sold to Patrick with a winning bid of 105, beating out Loki and Dr. Humroyd. Congrats, Patrick. Good bidding. A good way to make a decisive blow above the rest. Let's do another black entity. We have, take that, Dr. Humroyd. Dr. Humroyd, embrace your heel identity. The crowd loves to hate you. They love hating, loving you. That makes sense, I think, maybe. They love it. 100 Paraplaneta Americana Black, starting bid of $40. Oh, this is the pure black strain of Paraplaneta Americana. Dr. Humroyd going right in for the Black Americana. Just going right for the jugular with $100 off the bat. Chris Sniper sniping back, anti-reverse, anti-arterial air attack. What am I even trying to say? With $101 counter bid. Dude, why are you doing this to your bank account? Says Exotic Wilderness. Here's an X. I can't stand this. Thank you, Dewey. That's a perfect gift. That's a perfect gift. I love it. I love it. That's from the Naked Gun, right? I think that's what that's from. I love it. All right. Going once for the Paraplaneta Americana Black. Going twice. Sold. To Chris Sniper with $101 winning bid. This is nice. This is some nice stuff we got going on here. Me likey. Okay. 40 Doralea Orani. Starting bid of $50. Orange Zebra Roach. I think TJ would be salivating for this one, for these guys. Again, a Paraplaneta lookalike as an adult that is absolutely nothing like a Paraplaneta other than Brunea. Doralea do like more humidity like Paraplaneta Brunea do. And that is how a Blattidae do, as